Azure Active Directory is otherwise called Azure AD or sometimes AAD, but it all means the same thing. It means that we have an Active Directory instance in the Azure cloud. It's managed. We don't have to set up a server and install the domain controller components and so on. So what this means is that we have a centralized identity provider in the cloud. It can contain users, groups, application registrations, and security principals. Security principals are often used to make sure that software components have specific permissions to needed cloud resources. You can also link Azure Active Directory to your on-premises Active Directory if you wish. There are many configurations such that users authenticate to cloud apps using their familiar on-prem apps, and password changes are synchronized between both locations. You can manage Azure Active Directory and everything within it using the GUI, so using the portal. You can also use command line management tools like PowerShell commandlets and the Azure CLI. Identity and Access Management, or IAM, is all about authentication and authorization. So authentication is the proving of identity. Single-factor authentication for users, for instance, would include items in the same category, such as something you know, as a username and password would be. So it's single factor. But multi-factor meshes categories. So username and password fall under the something you know category, but the possession of a smart card falls under the something you have category. Hence, we would have multi-factor authentication, or MFA, in that instance. Now, authorization is controlled access to resources that occurs after successful authentication, such as having the appropriate permissions to a SharePoint site, or perhaps the ability to deploy specific virtual machines only within a specific geographical region. So it's permissions or policies that get assigned to groups. So with Identity and Access Management, or IAM, we are talking about controlling the authentication and then the authorization related to users and groups, and even devices, such as Windows 10 computers joined to Azure AD, or Android smartphones registered with Azure AD for centralized control. And we know that IAM also deals with software permissions, specifically in the form of security principals. So Azure AD then is a centralized repository of credentials, you could say, among other things. There are other security things that we have to consider, like RBAC roles. RBAC stands for Role-Based Access Control. A role is a collection of related permissions, such as the ability to manage Azure virtual machines, and we could assign that role to certain users or groups that would apply to either the entire subscription in Azure, or a resource group, or just a single virtual machine, for that matter. Conditional access is an important option. You can build policies that basically check conditions that must be met before allowing access to something. So an example is that if we have a sales associate that needs access to some kind of a sales cloud-based application, then they can only do that. They can only access it if they sign in using multi-factor authentication. Then we've got access reviews. This is something that you can schedule or run whenever you wish to take a look at things like group memberships in Azure AD, or permissions granted to enterprise applications registered in Azure AD, because sometimes these permissions are granted and left even though they may no longer be required, and that presents a security risk. So access reviews are good from a security perspective. Then there's privileged identity management, otherwise called PIM, PIM. The purpose of PIM is really to only provide administrative access to administrators when they need it. So you could think of this as just-in-time, or JIT administrative access. And of course, we can enable multi-factor authentication, or MFA, to enhance user sign-in security. So for instance, instead of Azure AD users only being required to enter a username and password, in addition to that, they might have to enter a 6-digit PIN that gets texted to their smartphone. To properly manage Microsoft Azure, it's important to have a clear understanding of the association of an Azure AD tenant and a subscription. Now, an Azure AD tenant is essentially an instance of Azure Active Directory in the cloud, where you have users and groups and devices and so on. And you can associate a subscription with a tenant. For example, here in the portal in the upper right, along with my sign-in information, I can see the name of the Azure AD tenant I'm currently switched to. It's called Quick24x7. And so here I can click subscriptions on my screen. I could also search for subscriptions if it wasn't there to view any subscriptions associated with this Azure AD tenant. And I see I've got one. It's a pay-as-you-go subscription. So I'm just going to click home here in the upper left. So if I were to view, for example, all resources, it takes me to the all resources view, but I've not yet created anything, so I don't really see anything, but at least it did take me to the view. Now let me switch over to a different Azure AD tenant. So I'm going to click in the upper right. I'm going to choose switch directory, and maybe I'll choose one by the name of Earth Farm. So this is a separate Azure AD tenant or a separate instance of Azure AD directory services. Now, when I take a look here, I have a different looking screen. And if I were to try, for example, to look, well, why don't we start by trying to see which subscriptions are associated with this tenant. So when I go to subscriptions for Earth Farm, there are none, although I do have the ability to add one. Let me just go back home. If I were to try to go to the all resources view, well, it just won't let me do it because you need to at least have a subscription associated with the Azure AD tenant to be able to do anything. So let's switch back to our active tenant. When I say that, what I really mean is the one that has an associated subscription. That was Quick24x7. Now, when I look at Quick24x7, we can go to Azure Active Directory from the main screen. We could also search for it and choose it from the resultant list. I could click on my left-hand navigation bar to open it up and scroll down and choose Azure Active Directory. It doesn't matter, but at this point, I can start actually doing something meaningful with Azure AD. For example, I could go to the users view. I can see any existing users or begin creating users or inviting users or bulk creating them from a CSV file. I'll just click back on Quick24x7 in the breadcrumb trail in the upper left. I can also view groups and also devices. So Azure AD then is a centralized cloud-based identity provider that can have one or more Azure subscriptions associated with it. While you can use the Azure portal to manage and navigate through your Azure AD tenant, you can also do that using the Azure CLI. In this case, in the portal, I'm going to click the Cloud Shell icon at the top where I'm going to run CLI commands. The first thing I'm going to do is run AZ account list, and I'll press enter. So the first thing I see is the home tenant ID. So it starts here with 96421. Now, as a matter of fact, if I just minimize that, we can see that 96421 is actually the tenant ID for my Azure AD tenant, which is named Quick24x7. So we can see that information. As we go further down, we can also see the name of the subscription associated with that Azure AD tenant, because there can be one or more subscriptions. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize Cloud Shell for a second, and I'm going to search up subscriptions in the bar at the top center here. And when I do that, I'll be able to see which subscriptions are associated with the Quick24x7 tenant. There's one, it's called Pay As You Go. We can see the subscription ID for that is 048B82 and so on. Well, let's go back and take a look here. We can also see Pay As You Go was shown here. The state of our subscription is that it's enabled. Okay, so this looks good. We're getting a bit of information simply from the AZ account list about our Azure AD tenant. I'm going to go ahead and just clear the screen with CLS. Let's take a look at a few other things that we could do. For example, I'm going to run AZ space AD space -H for help. What can I do in Azure Active Directory here from the CLI? So we can manage applications that are registered, groups, we can get information about the signed-in user, we can manage service principals, which is often used when you have software components that need authorization to resources in Azure, like storage accounts, for instance. And we can manage, of course, Azure AD users. So if I were to run AZ-AD user-H, tells me the next level commands about users I can work with. So create, delete, get member groups, list, show, update, and so on. So there's a lot we can learn from within the help system. So for example, if I were to run AZ-AD signed in user dash H. Just talks a little bit about what that would do. Well, it looks like I have the wrong name here. So signed dash in dash user. So make sure you have the command syntax spelled out correctly. That's a little bit better. So show graph information about the current signed in user in the CLI. Okay, so we can either run list owned objects after that or show. Let's just do show. So I'm going to use the up arrow key, and our full command then is going to be AZ-AD signed dash in dash user show, just to give some information about who we're currently signed in as here in the CLI. So as we scroll up, it's a lot of details because it's showing me the properties of my user account. So things like the company name, the country, department, employee ID, display name, given name, all of those types of things. And as we go further and further down, we can also see all the details all the way down. So it's just showing me details about the user that I'm currently signed in as here in the CLI. Now, of course, we can do other things here, navigating through our Azure AD tenant. For example, AZ-AD group list. So this will show me all my groups, but the problem, if you consider it a problem, is that it's telling me too much. It's giving me all of the details. I'm really only interested in the display name property. So what can we do about that? We can do a few things. One thing I could do is run AZ-AD group list again and pipe that to grep. That's the grep line filtering tool built into Linux, and I can tell it what I want to see, and it's case sensitive by default. So I want to see the display name with a capital N. I can ask for that, and that seems to work. Those are the names of my Azure AD groups. I can also alternatively use the -- query parameter built in to the Azure CLI. So for example, I could do AZ-AD group list, and instead of grep, and grep is fine, but instead of that, I could use -query, and I could tell it I want to see the display name. Now, the problem is that it won't work by default because what we have is a collection of items. We have an array of items, and those items are the multiple groups. So we have to tell it here in our syntax after query, open and close square bracket, in other words, array element, dot, and for each item, I want to see the display name property. And when I do that, I get what I expect, the names of the groups. And it's a little bit cleaner if you take a look than what you get when you use the grep line filtering, because grep displays everything on the line. So display name, colon, and all that stuff. All we're seeing here are the actual values. So depending on what your need is, it might be easier to parse this text down below that results from using -- query than it would from trying to parse the text that results up above here by piping to grep. Not only can we use the Azure portal to manage our Azure AD tenant, as well as the Azure CLI, but we can also use PowerShell commandlets, whether you're running PowerShell on premises with the Azure module, or whether you're doing it here in the portal through Cloud Shell, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to point to Cloud Shell here, which allows me to run PowerShell commandlets and Azure CLI commands. So I'm using PowerShell here. And to get started here, let's just navigate a little bit around Azure AD. Let's figure out what we can type in to begin with. So get -command, and let's say I want to retrieve information about Azure AD. So I know that the verb part of that command, the prefix, is going to be get. Don't know what would be after that. So how about a wildcard symbol, an asterisk, and it's probably AZ-AD and then something else. Looks pretty good. Here I can use get AZ-AD group to get groups from my directory, or group members. I can get users. I can get applications that might have been registered in Azure AD. So this isn't bad. We're learning a bit. So I'm going to clear the screen. I'm going to run get -AZ-AD group. Let's see what groups we have. Okay, looks like it's showing us the groups with the default selection of properties. However, if we really wanted to, we could also run get -AZ-AD group. I know there's more about groups than just those listed properties. So what I could do is tell it that I want to pipe that to select, and I'll tell it I want to select all properties, select asterisk. Now, what we could also do is pipe that command to the select alias and select specifically the properties that we want. So get -AZ-AD group, let's say, and pipe that to select and say, I only want to see the display name. So we can ask it for which properties we are interested. So That's all we see. Now you might wonder, how do you know it's called display name? Well, if you're not sure what these properties are called, you can pipe the result of a commandlet in PowerShell to get-member, and you can ask it for properties. So -type property, otherwise it'll show you properties and methods. And here I can see, oh, indeed, there was a property called display name and male nickname and so on and so forth. So we can learn about that quite easy. Now, another thing that I might be interested in doing is running get-Azure AD current session info. It's a long one. Well, it's actually telling me I need to first run connect-Azure AD. Okay, let's do that. Up arrow. Let's go back to get-Azure AD current session info. All right, this is telling me some interesting stuff. So I can see here the tenant ID for my Azure AD tenant starts with 96421. And if we go back here and check that in the portal, yeah, that looks right. That's correct. We can also see our domain name. So we aren't using a custom DNS domain here because we've got the .onmicrosoft.com DNS suffix. We can also run commandlets here in PowerShell like get Azure AD tenant detail. And when I do that, it's just giving me a little bit of the same type of listing from above, just presented in a different format. Now, of course, if I want to manage Azure AD objects, such as building users, I could also do that by searching up what the appropriate commandlets are. So get-command. Let's see. I'm assuming it starts with new, and it's probably got user in the name. Looks about right, such as new -AZ-AD user. And I can take that further and say, well, what else can I do with users? Get-command asterisk AZ-AD user asterisk. Okay, so I can build a new one. I can retrieve Azure AD users. I can update something about them. I can remove them, and so on. So if I were to run get-AZ-AD user, then we can see, in fact, it's showing me the user accounts. And just like with the groups, if I really want to, I can pipe that, for example, to select and tell it what I want to see, which properties. I want display name. And in the same way, I can also discover which properties are there with get-member. So piping to get-member -type property, and we can see some of those properties listed there. You can use the Azure portal to create Azure AD user accounts. Now, why would you create an Azure AD user account? You would do this so that you have a way to allow people to authenticate so they can access things like cloud-based apps, and in some cases, depending on your configuration, also on-premises apps. So to get started here in the portal, I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory. I could also launch that from my left-hand navigation menu. It doesn't matter how I get there. And within my Azure AD tenant, I'm going to click on Users. From here, I'll get a list of existing user accounts. Now, I've got my initial Microsoft account that reflects my Azure account that I initially set up. However, I'm going to click the New User button to build a new user. Now, this user is going to be an Azure AD user. I'm not going to invite them. They're not an external user. So I'm going to leave it on Create User. And for the identity here, I'm going to specify that the username is C. Blackwell. So Cody Blackwell. And after the @ symbol here, it's going to use my DNS domain suffix for my Azure AD tenant. So that's already filled in. So I'm going to leave that as it is. I'm going to scroll down and just fill in a couple of other details. So Cody Blackwell, that's the full name, and I'll just fill in the first name, the last name. And down below, because we're creating a new account, it asks whether we want to auto-generate the password or do we want to specify it. I'm going to let it auto-generate it. I'm just going to choose Show Password and copy it so I can communicate that to the user. At this time, we can also determine if the user is going to be a member of a group and which roles they have, which gives them certain permissions. However, I'm not going to change any of that. I certainly don't want to block sign-in for this user. And I'm not going to fill in any other details. Let's go ahead and click Create to create user Cody Blackwell. And before you know it, the user shows up here in the list of Azure AD users. We're going to go ahead and test logging in as Cody Blackwell. Now, one way to do that is to connect to account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com, which I will do now. So I'm going to specify the full email address of the new user, so cblackwell@, and then of course my Azure AD tenant DNS domain name. Now, the default is that it will always end with .onmicrosoft.com unless you create custom DNS domain names, but that's the default setting. I'm going to go ahead and click Next. It's going to ask me for the password. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the auto-generated password that I previously copied, and I'll choose Sign In. Now, of course, it wants me to change the password, so I'll put in the existing auto-generated password, and I will specify a new password and confirm it. And then I'll click Sign In. And when it asks me to stay signed in my web browser, I'll just choose No. And we can now see that we are successfully signed in as user Cody Blackwell as part of the Quick 24x7 Azure AD tenant. Not only can you use the Azure portal to create and manage Azure AD user accounts, but you can also do this using the Azure CLI. The CLI can also be spawned here in the Azure portal as opposed to running it on premises, and that's how I'm going to run it. So here in the portal, I'm going to click the Cloud Shell icon at the top in the bar, and I'm going to make sure I'm in a PowerShell session, which allows me to run PowerShell commandlets as well as Azure CLI commands. And the first thing I'm going to want to do here is create an account in Azure AD. So to do that, I'm going to run AZ AD user, and there's a space between each of those words. Now, if I'm not sure where to progress from here, I could use the -H to get help about the next level commands. Aha, it looks like create as opposed to add or new. And I could also use the up arrow key to bring up the previous command, and we know that creates the next level part of the syntax. Okay, but what after that? I don't know what to put in. Well, we could use -H, and we can learn more about the various parameters that we could specify to create the user. So we can see arguments like display name, password, user principal name, force password change, next login, and so on. So this gives us enough to get started. So AZ AD user create --display -name. And in this case, let's say I'm going to create a user whose name will be Jen Hill --user -principal -name is going to be J Hill at, and then I have to put in the DNS domain suffix for my tenant. Now, if I'm not sure what that is, I can, for example, click to open up, let's minimize this, click to open up my left-hand navigator menu, go to Azure Active Directory. There's a bunch of ways to view this, of course. And in the overview, I'll see the entire name. So in this case, it's quick 24x7 test.onmicrosoft.com. So .onmicrosoft.com is the default DNS suffix unless you've created a custom DNS domain name for your tenant, which I haven't. Let's go back into the CLI here. I'm just going to go ahead and paste that right in there. So I'm just going to right click and choose paste. Okay, that part is in there. Next thing I want to do is specify the password. So I can do that with --password, and I'm going to tell it within double quotes a specific password that I want to use. Okay, and once I've done that, I can press enter to create the user account. Now, if I don't have a password that complies with password complexity requirements, as we can see has not been done here, then I'm going to have to come up with something different. So I'm going to use the up arrow key and specify a different password for this account. Now, once I've filled in that password, we can go ahead and try to see if it will accept our newly created password. This time, we didn't get the red error message, so it looks good. And as a matter of fact, let's just minimize Cloud Shell for a second. Let's just check our work here in the GUI. So in my Quick 24x7 Azure AD tenant, if I go to the users view, among other users that already might have been there, we'll see the newly created Jen Hill. So let's go back into the CLI and poke around a little bit. I'm going to clear the screen. So if I were to run AZ AD user list, it'll list my Azure AD users. But notice that we get returned all of the properties. And at this level, we'd have to scroll through to find exactly what we wanted to see. Well, I don't want to have to do that. There's got to be a better way. So let me clear the screen with the clear command. I could do stuff like this. I could say AZ AD user list. And if you're a Unix or a Linux shell scripting person, or just a command line person, you could pipe it to the grep line filtering command and tell it what you want to see. For example, all I want to see is the male nickname property. So only show me those lines. And sure enough, it looks like it's working. However, you could also do some CLI specific stuff. What I mean by that is you could run, for example, AZ AD user list, and you could use -- query. This will work with anything in the CLI to query something out. Now, the problem is, it's not a problem, but if I were to just assume I could put in the property name, male nickname, then I would get a whole lot of nothing. However, you might say, well, maybe it's case sensitive. It's not going to make a difference. So if I just put it all lowercase, still nothing. And the reason is because if you think about the command output, it's returning more than one item. It's returning an array or a collection of users, and you need to reference that before the property name. So up arrow key to bring up previous command, and I'm going to put in open and close square bracket to reference the fact that we're dealing with an array, dot to separate the array item, the user, from the property, in this case, male nickname, and I'll go ahead and press enter. Now, again, if I change the N in nickname to a capital N, because it is case sensitive, we can now see that it's returning the male nickname. So there are a few things then that we can do using the Azure CLI to work with user accounts in Azure AD. You can use PowerShell commandlets to create and manage Azure AD user accounts. Of course, you could also use the portal, as we see here, to create new users or to click on existing users to make changes to any properties and so on. Now here, I'm going to click on Cloud Shell at the top of the bar here in my Azure portal screen, and I'm going to make sure I'm in PowerShell, where I can run both PowerShell commandlets and Azure CLI commands. Now, I could download PowerShell locally on my computer, but I'm going to choose to use the Cloud Shell here instead. Now, the first thing I need to figure out is what might the name of the commandlet be if I want to add a new Azure Active Directory user. So I could figure that out using get command. For example, get command, maybe I'll use an asterisk, and maybe I'll put in AZ-AD user. That's a guess. I'm assuming that would be part of the name. Otherwise, I could try different variations. But luckily, this looks reasonable. I've got a new -AZ-AD user commandlet, as opposed to add or anything like that, or create. Well, that's good news, because now I can get help about that commandlet now that I know what it's called. So I might run get-help, and I might ask for help for the new -AZ-AD user commandlet, maybe even ask for details, -details, or detail in singular, rather, not details. And here I can see that it's returned back the information that I wanted for this. So it gives me a brief synopsis, creates new Active Directory user. Well, that's true, specifically in Azure, and I get a sense of how the syntax will be used. And what's important here, because there could be a lot of parameters, is that it explains each and every one of them. And even more handy, as I go way down, I have some examples of how we might actually create a new Azure Active Directory user. We can see here they are converting a regular string for a password to a secure string using the convert to -secure string commandlet before they actually build the new user and pass the password with the -password parameter. You can see the variable they're using here is $secure string password. Variables in PowerShell are always prefixed with a $. So we have some great help here. So let's clear the screen. Let's make it happen. First thing I want to do is make a password variable. I'm just going to call it $PW for password. And I'm going to put in equals, and I'm going to run the convert to -secure string commandlet, and I'm going to use the -string parameter, and I'm going to specify the password that I want to use for this. Let's say it's something like this. So I'm specifying the password here within double quotation marks. It's plain text, so as plain text, and I'm going to force this, and I'm going to press enter. So if I just do $PW to see what's in that variable, it doesn't even return the actual password. That's the point. It's been converted to a secure string item. And I can pass that to the new -AZ-AD user commandlet. So I'm going to set -display name, let's say here, -display name, to a user, Sharon Bishop, creating Sharon Bishop. The -user principal name will be determined by, well, first of all, it's going to be determined by organizational naming conventions, but in this case, it's going to be sbishop at, and then the DNS name of my Azure AD tenant. And I'll just close the double quotes after that, and I'll specify dash password. And this is where I'm going to pass it my variable. So $PW, which we know from above is a secure string representation of the password I specified up above. Now, it requires the male nickname parameter, so because I did not supply it, it asks for it. Let's cancel out of that just for fun, and I'll clear the screen. If I were to use the up arrow key to bring up the new -AZ-AD user commandlet, we could add the -male nickname parameter. So male nickname, let's say it's just going to be S Bishop. And if I press enter, it creates the account and doesn't ask me anything. Now that's going to be an important thing to consider, mandatory parameter values when it comes to trying to automate some of these things. Let's just check our work first of all here directly in the portal since we have it opened up. Let's go to the user's view of our Azure AD tenant. Indeed, we can see Sharon Bishop has been created, but let's go back into PowerShell for a second because there are some commandlets that we can use, for example, get-AZ-AD user to check to see what's in our Azure AD tenant. We can see the last user here, of course, is user Sharon Bishop. Of course, in PowerShell, we can start filtering out what we want to see. So for example, get-AZ-AD user, we can pipe the result of a PowerShell command using the pipe symbol, the vertical bar symbol. Now, most keyboards, you can get that symbol by shifting your / key. I can then refer to select and tell it what I want to see. Let's say I want to see the display name property. You have to know what the properties are called, comma, and the ID. So there's the display name and there's the internal ID identifier for the Azure AD user accounts. So we have the option then of using a number of PowerShell commandlets for managing Azure AD users. And we can take that a step further. So let's clear the screen. Remember how we ran get-command. So I'm going to use wildcards here and going to put AZ-AD user. We used new AZ-AD user and get AZ-AD user, but if you want to make modifications to a user account, you could use set-AZ-AD user. You could also remove accounts also using remove-AZ-AD user. So there are a lot of options that are available. So for example, let's say we wanted to change Sharon Bishop's last name. I could use update-AZ-AD user, and I could specify the -object ID. So we're going to have to go back to a previous command to see what Sharon Bishop's ID is. There it is right there. I'm going to go ahead and copy that to my clipboard. Let's clear the screen here, and let's try this. Let's run update-AZ-AD user-object ID. And here I'll just right click and paste Sharon Bishop's ID. And let's say I want to change the display name. So -display name. And now I want it to be Sharon. And for lack of a better choice, just so we can illustrate the example, her last name will now say changed. So Sharon changed. And if we do that, looks like it took, let's kind of use our up arrow key to go back to get-AZ-AD user. And indeed, we can see Sharon's last name is now changed. User accounts in Azure AD provide accountability. Everyone would have their own account that they would use to sign in to access cloud-based apps, or in some cases even on-premises-based apps. But sometimes the users that you want to participate in that kind of functionality already have an account with an external provider. Let's talk about how to add a guest user in Azure AD. So here in the portal, I'm going to navigate to Azure Active Directory and then into the user's view. Now, I'm going to go ahead and click the new guest user button up at the top of the all users view. Although technically, if I were just to click new user, the first part of the wizard is whether you want to create the user directly in Azure AD or you want to invite them. Inviting is the same as just clicking the guest user button. It doesn't make a difference. Let's go back to the all users view. I'm going to click the new guest user button up at the top. So the first thing I have to do is fill in some details. Who is this user? I'm just going to call this user fake external user, and I'm going to specify an email address for an account. Now I have a sample account that I can use here. It's a Hotmail account, so I'm going to go ahead and specify that information, and I'll just put some information in here for the first and last names, and I can also personalize the message. Welcome. You can join us to access app 1, just as an example. I could also specify the group and role affiliation for this account. The roles would be important when it comes to permissions that might be required by that account. I don't want to block the sign in or anything like that. I'm not going to fill in job information. I'm just going to click invite. And it's inviting the user. So the next thing to do is to check that person's mail account. In that user's inbox, I'm going to have a Microsoft invitation message that says, you're invited to the Quick 24x7 organization. Oh, how nice is that? And there's my personalized message, welcome, you can join us to access app 1, and the user can click the Get Started button. This is what the user will then see. So review the permissions here. I'm going to accept all of this. I'll click Accept. And it automatically takes that user to Access Panel applications that might have been made available for this user to access in the Quick 24x7 Azure Active Directory tenant. Of course, there are no applications configured, but the user is successfully signed in. Back here in the Azure portal, when we take a look at our list of users in our Azure AD tenant, we can see our fake external user. Notice the icon's a little bit different because they aren't actually a part of Azure Active Directory. Here we can see we have a user that just says Microsoft account. That's the original accounts that signed up for Azure. Then we've got a couple of users created in Azure Active Directory. And then we've got our user type of guest. If you're a PowerShell person, so I'm just going to launch Cloud Shell up here in the portal, you might also run connect-azure AD, and then from there, you might run a command to review guest users. Just make sure it took. So get-azure AD user-filter, and I'm going to put in quotes user type equals, and in single quotes, guest. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to spell that correctly, close the single quote, close the double quote, and I'll press enter. And indeed, we can see that our fake external user is the only account that shows up here. When you have multiple Azure AD user accounts that you need to create, you could create them one at a time, such as in the GUI, but there's a better way. You could, of course, also write a script in PowerShell or in the CLI, but we're going to use the bulk create option. So to get started here in the portal, I'm going to navigate to Azure Active Directory, and specifically, I'm going to go to the users view. I'm going to see any existing users, but I've got a bulk create button at the top. Now that's used when you want to essentially import a number of Azure AD or Azure Active Directory users, whereas bulk invite is for external users that you want to invite to participate. So I'm going to choose bulk create. I can then download a CSV template. I've already done this and edited it. I've populated it. Let's take a look at that. Now I'm using Microsoft Excel where I've added the required information, but you need to make sure you save it as a CSV file, which I've done. Here it says some of your features in your workbook might not be available. That's okay. It needs to be CSV. So yes, I want to use that format. So what you get in this template when you download it is the version number at the top and then all of these column headers. And you need to leave that stuff in there. Notice some of these column headers have an asterisk. Well, that means that it's required information. So things like first name, last name, job title, department, that stuff isn't required to create the account in Azure AD. But the name, the username, and also the initial password and whether the account's enabled, that is needed. So I've got that stored in a file called Azure Bulk User Create Users. Let's bring that into Azure AD. Now what you're looking for here is it to say file uploaded successfully. If there's a problem, maybe you deleted the header row from the file, or perhaps you didn't specify something that's required as denoted with the asterisk, you'll see it here listed in red. So at this point, I'm going to click Submit. We can see currently it's in progress now. Naturally, it might take a while if you have a lot of users that you're creating all at the same time. You can also, as it says, click to view the status of each operation. So when you do that, it takes us to the bulk operations results part of our Azure AD tenant. Here it says it completed with no errors. Oh, that was quick. And we have our message up here that popped up in the upper right in the notification area that tells us the same type of thing. Let's go to the All Users view to see if our two new users exist. And they do. There's Lucas Brenner and there's Marcia Lynn. In Azure AD, inviting users is different than creating them. When you create a user, you create them directly so that they actually exist in the Azure AD tenant. But when you invite a user, you're inviting an external account, usually by sending an invitation email message. We're going to take a look at how to perform a bulk user invite in Azure AD. So to get started, let's flip over to Azure Active Directory. And what we're going to do is go to the users view. And when we're in the all users view, we have a bulk invite option. However, if we click on it, it opens up another page that talks about the fact that the feature has been temporarily disabled. So instead, you should look at some PowerShell solutions for doing that, which is exactly what we're going to do here. To do a bulk invite, you need to have a CSV file that's formulated in this manner with the name column at the top and then the invited user email address following it to the right, under which you then populate your data. Now, I'm doing this in Microsoft Excel, which is fine. You can use any application. Just make sure you save it as a CSV. So having done that, we can then flip over to PowerShell and use this file to perform the bulk invite. It's not really a bulk invite. There's only one entry in here, but it really is the same thing, whether you've got 1 or 1,000. Here in the PowerShell ISE, I've got a script to do the bulk invite. In line 1, I'm connecting using the connect-Azure AD to my tenant domain. So I'll use the -tenant domain parameter, and I'm specifying my Azure AD tenant. I'm then creating a variable called users. Variables in PowerShell are always prefixed with the $sign. The users variable will store the result of running import-CSV, and I'm going to specify the location and name of the file that we just looked at, the CSV file. Then I'm creating a variable called custom_message, or MSG. That is going to be a result of instantiating a new object of type microsoft.open.msgraph.model.invitedUserMessageInfo. It's quite a mouthful. Next thing we're doing for that instantiated object variable, custom MSG, is we're calling upon the .custom message body property. And I'm just going to have a little custom welcome message. It says, hello, you're invited to the Quick 24x7 organization, or something like that. Then I need a loop because I need to process all of the entries in the import file, whether it's 1, which it is in our case, or 1,000. So I'm using a for each loop, and in parentheses, I'm creating a temporary placeholder variable here. I'm calling $email. It could be called anything. That's what we're going to use to reference each entry in the imported CSV file within the loop. And that is going to be gathered from looking at the $users variable above, which would contain, again, either 1 or thousands of users, whatever's in the file. So within the loop, we've got the opening and closing curly braces, and then I'm calling upon new-Azure ADMS invitation, and I'm using a number of parameters, -invited user email address. I call upon the $email variable, that's our looping variable, that will contain the current entry from the CSV file, and I'm calling upon the .invited user email address property, which is really just a column header in the CSV file. Doing the same type of thing for the display name. I'm setting a redirect URL for that user to myapps.microsoft.com, setting the invited user message info to my custom message variable, and send invitation message is being set to $true. Okay, so having done that, let's go ahead and run the script by clicking the Run Script button up at the top. Now, if I haven't already signed in this PowerShell ISE session, I'll be prompted to sign in with my Azure account credentials. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And after a moment, we'll see that it looks like the script has executed and the message has been sent. It says the status is pending acceptance. Let's start by taking a look at our Azure AD tenant in the portal to see if this user even shows up there. Here in the portal, I'm already looking at the All Users view in Azure AD. Let's just click Refresh, and there's our fake user account, fakeuser173@hotmail.com. Let's just check that person's email address, or email account rather, to make sure they received the invitation. Here in their account, we have an invitation, a Microsoft invitation, and we can see here, hello, you were invited to the Quick 24x7 organization. So it looks good. The user has been invited. They would just continue following through the process by clicking the Get Started button, which I'll do here. It'll then prompt them to accept. So it's gone to the access panel for applications for that user. Multi-factor authentication, otherwise known as MFA, enhances user sign-in security. Now, how does it do this? If I'm logging in with a username and a password, isn't that MFA? It's two things. It's not, because it's one category. It's something you know. So the idea here is to use additional authentication factors, such as requiring the possession of a smart card in addition to a username and password, or maybe having a PIN sent as an SMS text message to a phone in addition to a username and password. You have to possess the phone. So that would constitute multi-factor authentication. So out-of-band authentication codes means that some kind of authentication code is being sent through an alternate mechanism. So you might be using a web browser to try to authenticate to Azure, and you might need to specify a username and password in that browser, and that's fine. But as MFA might be configured, you might be sent a 6-digit PIN to your phone through an SMS text message that you would then also have to enter. It's out of band because it's not being transmitted through the web browser, it's some other communication mechanism. So then this is more secure than only a username and password, which can be guessed or brute forced by malicious users. Multi-factor authentication then combines two or more categories. So something you know plus something you have. Or it could be something you know, like a username and password, plus something you are, like a fingerprint scan. Or it could be something you have, like a smart card, and something you do, like a certain type of gesture-based authentication on a touch screen. So with multi-factor authentication, or MFA, whatever the configuration is, all of the factors get validated at the same time. Now you can also use the Microsoft Authenticator app as a form of multi-factor authentication where codes are sent. So it's an MFA software app. Alternatively, you could just use whatever app is used for texting on your smartphone as another mechanism to receive a 6-digit PIN that would be used in conjunction with the username and password to fulfill MFA requirements. So in the case of some MFA software apps, you might get a 6-digit PIN that is only good for 30 seconds. Whereas if you opt for an SMS text messaging mechanism, then it would send you the 6-digit PIN that doesn't expire within 30 seconds. So you have a number of options. You can use the Azure portal to enable MFA or multi-factor authentication for Azure AD users. Now you would do this to enhance sign-in security, so that instead of just a username and password to get into Azure, they would need another factor, such as a 6-digit PIN sent to an Authenticator app on a smartphone. I'm going to enable MFA for user Cody Blackwell here in Azure AD. Now I'm looking at my list of all users in my Azure AD tenant. Notice across the top we have a series of buttons. And one of the things that we can do here, if we click the 3 dots or the More button, is we'll see other options, including multi-factor authentication. Now you might not need to click the 3-dot button if your screen resolution is set such that everything can be spread across the screen. Either way, I'm going to click multi-factor authentication. Now when I do that, it opens up a new window. It'll show me my users, and I can look into the multi-factor auth status column to see if it's enabled or disabled or actually being enforced if the user has signed in since it's been enabled. So for user Cody Blackwell, clearly it's disabled. So I'm going to turn on the check mark for Cody Blackwell. And over on the right, I'm going to click the Enable link. And I'll click Enable Multi-Factor Auth. And after a moment, it's done. It says Updates Successful. I'll click Close. And notice that the Multi-Factor Auth status column for Cody now shows Enabled. So what we're going to do is we're going to log in as user Cody Blackwell. So I'm going to go ahead and connect to the My Apps type of panel here in Azure. Now that means I'm going to try to connect to account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com, where I'm going to sign in as my user, cblackwell @ and then my DNS domain name for my Azure AD tenant. I'll click Next. Of course, I'm going to have to put in a password, so I'll do that. And it says more information is required. Well, that makes sense because we've now just enabled MFA for this account. So I'll go ahead and click Next. So I want some additional security verification information. So I'm going to specify some details about the phone that I'm going to use. I'll specify the country or region, the phone number, and I'm going to have it send me a code by text message. This is going to be the additional multi-factor authentication factor. So I'm going to go ahead and enter in the 6-digit code that was texted to my phone, my smartphone number, and I'll click Verify. Then I'll click Done. And at this point, it takes me into my Access Panel application, so we're signed in. But let's test this again. Let's sign out as, or from being logged in as Cody, and let's try it again from scratch now that MFA is completely set up. So I'm just going to go ahead and sign out from that account. So I'm going to sign back in again, same email address for Cody Blackwell. I'll put in the password for the account. And now it says we've texted your phone with the code, so you need to enter that to sign in. Okay, that's the multi-factor authentication. So I'm going to put in the code here, and then I will click Verify. I don't want to stay signed in, so I'll choose No. And after a moment, I'm back at the Access Panel application screen. So there are many different mechanisms by which a code like that can be received, but in this case, it's just being sent through SMS text. Now, back here in the portal, looking at my All Users view in my Azure AD tenant, let's go back into multi-factor authentication. Notice now that for using Cody Blackwell, it used to be enabled, but now it's enforced because that user has signed in since MFA was enabled. Multi-factor authentication, or MFA, enhances user sign-in security by requiring an additional factor besides just username and password. However, you can also choose to block MFA user access attempts, to block a user account from authenticating. You might do this if you suspect, for example, a user device has been lost or stolen and you don't want to chance someone being able to log in with that account, or if a user has left the organization, that type of thing. So either way, here's what you need to do in the portal to block user MFA. Start by going into Azure Active Directory, and then in the navigation panel with the properties for Azure AD, go to Security, and within there, then go to MFA. Now in the multi-factor authentication navigation bar, go to Block, Unblock Users. Now, currently there are no blocked users, and it does say here that blocking users simply means they will not receive multi-factor authentication requests, so it's denied. And it says here that the user will remain blocked for 90 days by default unless you unblock them within this list. So let's go ahead and add a block. I'm going to click Add, and I have to determine which user I want to add to this list. So in this case, it's going to be C Blackwell @ and then I'll put in the entire name of the domain for my Azure AD tenant. So on Microsoft.com in this case, it's using the default suffix. And the reason here will be lost smartphone, let's say. And at this point, I'll click OK. So the user will be added to this list, which means that authentication attempts for MFA by that user will not be honored. So we can see the user is now listed here with the reason of lost smartphone. Bear in mind, it can take a little while before this kicks in. Now, at any point in time, we can choose to unblock that account. We have an unblock link instead of waiting for the default 90-day timer. So I'm going to go ahead and click unblock for that account. And I'm going to put in the reason of phone was found. And then I'll click OK. So we're unblocking that account so that MFA authentication for that user will now go back to running as normal. If you've ever worked in a help desk environment, you're probably well aware that a large majority of tickets deal with user password resets. In other words, users forgetting their passwords. Luckily in Azure AD, we have the option of enabling self-service password reset so that the user can take care of that issue themselves without opening a help desk ticket. So to get started here in Azure, I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory, where I'm then going to go into users. So I want to go to the all users view. But really what I want to do here is enable the password reset option. So in the left-hand navigator, I'll click password reset. Now currently we have to determine which set of users we want this to be available to. Currently it's set to none. We can choose selected, where we can specify groups of users that we want this setting applied to, or we can turn it on for all users within the organization. I'm going to choose all, and I'm going to choose save. And after a moment, it'll say that the password reset policy has been saved. So let's go ahead and test this out. Let's go back to the users view. We're going to pick on a user here. Let's see, it's going to be Cody Blackwell. So if I open up Cody Blackwell, we can see the full username, including the DNS suffix for the Azure AD tenant. What we're going to do is try to sign in as this user, and on purpose, we're going to keep entering in an incorrect password. So we're going to behave as a user would if they actually forgot their password. So I'm trying to sign in with that user account. So I've got that username specified here, and it's asking for the password. In my case, I'm connecting to account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com for that password prompt to pop up. Now, the idea is the user would try to enter their password and it would be incorrect and so on. So what we're looking at here is the Reset It Now button or link. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Reset It Now. So it knows our user ID because we specified that, and it asks us to enter the characters in the picture or the words in the audio, depending on whether we want to listen or just type in what we see. So I'm going to go ahead and type in those characters. And then I'll click the Next button. I've already enabled MFA on this user account, so it already knows my phone number. Otherwise, it would be prompting me to specify it. So basically, I've already set up the mobile phone communication alternative method. So I'm going to go ahead and enter the full phone number down below. And then I'll click the Text button. So it says, we've sent you a text message containing a verification code. And indeed, that has happened. So I'm going to go ahead and enter it in. And after that, I will click Next. And this is working perfectly. Now it says, well, get back into your account by specifying a new password and then confirming it. So of course, there are password rules that must be adhered to, and it talks about strong passwords and so on and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and enter one in. And then I'll click the Finish button. Okay, it says the password has been reset. To sign in with the new password, click here. So I'm going to go ahead and specify that new password I've just set. And as per normal, because this account happens to also have MFA or multi-factor authentication enabled, that's why I already knew my phone number, I'm going to enter in the MFA code. So it's business as usual at this point. It liked the password. And I'll just verify that. I don't want to stay signed in. And just like that, we are now signed in. The user reset their own password without having to involve the help desk. Azure AD user accounts can be removed using command line tools or programmatically through API calls, and also here in the portal. So if we were to select a user, for example, we'd be able to use the buttons across the top to remove that user. And we might do that if the user has left the organization. But what's interesting is that you have 30 days by default within which you have the option of restoring that account. Now, after 30 days, the account is removed permanently automatically. So I'm going to click on deleted users in the left-hand navigator because I've already got some users I've removed, one of which has the name of Jen Hill. We can see the deletion date and time, as well as the permanent deletion date and time, which is 30 days into the future or 30 days after the deletion date. I'm going to check user Jen Hill. I'll put a check mark in the box. And up at the top, I have a number of options. So I can delete permanently right now. Instead of waiting for the 30 days, I can restore this individual user or perform a bulk restore for more than one user at once. I'm going to choose Restore User. It asks me, restore selected users. I'll click on Yes. So user Jen Hill then has successfully been restored. We see in the notification message. She's no longer listed in the deleted users view. And if I go back to all users, I'll see that user Jen Hill has been reinstated. So her account is back to normal. Now, one of the things I would ask is, what about group memberships? Are they retained when the user is restored? And the answer is yes. So if we go back into user Jen Hill, who's just been restored, and go to the groups part of her account, we'll see any groups that she was a member of previously have been retained. In this case, a group by the name of Group 1. In Azure AD, licensing gives specific functionality to things like users, groups, and even to an Azure AD tenant. Here in the portal, I'm looking at the properties of my Azure AD tenant, and it itself, if I scroll down in the navigation bar, has a licenses option where we can take a look at licensed features and so on. But I'm going to go back to my tenant and I'm going to go into the users view. Because when I go into an individual user, let's say, for example, I'm going to go into user Jen Hill. That's an existing Azure AD user. Well, when I'm in that user's properties, in the navigation bar, I see licenses. Now, currently on the right, it says no license assignments found. However, I can click the Add Assignments button to add licenses for a variety of different products related to Azure AD or Office 365 and so on. I'm going to click Add Assignments, and from here, I'll see any licenses that have been made available. So here we have Azure Active Directory Premium P2, so I can turn that on, and then I can see the specific options that are available within that license, such as Cloud App Security Discovery, Multi-Factor Authentication, and so on. So once I've selected the appropriate license and options, I would click Save to complete the assignment for the user. Now, the only problem is it didn't work and we have an error. I can see my notification area, the little bell icon in the upper right. It's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and click up there and click directly on License Assignments Failed. Whenever something goes wrong in the Azure portal, make sure you click and follow up on the links because it'll tell you exactly what the issue is. So, License Assignments Failed for the member, and down below, it says licenses cannot be assigned to a user without a usage location specified first. Oh, okay. Not a problem. Let's close out of that. Let's go back into our user. Specifically, let's go into user Jen Hill. She is the person of interest in this example. On the profile blade, if you click Edit, down below, you'll see that there is an option for usage location. So I'm going to go ahead and select that from the list. Specifically, I'm going to choose Canada. And I'm going to click Save. That part of the user profile has been updated. Okay. Let's try the license assignment once again. Now that the usage location has been specified for that account, I'm going to add the assignment. Really, I'm going to do the exact same thing we did a moment ago. The only difference is this time, it's going to succeed. So let's go ahead and just accept that. Let's go back to Jen Hill's licenses and let's click Refresh. You might have to do that a couple of times, but now we see that the license has been assigned to that user. IT administrators and cloud technicians are well aware of the importance of complex and strong passwords, but we can also configure in Azure Active Directory a banned password list, so passwords that we absolutely do not want to allow users to use. To do this, we can go to Azure Active Directory, within which, in the navigation bar, we can then click on Security, then we can drill down into authentication methods, and finally, password protection. Now we're interested in the custom banned passwords. Now currently, the enforcement of the custom list is set to no, and so the custom banned password list area, the field down below, is great. We can't get into it. So we have to turn that on. I'm going to choose yes, and this is where I can start entering banned passwords. So each of the banned passwords is going to go on its own unique line. And basically, you might include things that might commonly be used by users. That might include common password variations, or in this case, the company name. I don't want that to be used at all. Now, what we're doing here is specifying text that cannot be used as part of the password. That doesn't have to be an exact match. And variations, so using the letter O instead of a 0 or an S instead of a $sign, those variations are already considered based on what you put in the list. So it reduces how many items you have to place in here, because really you are limited to 1,000 lines or 1,000 custom banned passwords. And it's also case insensitive. Meaning here I've got a variation of quick 24x7. Well, it doesn't matter if it's uppercase or lowercase q, both will be considered as being banned passwords. So once I've added all of my entries, I can then go ahead and click Save. And after a moment, we can see we have a message that saved our password protection policy. Bear in mind, it might even take a few hours before this is in effect, before users are not allowed to use variations of items in the custom banned password list. For Microsoft Azure and Office 365, you have to acquire the appropriate software licenses and then assign them before users can reap the benefits of having acquired those licenses. So they get functionality, they can do stuff in the cloud. So we can do this at the Azure AD tenant level. For example, here in the portal, I'm going to click Azure Active Directory, and I'm going to go into Well, actually, let's go into users first, because you can also do licensing at the user level. So when I'm looking at my list of users, for example, if I click on a user, let's say Sharon here, I can see any licenses or license assignments for that individual. No license assignments found. We could click the Add Assignments button and go through that motion. However, if I go back here in the breadcrumb trail in the upper left to my Azure AD tenant, notice that we also have licenses at this level, at the Azure AD directory level. So when I go into licenses there, we have a number of options that are available. So what I'm going to do is click Manage Your Purchased Licenses. When I do that, I'll see any purchased license down below. Now, it might be purchased or it might be a trial type of license. So I can see how many are assigned, that would be assigned to users, how many are available, and how many will expire soon. Now, when I click try/buy at the top, here I get some samples or free trials, in this case for Enterprise Mobility plus Security E5. And I have a more information link to learn about that. And I also have Azure AD Premium P2, more information, free trial. I've also got a link here where I could view the purchase services catalog online to purchase additional licensed items here. So for example, if I go under free trial for Enterprise Mobility and Security E5, which gives me a lot of extra options, as it says. So it gives us solutions to address BYOD and SaaS challenges. And it says, in addition to giving you the Azure AD Premium P2 options, you also get Microsoft Intune for cloud-based mobile device management, Azure Rights Management, and so on. So once you've read about this offering that you're interested in, if it's a free trial that you've not yet used, you can try to activate it. If you've already used it, it'll say so. Otherwise, you'll be able to activate it at least once here. Okay, well that looks good, but how come I don't see it in the list? It's just a refresh issue. Let's go back to Licenses Overview, and let's go to Manage Your Purchased Licenses. Now, if you still don't see it, just go ahead and sign out of your web browser session, close your browser, come back in and navigate back to your tenant's licenses, and you'll be able to see it here. If I were to go back, let's say back into my tenant, you can also go into your licenses, and you'll also see the same thing under all products. So we can now see what we started off with, Azure Active Directory Premium P2 and Enterprise Mobility and Security E5, which I've just activated in terms of a free trial. Now, none are assigned. However, there are 250 available. So what I could do, for example, say, okay, I want to assign this stuff. So I'm going to go into my Active Directory Premium, and here I can see I've got one licensed user. Well, I want everyone to be licensed to take advantage of this feature set. So I can click the Add Assign button up at the top, and here I could choose users and groups. So maybe I'll choose my existing dynamic group called All Enabled Users, which contains all enabled accounts in Azure AD. I created that previously, and I'll just go ahead and do the assignment. And it says, okay, it's been scheduled for processing. And at some point, I'll be able to come back and refresh this and see the users that are affected. And we can do the same thing for other licensed products like Enterprise Mobility. Let me just go ahead and turn that on. And I'm going to click Add Assignment. And again, I'll just select my existing all-enabled users, dynamic group, go ahead and assign that. I'm going to get the same type of message. License assignment has been scheduled. Okay, so it's just a matter of waiting and coming back a little bit later to take a look at this. So after a moment of refreshing, we'll see all of the users that have been assigned this license. Now notice our original user, Jen Hill, is listed here with a direct assignment. Although because she's also part of the all-enabled users group, she inherited it again. But the other users are listed only as inherited through being a member of the all-enabled users group. Let's look at this from the user perspective, just for fun. How about we pick on Lucas Brenner? So I'm going to go back to my tenant. I'm going to go back to my list of users, and let's open up Lucas Brenner, because we can go to the individual user. Could also be a group for that matter. But anyway, we can look at the licenses blade for that user, and we can see which products have been assigned. And we can see both the Azure Active Directory Premium P2 and Enterprise Mobility Security E5 have been assigned to this user. And we can see how that happened. It was inherited by being a member of the all-enabled users group. You can use the Azure portal to assign subscriptions to a different Azure AD tenant. So here in the portal, I'm already signed in to a tenant with the name of Quick24x7. And if I take a look at the subscriptions for that tenant, we can see that there are none. However, we could add one. But I already have a subscription that's active that is associated with a different Azure AD tenant that I no longer want to use. So I can move it over to this one. Let's flip over to another Azure AD tenant where that subscription resides. So I'll click on my sign-in information in the upper right here in the portal. I'll click Switch Directory, and under All Directories, I'm going to switch over to one called Fake Co that I've pre-created. Now this one has a subscription. Let's click on Subscriptions just to take a peek. It's a pay-as-you-go subscription. Well, I want to move that over. So I'm going to click on it to open up its details. And notice that I have a Change Directory link at the top when I'm viewing the details of that subscription. So from the drop-down list, I'm going to choose the target tenant, the Azure AD tenant I want to move it to. So I've selected it from the list, and then I'm going to click the Change button. And then we'll have a message that tells us the subscription was moved to the new directory, and to switch to the new directory to see it. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my sign-in information in the upper right, and I'm going to click Switch Directory, and I'm going to switch to the target, in this case, Quick24x7. Now remember, when we started this, there were no subscriptions associated here. Let's go to Subscriptions, and let's take a peek. Now, if you don't see the newly moved subscription, all you need to do is just sign out, close your browser, and come back in, and it'll be there. One way to mitigate brute force password attacks is to ensure that user accounts get locked out after a specific number of incorrect password attempts. And in Azure AD, that's called the Smart Lockout feature. So we're going to take a look at that. Here in the portal, I've navigated to my Azure AD tenant. The next thing that I want to do is take a look at the Smart Lockout feature. And I do that by going down under Security. Then I go into Authentication Methods. Then I go to the Password Protection menu option in the left-hand navigator. Now you'll see a few things on the right here, like a custom banned password list and so on, but we've also got Lockout Threshold, which is set currently to a value of 10. I'm going to reduce that to a value of 3. So this means that we want the account to be locked, a user account to be locked after 3 incorrect login attempts. Now for how long? The default here is 60 seconds. I'm going to increase that to 120. So for 120 seconds, we have to have no password attempts before it can be tried again. And ideally, the user will log in successfully if they know the correct password this time. Otherwise, after 3 attempts again, it gets locked out again for 120 seconds. So this is a great, simple, and easy way to countermeasure brute force password attacks. I'm going to go ahead and save the setting. So when a user is signing in, let's say they enter the incorrect password a number of times. So I'm just going to keep going through. They think they know the password, but of course, they just don't know. Notice that we eventually get a message after the 3rd time that says your account is temporarily locked to prevent unauthorized use. So the user would have to wait a minimum of 120 seconds before even trying again to get in, assuming that they know the correct password. So, in this course, we've examined how to work with Azure Active Directory, including creating and managing Azure AD users. We did this by exploring the role of Azure AD in cloud authentication. We looked at how to use the CLI and PowerShell to view Azure AD tenant information. We looked at how to use the portal, the CLI and PowerShell to manage Azure AD users. And of course, we looked at how to manage Azure AD guest accounts. Next, we looked at how to perform Azure Bulk User Create and Bulk User Invites. We looked at how multi-factor authentication, or MFA, hardens user sign-in security. We looked at how to enable Azure User MFA, how to configure User MFA block, and how to enable self-service password reset. We looked at how to restore deleted Azure AD users and how to perform AD user license assignments. We looked at how to configure banned password lists and add Azure AD licensed features, and how to configure user account Smart Lockout. In our next course, we'll move on to explore the creation and management of Azure AD groups and how to join Windows 10 and Android devices to an Azure AD domain. Managing user permissions, such as to which enterprise apps they have access to, can be cumbersome when you do it on a per-user basis. You can do it at the group level too. Organizing users into groups assigning permissions to the groups. So what we're going to do here in the portal is create an Azure AD group and add some members. To get started, I've already navigated in the portal to my Azure AD tenant, where I'll then click Groups in the left-hand navigator. I can see any existing groups. Here we can see we've already got a dynamic group where membership is determined dynamically by looking at user attributes. And we've also got a standard statically assigned group, which we'll be creating here. So I'm going to click New Group at the top. This group is going to be called East Admins. So the group type will be Security as opposed to Office 365. The name will be East Admins. I can put in a group description, and the membership type here is set by default to assign, and that's what I want to do. What that means is that you're adding the members of the group manually, as opposed to a dynamic user group where you specify rules that contain one or more expressions that determine whether the user is a member of the group or not. Well, in this case, it's just going to be assigned. So down under Members, I'm going to click No Members Selected, and I'm going to add some members. Now, the members can even be existing groups. So here, I've got a dynamic group called All Enabled Users that I could add as a member. And if I look for the word group, I've also got a static assigned group called Group 1 that could also be a member of the group. So groups can be nested, in other words. However, that's not what I'm going to do here. I'm just going to add a couple of standard user accounts that I've created in Azure AD. So I'm going to type in, for example, Lucas. I'm going to add this user, Lucas Brenner. He's down here under Selected Items. And I'm going to add user Jen Hill. So I'll add her down below. So those are the members of this group. So I'll go ahead and click on Select and Create. Now we can now see after a moment, and we have our successfully created group notification in the upper right, we'll notice that we have our East Admins group and that Azure has assigned an object ID. It's a security group, it's assigned, and if I click on it at any point in time, I can go back and see the members of the group. And I can also, of course, change the members of the group. So I could select somebody here and remove them. I could add members. I could even do a bulk import of members if I have a CSV file formatted correctly. I could also go to group owners if I want to determine who should have the ability to control the group, to manage it in terms of adding and removing members. So for example, if I click Add Owners, I can do that. I'm going to add user Cody Blackwell as the owner of the group. Click Select, and there's user Cody Blackwell. So at this point, we now have created a new group by the name of East Admins, and its purpose is to really facilitate the assignment of permissions. Azure AD groups can be created and managed at the command line using the Azure CLI, which I'm going to spawn here in the portal by clicking on the Cloud Shell icon. Now it says that my Cloud Shell has timed out, which indicates I was previously connected. So I'm just going to click the Reconnect button to relaunch the Cloud Shell. The first thing we're going to have to do is figure out what the command syntax will be in the CLI so that we can create and also that we can manage groups in the cloud. So after a moment, we're good to go. So I'm going to clear. We've reconnected to our Cloud Shell session. I'm going to start by running AZ space AD space -H for help because I don't know what the next level command is. And I see that we have group. So following that, I can do AZ AD group. I know that part of the syntax. And then -H after that. And then we'll see what we can do about groups. So we can work with members, owners. We can create a group. We can delete a group. We can get member groups. We can list groups in Azure AD or show details about an individual group. A lot of options here. So let's take a look at how they actually work. All right, so I'm going to start with AZ AD group create, and I'm going to set --display -name, in this case to team 1. Next thing I have to do is add a mail nickname, --mail -nickname, and it's going to be the same thing in this case, team 1. So I've created a new group, and we're going to verify this in a couple of ways, one being in the portal. So let's take a look at our groups in our Azure AD tenant. And yeah, there's team 1, that worked. Let's go back into the CLI, and let's verify our work in here as well. So we'll start by running AZ AD group list. That's going to list all of our groups. Well, a little bit too much detail, actually. So why don't we use the up arrow key to bring that back? One thing we could do is pipe that to grep and simply ask for the display name attribute. Now, grep's case sensitive, so be careful that you have a capital N and display name. You could always turn off case sensitivity, but anyways, that's the default. So we can see that our team1 group exists. It's been created. Now what I want to do is I want to see any members within that group. So if I do AZ-AD group member list, of course the group here in this case is called team1, well, we're going to get a whole lot of nothing because nobody's been added. It's a brand new group. Now I want to add a user to the group. So let's start by running AZ-AD user show. And I want to really see the ID. So the user here is going to be L. Brenner at quick24x7test.onmicrosoft.com. So that's the full name, username for that account. And really what I want to see, I'm going to pipe that to grep. I want to see the object ID, capital I with ID there. Okay, so I need this ID because that's what I'm going to use to add that user, L. Brenner, to the team1 group. So I'm going to copy that ID. So continuing on, AZ-AD group member, add in this case. The group with -G is team1 in this case, and --member-ID. This is where I'm going to right click and paste in the ID for that user. Okay, let's press enter and see what happens. Well, no news is good news. Let's clear the screen and let's run AZ-AD group. Well, not list, because we want to show details about a specific group. So show -G team1. Let's see what we see here. Okay, well, we have a lot of properties there. It's a little overwhelming. Let's bring that up with the up arrow key again, and maybe we'll pipe that to grep. We could also use the -- query parameter here in this, electing to use grep for no good reason, just because. All right, object ID is what we're grepping for. And it looks like we've got the ID here shown. Now, this is the ID of the group. Okay, let's just check our work here in the portal. We'll see if things are lining up. So I'm just going to minimize this. And there's team1. So I can see the ID for team1 there. We'll also see that here when we go into the overview. So the object ID is 150DDCA7 and so on. And that's pretty much what we saw back here. Okay, so that's the correct group. And let's look at the members of this group. We'll see that our user, Lucas Brenner, has been added. You can use PowerShell to create and manage Azure AD groups. Sometimes this is advantageous because you might want to script something, or maybe you're just more comfortable and quicker working at the command line in PowerShell than you are using the portal. Now here within the portal, I've clicked the Cloud Shell icon, and that's where I'm going to run my PowerShell commandlets. You could just as well do this if you've downloaded and installed the Azure module on premises. Here I'm doing it in Cloud Shell just because. So the first thing I'm going to do is run get command, and I'm going to assume that the command is something like new and asterisk group, maybe something after it, who knows? I don't know the name of the commandlet. Now we get quite a bit of a return list, so I'm just going to kind of go up through and take a look to see. It looks like this one's the one we're interested in, new-AZ-AD group. And if we want help on it, we run get help, new-AZ-AD group. We can even ask for detail. I can even pipe that to more to stop after the first screen full. So we have a synopsis, creates a new Active Directory group. True, in Azure it does. We can see the syntax listing, and as we keep going through the help screen, we can see the parameters, and finally we have an example of how it's used at the bottom. So it looks like we're going to specify the display name and the email nickname. Okay, looks pretty easy. Let's clear the screen and let's make it happen. New-AZ-AD group -display name. Now you have to have planned the nomenclature ahead of time, and it needs to be consistent and adhere to organizational naming conventions. I'm going to call this Team2, and I'm going to set the email nickname also to, actually, I'm not going to specify it here, because if I don't, it'll simply prompt me if it's mandatory, which it is. So we know we could use -mail nickname and give a nickname to it. Because we haven't, it prompts us for it. And that's fine. That's normal behavior. However, if you want to automate this in a script, well, you're going to want to use the -mail nickname parameter then, so it doesn't stop and ask for this when the script runs. Anyways, I'm just going to put in team2. It looks like it's good, so let's clear the screen. Let's run get-AZ-AD group to list them all. And we could see a number of groups here, including team2. And of course, here in the portal, let's just go to groups, all groups. We might have to click refresh. And there it is. Team 2 is now there with the Azure assigned object ID. And we can see the default group type is that the membership will be assigned. In other words, users are statically assigned or added to the group. Now I want to add a member to Team 2, so I need to go look at my users. I could do this, of course, from PowerShell or even the CLI, but I'm going to pick user Jen Hill. What I'm interested in regards to that user, is her object ID. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that to the clipboard. Let's go back into PowerShell where I'm going to add a member to the group. So what I'm going to do is run the add-AZ group member member object ID, and I'm going to paste in Jen Hill's user object ID that was assigned by Azure. But I've also got to specify the target group object ID. I could have stored that in a variable or retrieved it using command line tools, but here I'm just going to go back into the portal just to demonstrate where it is visually. And I'm going to go into Team 2. And once that pops up, I'm interested in the Team 2 group's object ID, which is listed here. I'll just click the copy to clipboard icon. And let's go back and let's paste that into PowerShell. Let's press enter. So we've added a user to the group by specifying both the user object ID and the group object ID. So if we were to, for example, check our work here in the portal, let's take a look at the members of the Team 2 group. We now see Jen Hill is listed. We can also verify that using PowerShell. To do that, I'll use get-AZ AD group member. I'll use the -group object ID parameter, and here I've pasted in the Azure assigned ID for that group. And if I press enter, indeed we see user Jen Hill is now a member of Team 2. In Microsoft Azure, you can create and manage Office 365 groups, which might be used to control access to SharePoint sites or to Exchange mailboxes and so on. Here in the portal, I've gone into my Azure AD tenant, I've gone into the All Groups view, and I can see I've got a number of existing security groups. Well, when I delete a security group, it doesn't show up under deleted groups. I can't restore it. That only applies to Office 365 types of groups. So let's start by building a new Office 365 group. So the first thing we're going to do is make sure we choose the appropriate type because the default is in fact security. So I'm going to choose Office 365. We're going to call it Off 365 Group for clarity. And we could either have it assigned where we statically add members to the group, or we could have a dynamic user group where we build rules that contain expressions, user attributes to determine membership. I'm just going to leave it on assigned, not even going to add any members, just going to click create. So we've got our new Office 365 group, and of course under the group type column, notice it says Office. So I'm going to go ahead and select that group and delete it. So delete the selected groups, okay. At the same time, I'm going to choose a security group. It's not Office 365. It's called Team 1, and I'm going to delete it as well, and I'll choose OK. So now when we go to the deleted groups view, notice the only thing we see is the Office 365 group, because security groups don't get this option where you have up to 30 days where you can restore the group. So I can select my Office 365 group. I can elect to delete it permanently, or I can choose to restore it and its members if there are any members. So I'm going to go ahead and choose Restore Group. Yes. When I go back to All Groups, the Office 365 group now shows up again. So any group members that were a member of that group before I deleted it will still be a member. Just bear in mind that when you delete groups, you are never deleting the members of that group, just the group itself. You can join Windows 10 devices to an Azure AD tenant. And the benefit of doing this is for centralized management. It allows the station to be joined to the domain, and it allows users to use that station and sign in with their Azure AD credentials and gain access to cloud-based resources. So to get started here in the portal, let's go to our Azure AD tenant and let's go to the Devices view. Currently, there are no devices in this tenant. It says no device found, but that will change shortly. Let's go back to our tenant and let's go into our list of users. Because you need to join a Windows 10 device to the domain given a specific set of user credentials. And we're going to use Mr. Lucas Brenner. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this person's email address. And of course, I have the password as well, and we're going to use these credentials to join a Windows 10 device to the tenant. Here on my Windows 10 computer, I've gone into Windows Settings from the Start menu, and I'm going to search for Work, and I'm going to choose Access Work or School. And this is where we want to connect to Azure AD, connect to our account. So I'm going to click Connect. And at this point, it's going to ask for credentials. So I'm going to put in the email address for Lucas Brenner, and I'm going to click Next. Of course, the next thing it's going to want to know is what's the password for that account. Go ahead and put that in, and I'll click Sign In. So we can see it's registering the device with Azure AD, and after a moment, it'll say you're all set. We've added your account. You now have access to your organization's apps and services. That's great. If I click the Done button, after a moment when the screen refreshes, we can see here that this computer is connected to an Azure account. So we can see the email address listed here. Let's go back and check it out in the portal. So back here in the portal, let's go to our Azure AD tenant and let's go to the devices view. And sure enough, we can see the Windows computer name here. We can see it's enabled. The OS is Windows. We can see the version. It's Azure AD registered, and that was done with Lucas Brenner's credentials. So Lucas Brenner, the user then, is listed as the owner. There's no mobile device management or MDM. And we can see when it was registered and when it last had activity. It's date and time stamped. Users can then sign in using their Azure AD credentials to the Windows 10 device. And as administrators in Azure, we can even enable conditional access policies that take a look at the device IP address or the device type to make a decision as to which cloud resources it should have access to. There are many benefits to joining Windows 10 devices to an Azure AD tenant, one of which is the fact that it allows the user to sign into that Windows 10 station using their Azure AD credentials. Additionally, it then gives them access to Azure-based resources. Let's take a look at some Azure AD device settings. So here in the portal, I'm going to navigate to my Azure AD tenant. Why don't we start by going to the devices view? We'll see any existing devices joined to the tenant. And I've got one Windows 10 laptop. I can click on it to pull up the details here. So we can see the device ID and the object ID. We can also see it's running Windows 10. We can see the owner is someone by the name of Lucas Brenner. This is the account that was used to join the device to the domain. And we can see when it was registered with the domain and when it last had activity. Now, if the device is configured to store BitLocker disk volume encryption keys in a directory service, then we would have BitLocker key information listed here. I'm going to go back to the devices portion of Azure AD, and I'm going to click on device settings on the left to open up that blade. Now, there are a number of device settings here that are important when it comes to determining who is allowed to join devices to the domain. Now, the default here for users may join devices to Azure AD is set to all. We could set that to none. We could choose selected and then follow through by clicking selected, clicking the add button, and basically going through and selecting Azure AD groups or users that should have the ability to join devices to Azure AD. Again, the default is that anybody can do that. So let's close out of that. I'm going to put that back on the default of all. Then we can determine any Azure AD accounts that should also be added as local administrators on Azure AD joined devices so that they have full admin access to those joined devices. Currently, it's none. I could choose select. I could go through and select Azure AD users or groups so I can add them. And these would be accounts that would have access. So specifically, we're selecting users here, not groups, but specific users that should have additional local admin access on those joined devices. So I'm going to close out of that. We also have the option down below to require multi-factor authentication or MFA to join devices to the domain, and we can specify the maximum number of devices that each user can join. So we have a number of settings here that are available that control how device join works in Azure AD. You have the option of disabling Azure AD joined devices. Now, you would disable a device, for example, if the device perhaps is a laptop and it's been lost or stolen, or if you simply don't want to allow that device to be used to access cloud-based resources in Azure. So to make this happen, to disable a device, we start by going to our Azure AD tenant, which I'm going to do, and we go to the Devices view. Now in the Devices view, of course, we will see all of the domain-joined devices. The one that I want to disable is shown right here. So I'm going to click on the name of it to open up its properties, where up at the top, we have the option of disabling it. Notice you can also delete it. Well, disabling might be done temporarily, for example, until we determine whether the laptop will be recovered or not, where delete is more permanent. I'm going to go ahead and choose disable, and I'll choose yes. And it tells us that it successfully disabled that Azure AD device. And of course, we can go back and enable it, for example, if the device was temporarily lost and has now been found. But let's go back to our Devices view. Here in our Azure AD tenant, we can see that it's not enabled any longer. Now, this can take a bit of time. For example, it might take 60 minutes before this is actually known by the device. So you might wonder, why are users still able to use that disabled device to sign in? Well, because it's not immediate. The other thing to bear in mind is that if a user has signed into that device previously, so prior to you disabling it, they will still be able to sign in locally, even if there's no network connectivity, because there's a cached copy of those credentials. Now, of course, the users will not, at some point, be able to access cloud-based resources, some point meaning perhaps even up to 60 minutes. They might get a message on their device that says, your organization has disabled the device. Also, if the user is signed into their app's control panel, so here it's account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com, I'm signed in as Lucas Brenner, that's the owner of the device. If Lucas Brenner goes into his profile, he'll see that the device is shown here. Now, normally, before the device is disabled, he'll see here that he can disable it. So back here in the portal, let's go into that device again, and what we're going to do is enable it. So it says it successfully enabled the device. And let's go back into the My Apps Access panel for Lucas Brenner. So if we go back into the profile for Lucas Brenner, notice the device is here, and notice we have a link now to disable it. Now that's there because, of course, we just re-enabled it. So there are a few ways that this might be enabled or disabled. A user might actually take this upon themselves if they're traveling for work and realize, for example, that their laptop was stolen at the airport. So they can disable it themselves if they know about this feature without involving the help desk at this point. Azure AD gives you the option of working with dynamic groups. By default, you're working with assignment types of groups. They're static groups where you need to manually add members to the groups. And of course, groups facilitate permissions management as opposed to assigning permissions to individual user accounts. So the first thing to bear in mind is that we're talking about the automatic membership of a group for either users or devices. So you can build a dynamic user group or a dynamic device group. And you can't have both in the same group at the same time. So this is based on us filling in attributes for users and devices within Azure AD. Now, some of them are filled in automatically, like a device platform, but other things like the department that a user is in would have to be filled in manually by the administrator. So to work with dynamic groups then in Azure AD, you need to have at least an Azure AD Premium P1 license. Working with dynamic groups means we have to think about when evaluation occurs. When you initially create the dynamic group, you need to watch the status of it before you try to expect to see members, because it takes a few moments to go through your Azure AD tenant to find those attribute values that meet your conditions. Now, whenever you make a change, for example, to a user property like their department membership, then it will evaluate which dynamic groups that user should show up in. The other thing is that resource access can be granted to dynamic groups just like licenses can. It's no different than if you were working with a normal static assignment group. So let's take a look at some examples of the syntax for the rules within dynamic group configurations. And a rule can consist of one or more expressions that you might join with and or. Now, we usually create these rules in the portal, and that means we're selecting from drop-down lists, and the syntax is being generated for us. So for example, user.type equals guest. We have a group containing only guests. User company name not equal to null. user department equal to IT, or we might want to have a group that only consists of user accounts that are enabled. So user.accountEnabled equals true. Now you can get more complex by adding multiple expressions to a dynamic group rule, as we see in our last example. Each expression is enclosed in an opening and closing parentheses. So our first condition or expression is user type equals guest, but at the same time, we also want the user company name to not be empty, so not equal to null, where null is a special built-in keyword. Our last example is checking the city attribute of Azure AD users, looking to see if it finds Chicago, Paris, or Toronto. Now we can also use regular expression type of notation. You'll be familiar with regular expressions if, for instance, you're used to scripting a lot in Unix and Linux environments. Our first example here is user.department, and we're trying to match it.star. What does that mean? Well, it.star means we want to have any number of characters following IT. It's one way to do that. Next, we have two expressions, again, within enclosed parentheses. First one is user object ID not equal to null, and user type equal to member. Then we've got device examples. Device OS type equals iPhone, or the device manufacturer equaling Motorola. So we have a number of options available when we are building the rules, which could consist of multiple expressions, for our dynamic user and device groups. In Azure AD, a dynamic group is one whose members aren't statically assigned or added as members to the group, but instead, membership rules are evaluated based on user attributes to determine if they're a member. Let's give it a whirl here in my Azure AD tenant by the name of Quick24x7. What I want to do is navigate to groups as I normally would to build a group. And just as normal, I'm going to click the New Group button. Now the default group type that we'll see here at the top is security as opposed to Office 365. I'm going to leave it at that. Down below, notice the membership type by default is set to assigned, where we manually add members to the group, and they remain members till such time that we come back to the group and remove them. So we can also elect to build a dynamic user or a dynamic device group. I'm going to create a dynamic user group, and I'm going to call it All Enabled Users. Down at the bottom, I'm going to click the Add Dynamic Query link, and we're going to add one or more query rules to determine membership in this group. First thing I have to do is choose a property. In this case, because it's a dynamic user group, a user property, and they're listed alphabetically here. Account enabled, display name, city, company name, country, department, given name, employee ID, and so on. In this case, I'm going to choose account enabled. Now for the operator, we have quite a selection here. It can be all, and, any, contains, if we don't want to do an exact match, or equals, if we do want to do an exact match. Or we could scroll down and choose things like not or not equals, or starts with or does not start with. In this case, I'm going to choose equals because I want to make sure that account enabled equals true. I'm going to put in a value of true, and I'm going to press tab to move on, or I can click outside of that, and we can see the rule syntax has been added here. Now we could keep adding expressions to this rule. If I click add expression, it adds another line down below. And we can link it to the previous part of the expression using and. So both conditions would have to evaluate to true for a member to become in this group, or it could be the or operator. By using or, what we could specify is that either one of those conditions must evaluate to true before a user would be a member of the group. In this case, I'm just going to leave it as that, very simple, and I'm going to click Save. And then I'll click Create. So all we're doing here is creating a group. It just happens to be dynamic, which we can see under the membership type column. Now, when I go into that group, just like a standard statically assigned member group, I can go to the members area over on the left to see the members of the group. However, it says no members have been found. Well, that's normal initially when you create a new dynamic group. If you click the Overview blade for this new dynamic group, over on the right, you're going to want to wait a moment. You might have to wait a moment till you can see the membership processing status. Currently, there's nothing there. There's also nothing in the field for membership last updated. Let's just click on something else and come back to it. And sometimes you have to do that because it's not immediate before you'll see that it's in the midst of evaluating group members. We're just going to wait a moment and then come back to this screen. After a moment, when I come back, we can now see the membership processing status shows evaluating and the membership last updated shows in progress. So we'll just wait a few moments for it to evaluate which users should be a member of this dynamic group. And before too long, we'll see that the membership processing status will change to update complete, and then in the membership last updated field, we'll have a date and timestamp of when that occurred. So let's go back and check out the members of the group. So really, in this case, it should be any enabled Azure AD accounts will show up as members, which they do here. Azure administrators can acquire licenses that they can then apply to specific users or groups in their Azure AD tenant that require those license features. So to get started here in the portal, let's go into Azure Active Directory. So that's going to take us into our AD tenant, where the first thing we should do is take a look at licenses. Now within here, for example, if I click All Products, we'll see any licenses that have been acquired and are available here in Azure AD. So we can see there are two of them. One's an Azure Active Directory Premium P2 license, and the other one is Enterprise Mobility and Security E5. Now we can also see the number of assigned licenses for users or groups. Well, really, it's assigned to users specifically, but can be assigned through groups by assigning it to members of a group. We can see the assigned user number here and the available number of licenses. So I'm going to go back to my Azure AD tenant, and I'm going to go into groups. Now here I have a list of groups. I'm going to select one, let's say East Admins, and I'm going to click Licenses over on the left. Now when I do that, we can see on the right it says no license assignments found. Okay, well let's also look at the members of this group. So we can see we have two users, Jen Hill and Lucas Brenner. Okay, having that knowledge, let's go back to licenses where there are none, and let's click the Add Assignments button. So from here, we can determine which ones we're interested in. Let's say Enterprise Mobility and Security E5. Now when I check that on, I can select these specific license options I'm interested in. I want all of them. So I'm going to choose Save. And it says the license assignment succeeded, in this case, at the group level. So if we go back to our East Admins group, and again, we might have to click on something else and come back and look at the licenses, then we can now see Enterprise Mobility and Security E5 has been assigned. Now, let's go look at the members. So if I go back to the members, we had two of them, Jen Hill and Lucas Brenner. So let's click on user Jen Hill. Let's take a look at her licenses. Now, because she's in a group called All Enabled Users that already had that same product assigned, we can see that it's listed here, not through the group that we just looked at, but through a group she already had it assigned called All Enabled Users. And notice it says inherited. Inherited means that the license wasn't assigned directly, in this case to this user, but rather it's inherited by being a member of a group, in this case the All Enabled Users group. Notice though that up above for the Azure Active Directory Premium P2 product for this user, be Jen Hill, it says direct and inherited. So she was directly assigned this product license, and also she inherited it because she's in the All Enabled Users group. You don't need both of those assignment paths. Either one of them will do just fine for a given product. You can set owners for Azure AD groups, and as a result, the group owner has the ability to manage that group, including things like group membership, which means that the help desk doesn't need to be involved when users need to become a member of a group, as an example, because the group owner can handle that. So let's take a look at this in Azure AD. I'm in my tenant. I'm going to click on the groups view over on the left, where I've got a number of groups, one of which is called East Admins. So I'm going to click on that group, and I'm going to click on Owners over on the left. So we'll see any existing owners of the group, but we can add multiple owners. So I'm going to click the Add Owners button at the top, and I'm going to add user Lucas Brenner, an existing Azure AD user, as the owner of this group, in addition to Cody Blackwell being an owner of the group. So Lucas Brenner is listed, and we have a notification in the upper right that says the group owner was successfully added. Here in my web browser, user Lucas Brenner has been signed into account.activedirectory.windowsazure.com. And one of the things that's visible here when you sign into this URL is Groups over on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and click Groups to open that up. Now that opens up a new web browser window, and notice that under Groups I Own, there's the option to create a group, but there's also the East Admins group, because we just finished adding Lucas Brenner in the Quick 24x7 Azure AD tenant as an owner of the East Admins group. On the right, we see the groups that this user, Lucas Brenner, is in. All enabled users, East Admins, and also the ability to join a group that's not listed here. So under the Groups I Own, we see the East Admins group, and if I click on that to open it up, we can see that this user, Lucas Brenner, has the ability to edit the details or delete the group, and the reason for this here is because Lucas Brenner is listed as an owner. Now you can also, over on the right where we have a list of members of the group, click the plus sign, the add sign, to add members by searching for them. So for example, if I search for a user by the name of Marcia, well, up pops Marcia Lynn. We can click add, and then the user is then added to the group. And that will be reflected also in the portal. So back here in the portal, looking at the members of the East Admins group, we'll see that user Marcia Lynn has just been added by the owner, Lucas Brenner. The owner of an Azure AD group has the ability to manage all aspects of that group. Now let's verify this here in the portal. Let's go into our Azure AD tenant, which I've already done, and let's go to the Groups view to view existing groups. I'm interested in a group called East Admins, so I'm going to click on that group, and I'll start by looking at the members. So we've got a single member here in the form of user Jen Hill. But if I go to owners, we'll see that we've got not one, but two owners here. So user Cody Blackwell and user Lucas Brenner. We're going to focus on this from the perspective of Lucas Brenner, the group owner. And we're going to take a look at the member list, which again only consists of Jen Hill. What we're going to do is we're going to go back and look at our users. Here in Azure AD, I have a user called Marcia Lynn. I want to make sure that Marcia Lynn is added as a member of the East Admins group, but I want her to make a request to join the group. And that's where group self-service is going to kick in. So let's go back to our Azure AD tenant. Let's go back into groups. And then I'm going to click in the left-hand navigator under Settings, General. At the top, we're going to have some group self-service options. The first of which is whether or not owners can manage group membership requests in the Access panel. Now, by default in Azure AD, that's set to no. I've already turned it on, so yes. The second option for self-service group management says restrict access to groups in the Access panel. It's set to no. That's also a default. And I want to leave it at that. I don't want to restrict access to groups in the Access panel web interface. I want users to be able to see that. So having done that, that's good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to log into the Access panel as user Marcia Lynn. She's going to request to join the East Admins group. So in a browser, I'm just going to connect to this URL and then sign in as user Marcia Lynn. Now that I'm signed in as that user, if we were to click Groups here, because we didn't restrict group access in the Access panel, that's why that showed up, we can see groups that this user, Marcia Lynn, is in, all enabled users, but she also has the option here to join a group. So I'm going to choose East Admins. But the problem here is that when I go to the East Admins group here, it says this group is not available to join. So what's up with this? Well, in order to find out what's up, we need to log in as one of the group owners and edit the group properties here in the Access panel. So I've signed in as the owner of the group, East Admins, Lucas Brenner. So what I'm going to do is click the Groups panel over on the right, and we're going to see that this is a group that is owned by Lucas Brenner. It shows up under Groups I Own. So I'm going to click to open up that group, and what I want to do is edit the details. So I'll click Edit Details. Notice that the group policy here says only the owner of this group can add members. Well, no wonder users can't request to join the group. I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to either select this group is open to join for all users, or this group requires owner approval. So it really depends on the nature of the group and how it's going to be used. Let's say we choose this group requires owner approval, and I'll choose update, and it's done. So now we're going to log out and log back in as Marcia Lynn. And she's going to request group membership. She's going to try once again for the East Admins group. Okay, Marcia Lynn is now logged in again. Let's go to groups. And she wants to join a group. So she's going to click join group. It's going to be East Admins. This time, we have the option for her to join the group. So let's click the join group button. May I please join? And I'll click the request button. So a request is then going to be made available for group owners, and they have to approve it. So I'm going to click OK. As you might guess, we're going to log out from Marcia Lynn and log in as Lucas Brenner and check out that request. Okay, we're in as Lucas Brenner. Well, first thing I notice is I've got a notification here. Oh, Marcia Lynn requested to join East Admins. May I please join? You can either approve or deny it. At the same time, Lucas Brenner, if he doesn't notice that, might be able to go into groups. Well, he can go into groups. And here he'll see East Admins. And when he's here, he'll see that Jen Hill is still a member and that now this group is set to require owner approval, but that's about it. So if we go back up to the notification area, let's click approve and see how this changes. So we'll click approve. We'll just go back and we're going to open up the East Admins group once again. And now we can see Marcia Lynn is now a member. So all of this was done really between the user that wanted to join the group and the group owner or owners. It did not involve the help desk. In Azure, you can perform a bulk user import to create user accounts in your Azure AD tenant. Well, you can also do the same thing to populate a group with members. Let's take a look at that. So here in the portal, I'm in my Azure AD tenant, and I'm going to go to the groups view. What I want to do is I want to import users as a member of a group. So for example, let's create a new group to do this to. So we start fresh with no members in it. Not that you have to do that, but that's what I'm doing. I'm going to call this group 2. It's going to be assigned, which means that we manually add members to the group as opposed to creating dynamic rules. And I'm not going to add members or anything. I'm just going to create the group. So we've got a group here called group 2. When I go into that group and when I go to view the members of the group, of course, there will be none. However, we do have an import members button at the top, which I'll click. So the first thing you can do is download a CSV template, then populate it and re-upload it here. I've already downloaded and added some entries. Let me show you that CSV file. So I've downloaded and renamed that file, and I've opened it in Excel. Now, if you're opening it in Excel, for example, make sure you go to your File menu and save it as a CSV file. You don't want it saved as an XLS file. So the only thing you have to do is specify either the member object ID or the user principal name. Here I've added the user principal names or email addresses. These are for users that already exist in Azure AD. We're not creating them. They're already there. We're just adding them as members, in this case, ultimately of group 2. Back here in the portal, step 3, upload your CSV file. That's what I need to do. I need to specify that file here. And it says file uploaded successfully. If there was a problem with the contents of that file or its format or anything, you'd get a red message here. You wouldn't miss it. So I'm going to go ahead and submit this. And it says click here to view the status of each operation. Sure. Okay. Let's track the progress and see what's up. So it looks like it completed with no errors. We can see its date and timestamp. So therefore, this should mean if we go back to look at the members, there should be members here. Now, if they're not, don't sweat it. It might just take a moment. You might have to refresh and click on something else and come back. But eventually, you will see the members of the group. And sure enough, after a moment, we see our users Jen Hill and Lucas Brenner. In this demonstration, I'm going to join my Android smartphone to Azure AD. So in the settings on my phone, I'm going to scroll down and go into Accounts. Now, once I've tapped on Accounts, I'm going to click or tap Add Account, and then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of that list and tap Work Account. Then I see the Workplace Join screen. So if I scroll down a little bit there, I then have the option of specifying a username and a password. I'll start by putting in the email address of an Azure AD account. So now I've got the full email address specified for that Azure AD user. So the next thing I'll do after I verify that that's correct is tap Join, at which point I'm going to be prompted, as you might guess, for the password for that account, which I will enter. And then I'll tap Sign In. And we can see it's joining your workplace is what it says. So it's registering the device with Azure AD. It then wants to use a certificate for authentication, and it asks for the certificate name. I'll accept the default name. And it now says Microsoft Work account is installed, certificate installation is successful. And I can see down at the bottom where Workplace joined with that Azure AD user account. Now I have the Microsoft Authenticator app installed on this device. And what I want to do here is just verify that my Quick 24x7 test Azure AD tenant is showing here. And I can even enable two-step verification for this account. And so now here in the portal, when I navigate to my Azure AD tenant and go to the devices view, we can see that we've got a new Android device. It's a Motorola Moto X Play device that has been registered here by user Lucas Brenner with my Azure AD tenant. Now this feeds well into configuring things such as conditional access policies, where I want to limit access to apps based on the type of device being used. For example, if I were to go back to our Azure AD tenant, let's say I went down and clicked on security, and then I clicked on conditional access. So within here, I might create a new policy, and one of the things I might specify is the conditions. You can click on conditions here, where I would specify the platform that I want to allow. So here I might choose device platforms, and over on the far right, notice that when I configure that, I could select, in this case, the Android platform. So there are plenty of centralized configuration benefits to joining or registering devices with Azure AD. Once you start registering devices to your Azure AD tenant, you can then think about creating dynamic device groups. Here in my Azure AD tenant in the portal, I've already navigated to the devices view, where I can see I have an Android as well as a Windows device that are registered. So let's go back to our Azure AD tenant because we want to create a dynamic device group. So I'm going to click the Groups view. I see existing groups. I'm going to click the New Group button up at the top. Now, a dynamic group means that you create rules which consist of one or more expressions, essentially looking at the properties of a device to determine whether or not it should be a member of the group. So I'm going to create a group here called Android Devices. It's going to be a security group as opposed to an Office 365 group, and instead of assigned, I want the membership type to be dynamic device. So you can have a dynamic user group or a dynamic device group, but you can't have one group containing both users and devices. So dynamic device. I can also select an owner just like I can for a normal statically assigned member type of group. So I'm just going to specify someone as the owner. And then of course the key here is to add a dynamic query. Now that takes me into my dynamic membership rules page where I start by selecting a property. Now what I'm looking at here are the properties not of users, but rather of devices that are registered with my Azure AD tenant. So I can see, for example, device OS type. I can choose an operator such as equals, and I can add a value. So we can also take a look at what some of those values might look like by going into the properties of a registered device. Let's do that. Let's open up another window here. So I'm going to right-click on my existing browser tab and duplicate it. And basically, I'm just going to navigate back to my devices view so we can check out what some of those values might look like. So I'm just going to go here back to home. I'm going to go back into Azure, and I'm going to go into my devices. And let's pick on the Android device that we saw that was registered here. So I'm going to click on that device, and that's going to open up the properties for it. So for example, we can see the OS is Android. So we can get a sense here of what these properties and their values might look like. So having that information, the device OS type here, I'm going to say equals Android. Now I can continue adding expressions, so it keeps adding multiple expressions or lines to this rule, and I can chain each expression together using AND. I could also specify OR. And, of course, would mean that, in this case, both conditions, or if you have more, the conditions must evaluate to being true, all of them, before the device shows up as a member of the group, or means optional. They don't all have to be true at the same time. So I'm going to click the garbage can to remove the second expression. I only want the first one. And notice down below in the rule syntax, in parentheses, it's written out device.device OS type -EQ for equals, and in quotes, Android. I'm going to go ahead and click save, and I'm going to create this group. Now, depending on how many items are registered with your Azure AD tenant may determine how long it takes for the members to show up. So there's the Android devices dynamic group. But if I go into that group and go to members, if I don't see the members I think should appear in that group immediately, I should go back to the overview blade for this group, because currently membership processing status, membership last updated, we don't see anything. It takes time initially. So I'm just going to kind of click back and forth between members and overview here every couple of minutes until I start seeing some information that states that it's actually begun initial processing of group membership. And after a minute or so, under the overview blade, I can see that the membership processing status says update complete, and there's a date and time stamp of when the membership of this group was last updated. Let's go look at the members. I'm going to click members over on the left. And what we should see is that our Motorola XPlay device has been added as a member of the group. As the name implies, conditional access in Azure AD requires certain conditions to be satisfied before allowing access, such as from a particular device with a specific user logging in trying to access, let's say, a specific enterprise app defined in Azure AD. Let's take a look at how that might work. So we're going to create a conditional access policy using the portal. So I'm going to start in the portal by going to my Azure AD tenant, and I'm going to scroll down in the navigation bar for my tenant all the way down to security. When I get to security, then in the navigation bar at this level, I'm going to click conditional access. And then that'll pull up the conditional access blade. So I have a number of other settings. And on the right, I can see some standard baseline policies. But what we're going to do here is click the new policy button up at the top. And what I'm going to call this is a Windows 10 policy, so I'll call it Win10 for Windows 10 devices, and I have to specify any users or groups to which this will apply. Now when I go to do that, it can be none, it can be all users, I can select specific users or groups, I can also exclude. So for example, if I choose all users, I might exclude admins. In this case, I'm going to choose select users and groups, and I'm going to choose users and groups. I could also specify roles, or specify that guest and external users are affected by this conditional access policy. I don't want that though. So I'm going to go to users and groups, go down and click select, and I'm going to choose one of my Azure AD users, Lucas Brenner, who happens to be the owner that registered a Windows 10 device to the domain. So I'm going to click select. That takes care of the user. So I'll click done for that part. Next on the left, what cloud apps or actions do we want this policy applied to? Well, I'm not too interested in user actions. We can see here there's register security information, which is a preview option, but cloud apps allows us to determine which cloud apps should be accessible or not, depending on how we further configure the policy for Windows 10 devices and specifically for this user, Lucas Brenner. So I'm going to choose select apps, and I'll go through and I'll select, let's say, could be anything, but let's say Office 365. So these are apps in Azure AD. Okay, so I'm going to click done on that. I'm going to click conditions on the left. Now we have to specify some conditions that need to be satisfied. I'm interested in device platforms because I've got a Windows 10 device joined to Azure AD. So I'm going to click device platforms, and we've got numerous options here. So for configure, I'll choose yes. That makes these options below available. I want to choose the specific device platform this applies to. It's not Android, it's not iOS or anything like that. It's Windows. So I'm going to select Windows. I'll click done. I could add multiple other conditions, perhaps that the device must be coming from a specific location based on the IP address range used. We've also got a device state preview option here that we can take a look here. So we can specify that we want device states to be compliant with certain security baselines. I'm not going to configure that option, so I'm going to remove that. So we've just got really our device platform here. So I'm going to go ahead and click done for the conditions. Now, we haven't decided if all of these conditions, if they're met, either allows or blocks access to something. So I'm going to go to the Access Controls Grant section, and I'm going to grant access, but I want to require multi-factor authentication. So before Lucas Brenner can use a Windows 10 device and sign in and access Office 365, he's got to use multi-factor authentication. Otherwise, no go. And I'm okay with that. So that's my policy. I'm going to go ahead and click Create, and we can now see we've got our Win 10 policy that was created. Now notice that the default state is set to off. Well, that's not very good. If we go into that, that's the option in the bottom left that you'll see, well, either when you go in after the fact or when you're creating it. The Enable Policy option is set to off. It can also be set to report only or on. So once we know we want this to be put into effect, we would click On. And now it says down below, conditional access supports all client apps. That's fine. I'm going to go ahead and click Save. And after we've done this, notice the state for that policy is now on, so it will now be in effect. So, in this course, we've examined creating and managing Azure AD groups and joining Windows 10 and Android devices to Azure AD. We did this by exploring how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to manage Azure AD groups, how to restore deleted Azure AD groups. We looked at how to join a Windows 10 computer to an Azure AD domain, and how to manage Azure AD device settings and disable a domain-joined device. We looked at how to work with Azure AD dynamic groups, and how to assign licenses to a group and how to specify group owners. We looked at how to enable self-service group membership, how to use bulk options for group add and remove, and also how to register an Android device with Azure AD, and then how to create a dynamic device group. In our next course, we'll move on to explore the management of Azure subscriptions and resource groups. We'll look at the creation of Azure Resource Manager or ARM templates, and we'll take a look at Azure cost analysis. There is a relationship between Azure AD tenants and Azure subscriptions. Pictured in our diagram on the left, we see our Azure AD tenant. Azure AD, or Azure Active Directory, is a centralized directory service in the cloud, and it allows us to create user accounts for authentication, organize them into groups, assign permissions. We can register devices in Azure AD, so users can sign in on those devices with their Azure AD credentials. That's essentially what it is. It's an identity provider. And we can associate a subscription with our Azure AD tenant, listed here as Subscription 1. A subscription is really a way that we get features that allow us, for example, to deploy resources in Azure. It's also used for billing purposes. But what you can do is you can add multiple subscriptions to your Azure AD tenant. However, the opposite is not true. You can't have a given subscription used by multiple AD tenants. So we see here that subscriptions are related to billing. Now, there are some limits to what you can do within an Azure subscription, such as how many resources can be deployed and so on. As an example, our first item here is the number of subscriptions per Azure AD tenant. This is one of those items where there is no limit, but there is a number of resource tags that can be specified to an Azure resource, and it maxes out at a value of 50. The maximum number of group owners maxes out at 100. The maximum number of storage accounts per region maxes out at 250. Now, this is only to list a tiny portion of some of these limits. There are many other ones that are published online clearly in the Microsoft Azure documentation. So we have the option with our subscription to also increase any of these limits should they be a little bit too constraining. You can do this once you sign into the Azure portal by creating a customer support request. Now, limits for some things, such as the number of vCPUs, virtual CPUs, available for a given virtual machine instance, those limits are quoted per Azure region. Now, you also have to bear in mind that if you're using an Azure free trial subscription, that you won't have the option of creating a customer support request, at least not in it succeeding, in increasing any of those limits. The other thing to think about is that when it comes to Azure subscriptions, don't forget about how it is related to both the Azure AD tenant and also your Azure account in the first place. So you can have your Azure account in which you build your Azure AD tenants, and of course you can have multiple subscriptions. Billing is done separately for each of your subscriptions, and if you do have a free trial, you can actually convert it to a paid subscription. Now, there are a number of different types of Azure subscriptions, such as pay-as-you-go, where all of your resource usage is tracked and you pay based on what you use. But then depending on the type of support you need will determine if you select some of the other types of subscriptions like professional direct support or developer support. Developer support would allow you to get support, but only during business hours, not 24/7. Then we also have standard support. So if you do need full support 24/7, then you would look at choosing the appropriate type of Azure subscription, such as Professional Direct. You can view your Azure subscriptions in the Azure portal. One way to do this is by searching for subscriptions in the search bar at the top center, which I will do. Now, bear in mind that when you search up subscriptions, you will see any subscriptions associated with your current Azure AD tenant, which is shown here as Quick 24x7. So I can see I have a pay-as-you-go active subscription. I can even see the current cost. Now, in the upper right, if I click on my sign-in account information area and click Switch Directory, and if I choose some other Azure AD tenant, let's say Earth Farm in this example, then when I go to take a look at subscriptions, I can expect to see something different potentially. So because I visited subscriptions recently, I can just click it from Azure Services. Of course, I could once again search for it in the top center. Either way, I want to look at the subscriptions for this different Azure AD tenant. Notice it says you don't have any subscriptions. So at this point, we have the option of clicking Add, where we'll be presented with a list of subscription options. So at this point, I'm just going to authenticate so I can get to that screen. So now I get the option to select an offer. If I want to add a pay-as-you-go subscription or pay-as-you-go development and testing, developer support, professional direct support, and standard support, where I can see some of the details about these. So we have some options here, and if I were to choose one of these, it would then continue on to the point where I have to make sure I add a payment method and so on. But I'm going to close out of that. And I'm going to switch back to my first initial directory. That in this case would be the Quick 24x7 Azure AD tenant, where I know I have an active subscription. And once again, I'm going to go look in the subscriptions associated with that Azure AD tenant. Now I'm going to click directly on that existing subscription, because when you do that, it opens up a plethora of options in the navigation bar on the left. For example, we can go to cost analysis to analyze costs, to see exactly, for example, where the lion's share of our charges are coming from. We could click on budgets, so we can configure alert notifications when our costs reach a certain point. We can even go through and see our invoices over on the left under the billing section. But at the same time, we also have some other things that we can do. When I go back to the overview part of this, we have some buttons across the top. I can cancel the subscription. I can rename it. So if I want to rename it from pay-as-you-go to something different, I can do that. I can change directory. That means I can associate this subscription with the different Azure AD tenant. So I've got a number of options, and I can even click on Manage to open up a new browser window where I can further manage my Azure subscription. So we have a summary for our pay-as-you-go subscription, where we're looking currently at the overview, and we can see a lot of options available on the right to manage payment methods, or to download usage details for the subscription, or to change the subscription address information, or I want to switch to a different type of subscription offer. And again, I have some other options here, such as canceling the subscription and so on. You can use the Azure CLI to learn about Azure subscriptions and also to determine which subscription is active. To get started, here in the Azure portal, I'm going to launch the Cloud Shell. Now in the Cloud Shell, I'm going to start by running AZ account list. And when I press enter, it'll return some details. So we can see the name of the cloud, Azure Cloud, as opposed to Azure Cloud for Government or anything like that. And we can also see the ID. Now, it doesn't say subscription ID, but this is the ID of our current Azure subscription. We can also see our Azure AD tenant ID. Let's examine the subscription ID for a second by jumping into the portal to take a look at that. So notice here it starts with 048B and ends with 2109. So let's just minimize the shell here. Let's go into subscriptions. Let's see what we've got attached to our current AZ tenant. Now, it should be a pay-as-you-go subscription, and notice the subscription ID indeed starts with 048B and ends with 2109. So we can learn a bit of that information from the AZ account list command in the CLI. Let's clear the screen. Let's also run AZ account set -- subscription, and here I'm going to put in the name of it, which is pay as you go, each word separated by a dash. Now, in my case, it doesn't really matter that I do that, because if we go back and take a look, we've only got a single subscription here associated with our Azure AD tenant, which is shown here by name in the form of Quick 24x7. But when you have multiple subscriptions, this can be an important command. Essentially, you're setting the context to that subscription, and so following commands after you do that will run in the context of that set or selected subscription. The other thing to bear in mind is that you can also, instead of setting the subscription when you have multiple subscriptions, you can also do it per command. What I mean by that, as an example, is let's say we were going to use AZ-VM create to create a new VM. And normally you would specify things like -- resource - group, and then RG1, let's say. And then maybe the name, let's call it Linux 1, and then maybe the image would be based on something Ubuntu. But the key here is that we can also use the -- subscription command line parameter. And so for this individual single command, you can say, well, I want this tied to the pay as you go, just type that in, subscription. So you can do that if you know you have to work with a number of resources in different subscriptions. You might choose to just do it at the command line instead of keeping on setting it as up above. It really depends on what you want to do and how many commands you have to issue. But either way, it's important to have this knowledge if you're going to be working with Azure subscriptions through the CLI. When you're working in PowerShell, you might be working with an Azure AD tenant that is associated with multiple subscriptions. And so you can control the subscription that is going to be used as you issue PowerShell commandlets, such as the deployment of resources like virtual machines. To get started here in the portal, I'm going to launch the Cloud Shell, and I'm in PowerShell here. And I'm going to start by running get - command, and I'll put in asterisk subscription. So basically, I'm trying to discover which commandlets are available that relate to subscriptions. And there are a bunch of them, as you can see. For example, get - AZ subscription. Okay, so if we were to do that, get - AZ subscription, when we press enter, we get some returned information. We can see that we have a pay-as-you-go subscription, which is currently active and being used. So if we start deploying virtual machines and storage accounts and so on, it's going to be tied to this currently active subscription. We can see the subscription ID. We can also see the Azure Active Directory tenant with which the subscription is associated. Now, when you have multiple subscriptions available for your Azure AD tenant, you may want to be able to switch between them. And you can do that using select - Azure RM subscription. So for example, in quotes here, I could do it by name. Pay as you go. Close the quotes. What this means is I'm setting that as the current context or active subscription. Any commands that follow will be tied to it, such as deploying virtual machines, storage accounts, and so on. And I can verify that that's the current context by running get - Azure RM context. And we can see it returns that we are using our pay-as-you-go subscription, and of course we can see the subscription identifier being listed there as well, along with our Azure AD tenant ID. So now that we've done that, any PowerShell commandlets that I run from this point forward in this session will be applied to that subscription. Azure management groups are really all about centralized governance. Now, we can apply this to multiple subscriptions. It allows us to organize subscriptions within a management group. Think of it as a hierarchy, because at the top you have your tenant root group, under which you can then create multiple management groups and organize your subscriptions accordingly within them. Now, you would organize them for policy and compliance reasons. For example, you might have a policy that requires SQL database encryption, and you want to check all SQL database instances in multiple subscriptions. So you might organize those subscriptions into a management group and then assign that policy to the management group. You can have up to 6 levels deep of subordinate management groups if you so need that change. So down here, we see we have the management group hierarchy. At the top, you have your tenant root management group by default. And underneath it on the left, we have management group 1, where we could organize subscriptions. We see here subscription 1 and subscription 2. But then on the right, we have another management group 2, under which we have a different subscription 3. So we can apply or assign policies to management group 1, and whatever that policy says should happen, such as checking for SQL database encryption, will flow down and be inherited and be applied to all SQL database deployments in subscription 1 and subscription 2 in all resource groups. And the same thing would be true if we applied a policy to management group 2. It would only apply to, in this case, subscription 3. Now, we've really only got one level in our hierarchy here of management groups that we've created. Bear in mind, you could have up to 6. So the way that this works is we would add subscriptions as per usual to our Azure account and associate them with Azure AD tenants. We can then create one or more management groups. Then we can move subscriptions under the appropriate management groups. And then we can apply our governance options, in other words, assign policies to management groups, which in turn means that the subscriptions in the management groups will inherit that policy assignment. If your organization's use of Azure includes the use of multiple Azure subscriptions, it can be a little bit cumbersome to apply permissions at the policy level to resources in multiple subscriptions. For example, if you want to limit something such as virtual machine types that can be deployed in certain regions, instead of doing that per subscription, if you have the same requirements for the subscriptions, you might organize those subscriptions first into a management group and apply that policy to the management group. It'll flow down and be inherited by all of the subscriptions. So it works well in that sense. So let's go ahead and see how that works in the portal. I'm going to go ahead and search the portal for management, and I'll choose management groups. Now, you always will have your default tenant root group under which subscriptions exist. Here I can see my pay-as-you-go subscription. But you can organize a hierarchy, kind of like how you would organize a hierarchy of organizational units, or OUs, in on-premises Active Directory to organize resources. In this case, we would be creating management groups to organize our subscriptions. Now, even though I only have a single subscription, I'm still going to go through and create a management group and then move that subscription into that management group part of the hierarchy. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to click Add Management Group in the upper left. I need an ID for it. I'm going to call it MGMT1111, and I'm going to call this Management Group 1. Then I'm going to click Save. Now, if you've got multiple subscriptions, let's say tied to a particular business unit, you might name your management group in relation to that business unit name, or if it's for a particular project, maybe name the management group the name of the project, or something along those lines. After a moment, we'll see that our management group down below is listed. And if I click on it and open it up, there's nothing in it because we haven't moved any subscriptions there yet. So I'm going to go back to my tenant root group where I see my subscription, pay as you go. And over on the far right, I'm going to click the More context menu, so the 3 dots, and I'm going to choose Move. It's as simple as choosing the target management group that you want to move the subscription under. Well, there's only one there, Management Group 1, that we just created a moment ago. So I'm going to select that and choose Save. And after a moment, the subscription disappears here from the tenant group. And if I drill down into Management Group 1, well, we're going to see that our subscription is now listed there. So the reason we would do this is so that we can essentially apply centralized governance across multiple subscriptions in Azure. Let's see how that would work. So let me search for policy up here in the search bar, and I'll choose policy. So what I'm going to do is take a look at assigning a policy to a management group. So I'm going to click Assignments over on the left. Any assignments that we already have will be shown. I'm going to click the Assign Policy button. Now, the first thing we'd have to deal with is the scope. Where do you want this policy assigned? Well, let's go down and choose a policy definition so we at least have something to think about here. Maybe I'll search for encrypt, and I want to make sure disk encryption is applied on virtual machines. Now, if your organization has 6 policies, well, then you potentially would have to configure this 6 times for each policy scope. The scope would be the subscription level. But here we can go one level above that, because subscriptions can be organized into management groups. So I'm going to select that policy, and up above, notice it automatically assumes that we want to apply this policy definition and scour VMs looking for disk encryption within only the pay-as-you-go subscription. But I'm going to click the scope selector button over on the right. Now, I could choose a different subscription if I had others, or even a resource group within the subscription where I want this policy applied. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about management groups, which we see at the top. So here's Management Group 1. I can select it and then choose Select. And we are now applying this policy definition to scour all subscriptions under Management Group 1, looking for machines where disk encryption has not been applied. They'll then show up in compliance reports. One important aspect of cloud computing is being able to manage costs. Even though it's often pay-as-you-go, you get charged for your resource consumption, you want to make sure that you are tracking it and identifying where most of those charges are coming from. So we can do that by looking at Azure Cost Analysis. To get started here in the portal, I'm going to go into Subscriptions, because billing occurs at the subscription level. So I've got a pay-as-you-go subscription listed here. I can see the current cost, and I can see that it's active. So I'm going to click directly on the subscription, because when I do that, I get this new navigation bar on the left, and one of the things I see is cost analysis, which is precisely what I want to do right now. Knowing that I have a specific dollar amount based on my Azure usage is not enough. I want to know how it's broken down. So here, for example, we can see it's Canadian dollars. It's only $1.48. And we can see that it's charted here. I'll just scroll a little bit over to the right, according to days of the month, as we can see. And it looks like the usage has been increasing since about March 4th. Now, if I scroll down a little bit, we can also see the service name breakdown. Well, where is that money being spent? Is it virtual machines? Is it storage? Is it databases? Well, we can see by looking under service name at this graph that we've got the bulk of it coming from SQL database, a little bit coming from virtual machines and storage. And we can also then see it's broken down here by location. Well, which regions? We might have different Azure administrators using our Azure account to deploy resources in different Azure regions. So I can see the cost here per region. It looks like all of the cost is stemming from the US East region. Now, depending on how you use resource groups to organize related Azure resources will determine how useful it is to look at the cost per resource group. Often, many organizations will create resource groups for specific apps that might have multiple components, like a web server type of app, and it might have some custom code, it might have a backend database. All of those resources might be organized in one resource group. And then you can see the charges per resource group. So basically, in that example, you'd be able to see the charges per web application. Or you might have resource groups for different departments, if that makes sense in your organization, or different projects, and then deploy resources into them accordingly. And again, you'll then be able to see the cost breakdown per resource group. It really depends on what your requirements are. Now, you can also click the Export button to export this information as a PNG type of graphic file, or as Excel data, or as a CSV file. And then you can download the charts. You can also schedule the export of this information on a periodic basis, maybe to a storage account for business analysts that might require this type of cost breakdown. Now we can also get a little more granular at the top by clicking Cost by Resource. Now, why is this useful? Because it's showing us the individual Azure resources, like specific SQL servers that were deployed, specific virtual machines, disks for virtual machines, storage accounts, and so on. And we have a cost associated with it over in the right-hand column. So it's just a way to really drill right down to the specific deployed resources that are incurring costs in your Azure account through your subscription. While it's important to analyze costs and pore over the numbers, it's also equally important to save time and get notified when costs on a monthly basis exceed a certain value. And that's where Azure budgets come in as being useful. So I'm going to click here in the portal on subscriptions. I see I have a pay-as-you-go subscription, which I'm going to click on. Now we know that we can click on cost analysis, and of course that is very important. But we're talking here about getting notified when a certain threshold value is exceeded. So for that, we're going to go to budgets over here on the left. Now we don't have any budgets shown on the right, so I'm going to go ahead and click Add. The first thing you have to think about is the scope to which you want the budget applied. What do you want to look at costs for? Do you want to look at it for your entire subscription? I can click Change Scope, and from here, I could switch to a different directory. Right now, I'm using the Quick 24x7 Azure AD tenant. And we could also drill down, for example, under our root management group for our tenant. So I can click that. I can then click down on a management group. Perhaps that's the level where I want to apply my budget. But I can also click on the management group and then go down under my subscription and even go down into a specific resource group. So you have all of these scopes that you can apply your budget to. I'm just going to cancel out of there. We're going to leave it directly on our pay-as-you-go subscription. I could also click Add Filter, because maybe what I want to do is filter by something specific. So for example, I could specify that I want to look at a type of service I want to filter on, or maybe a resource location. So we could choose a specific region if we wanted to filter on that. However, I'm going to click the X to remove the filter. I don't want to apply that. Next thing I need to do here is I need to specify a unique name for the budget. So I'm going to call this Budget 1. Now, the reset period will be on a monthly basis, but I could change that to whatever time period makes the most sense for me. I could set an expiration date. I'm going to leave those default settings, and I'm going to set the budget amount. For example, I want to know once we're exceeding $500 a month. Now, to help along with this, down below, I can see last month's costs. I can see the past 6 months' cost and the maximum monthly forecast cost. So based on those small values, perhaps 500 is a little large. So maybe, for example, if we get above 100, which might be indicative of abnormal cloud usage in our particular case, then we could put that value in. Now, having done that, I'm going to scroll down and click on the Next button. Now, up at the top, if I scroll back up, we can set alerts. So when we get to a percentage of that value, let's say when we get to 80% of our $100, then we want to have something happen. So we can work with an action group. Now, the action group allows me to specify things like what you want to occur. Now, do you want to trigger some kind of code, or do you want to trigger some kind of a notification? And I even have a Manage Action Group option here. If I click on that, it'll take me in where I can see what I could do, what could be triggered when 80% of our budget is reached. So I could click Add Action Group. Maybe what I want to do is send something like an SMS text message. So I'm going to call this AG1 for Action Group 1. Same thing for the short name, which is a required field, as indicated by the red asterisk. And down below, what I want to do is select an action type. In this case, it's going to be email, SMS, push, voice. And let's say that I want to send SMS text notifications. So with the country code, and I could just fill in the number. After I've done that, I would then go down and click OK. Now, of course, it wants me to fill in a valid phone number. So we'll just change it into something else. all fives in a phone number is actually reserved and used for works of fiction like movies and television shows. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave that as it is for SMS. So we're just basically adding this specific type of notification, and I'm just going to call this text message notify. This is in my action group AG1, and I'll click OK. And essentially, we want to be able to use that within our budget. So it's showing up in the list. I'm just going to go ahead and select it to get back to where we were in configuring our notifications. So I'm just going to scroll back here. We've got AG1, and let's just go back here. So that's where we want this to be showing up. And after a moment, you might have to go to the previous screen and back. You'll see the group. So here it is, AG1. Down below, I can also specify, of course, the recipient's email. So I'm just going to scroll over to the right so I can see my scroll bar. There it is. So maybe I've got a group called admins@quick24x7.com, and I want them to receive notifications. So in addition to our SMS text messaging. Okay, so having done that, I'm just going to go down and create the budget. And there you have it. The budget creation succeeded. We now have our budget called Budget 1, and we can expect to be notified when we get to 80% of our budgeted value in the currency specified for the subscription, in this case, 100 Canadian dollars. While the use of cloud computing can mean less capital expenditures for IT services, such as not having to acquire a lot of on-premises physical computing hardware, we still have to be able to track charges in the cost on a per-use basis by reviewing invoices. So to get started here in the Azure portal, I'm going to click on Subscriptions. Now, the subscription, of course, is tied to an Azure AD tenant, which is shown here as being Quick 24x7. My subscription is called Pay As You Go. I'm going to go ahead and click on it to open up this navigation bar, which gives me options related to my subscription. One of which, if I scroll down under billing, is invoices. Now we can see on the right that we have the last 3 months worth of invoices shown. We can see the billing periods starting and ending. We can see the date of the invoice, and we can also see the amount, and we can see the type. In this case, it's for Azure services. Now we also, if we scroll to the right, have the option of downloading each of these. And if I click on the download link, it's a CSV file format download, or it could be a PDF. Now, this could be important for accounting reasons and certainly for business expense or taxation reasons. So this is something that we can do by looking at the invoices. But notice also that each of these specific dollar amounts for each invoice is a hyperlink. It's blue. And so if I were to click directly on it, I could actually jump into the cost analysis for that particular invoice. So I can see, for example, it looks like premium solid-state driver SSD managed disks were really the bulk of the cost for that particular invoice within that time frame, followed by, it looks like, virtual machines. So we can see how this breaks down. We can even filter it. If I wanted to click on filter items, we could start typing things in and then filtering based on that. So for example, if I put in SSD, all we're doing now is looking at SSD charges related to the time frame listed up above. So I'm just going to go ahead and click the X to close out of that. Now, it's one thing to come here and view the invoices, but we want to try to avoid having to do things in the sense of thinking of doing it. We want to automate things, and we can click the email invoice option up at the top. Currently, it says you are not receiving emailed invoices. Well, that's something I want to do, so I'm going to click on Opt In to make that happen. I acknowledge that it's going to be sent via non-encrypted mail. That's fine. I agree. So this could be an important aspect of your configuration when it comes to having your invoices emailed to you automatically. The other thing to think about is we have this Access Invoice button up at the top. Now this is currently on, and it would apply, for example, to users in your subscription that would have roles such as the billing reader role. So we have that option available as well. Also notice that the default here, time span, is listed as being 3 months, but you can click on that and change it. So for example, I can set it to the last year if that's what I want to see. And sure enough, we now see our invoices for the last year. In Microsoft Azure, a resource group is a way to organize related resources together. such as creating a resource group for a web application and deploying all of the underlying resources that make that web app work within the resource group, or maybe creating a resource group for a department. And when that department in the organization deploys resources, they deploy them into that resource group. Or you might do it for a project. Either way, it allows us to track billing for resources in that resource group. It also allows us to track usage of items or see deployments within that resource group. So here in the portal, let's get started by creating a resource group. We're going to do that by beginning within the resource groups view. So in the upper left, I'll open up the navigator and I'll click resource groups. And you're going to see any existing resource groups. You'll see any subscriptions that they may be tied to and their geographical location. Now, if you click on a specific resource group and open up its properties blade, you'll be able to see things like tags. You could tag it. You can also see any deployments that were made into that resource group and the state of them, whether they succeeded or whether they failed. You can also even see cost analysis and cost alerts and budgets per resource group, so at the resource group level. However, in this case, we're going to create a new resource group. So back here at my main Azure portal page, I'll click Create a Resource. Now from here, I'm just going to search for Resource Group, and there it is, Resource Group. So I'm going to go ahead and click the Create button, and then I have to fill in a few little details. Basically, I have to give it a name and specify the region where I want it created, and of course, tie it to a particular subscription of which I have only one, the pay-as-you-go subscription. I'm going to call this RG2, Resource Group 2, and it's going to be, let's see, in a different location. I'm going to put this one in Canada Central. I'm doing that because I know that most of my resources will be deployed in that same type of region. Then I'll click Next for tags. Now, we could specify a tag key and value pair. For example, if this is going to be tied to a project, we could specify a project and a value, let's say project ABC. But bear in mind, depending on how you plan on using this, you might just name the resource group Project ABC. So it really depends how you want to use it. At any rate, I'm going to click the Next button. Validation is passed. I'm going to click Create. And after a moment, it will create our resource group. I'm going to click the Go to Resource Group link. Well, actually, before we do that, let's go back to the resource groups view, just when it shows up there. We know it will. So we just have to click refresh maybe a few times and wait a moment, and then we'll see resource group show up. Resource group 2, RG2, show up. We can click on it and then start to explore it. Now, of course, it's not really being used at this point. You could go under deployments and you would see that there's no deployments that have been sent here because it's newly created. But when you deploy new resources, for example, if I were to go, let's say, to the All Resources view, not that we have to do it this way, but we can. And if I were to click the Add button, let's say we want to add a virtual machine, Windows Server 2016 Data Center. Part of that deployment is going to be specifying the resource group into which we want to deploy it. So I can see I've got a drop-down list here for resource groups, and I could specify the resource group, in this case RG2, where I want this resource deployed. In this demonstration, I'm going to use the Azure CLI to manage Azure resource groups. But first, here in the portal, I've navigated to the resource groups view where I can see I currently have 2 resource groups. And if I click on any one of them to open them up, I could click on deployments to open up that blade to see any items that were deployed into that resource group, whether it succeeded or whether it failed. And I could even perform a cost analysis against the resource deployments inside of this resource group and so on. So let's go to the CLI and let's start managing resource groups. The first thing I'll do is run AZ space group space -H. Now I want help on working with resource groups, and it does say here that this allows me to manage resource groups and template deployments. Perfect. So the next thing I'm going to do is get the next level command, which in this case to create a resource group would be create. So AZ group create. Now if I need more help, I can run AZ group create -H to learn more about any parameters that I might need to pass on the command line to work with this. So such as -- location or -L specify the location or the region. And it even says if you want to know how to type in those items, you could see the values by typing in AZ account list-locations. Of course, we'll have to specify the name and so on. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen with CLS, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to run AZ group create -L for location, in my case, Canada East, and I'm going to call this resource group -N RG2. Now, after I've done that, I should get some returned JSON output, which is indicative of the fact the provisioning succeeded, which it says it did. So I'm going to go ahead and run AZ group to list my resource groups. However, it lists all of the properties, and it's a little hard to digest that output. So what I could do is run AZ group list. I could pipe it to the grep line filtering tool, and I could tell it I'm looking for the name property. But here it says grep is not recognized. Well, that's because I'm running the Azure CLI locally on my Windows machine as opposed to within a cloud shell. This is not a Linux host. I don't have the Linux subsystem for Windows installed. It doesn't know what grep is. So what I could do is also pipe that instead to the Windows find command. Now, in this case, I'd have to specify that the name be within quotations in order for that to work correctly. And once I do that, it will show me just the names of the accounts. Now, the next thing I could do also is use the AZ group list. I could use the -- query parameter. This is built into the Azure CLI. It's probably the best way to do it. And because we have an array of items, in this case, we have 3 resource groups, we have to refer to the fact that we have more than one, and I can specify that we have an array or a collection of them by specifying open and close square brackets. Then I separate that reference from the property, in this case name, with a dot. It's a dot name. And now we'll see just the names of those specific resource groups. Now, the thing is, though, you can also delete a resource group. For example, here I'm going to run AZ group delete, and in this case, -N for name. Let's delete our first one, resource group 1, RG1. But let's go back and check it out in the portal before we actually press enter. So back here in the portal, I want to go home, and I'm going to go to the All Resources view. And I see that I've got 2 storage account here deployed in the RG1 resource group. Okay, so they still exist. Now, I could have seen that, of course, by going into RG1, the resource group, and then going into deployments. I would see that those 2 storage accounts had successfully been deployed here. All right, having that in mind, let's go back to the CLI. And I'm going to press enter to delete resource group 1, or RG1. Are you sure you want to do it? Yes. Put in the letter Y, and I'll press enter, and it says it's running. Now, even while that's in the midst of running here, back here in the portal, I've refreshed my All Resources view. And notice that our 2 storage accounts have been removed. So the message here is clear. When you delete a resource group, you are also removing all of the resources deployed into it. In this demonstration, I'm going to use PowerShell to create an Azure resource group. So to get started here, I'm going to run get-command in my Cloud Shell, and I'm going to use an asterisk followed by the text resource group, and then after that I'm going to put in another asterisk. So in other words, show me PowerShell commandlets that contain the text resource group in their name. And we can see that we have quite a few of them. I'm interested in building a new one, and I can see we have the new -Azure RM resource group PowerShell commandlet. So I'm going to go ahead and use that. I'm going to clear the screen. I'm going to run new Azure RM resource group. I'm going to specify the name. In this case, I want to build a resource group called RG2, resource group 2. And I'm going to set the location with -location, in this case, to the Canada East region. So I'm going to use the new -Azure RM resource group commandlet, -name. I want to call this RG1 for resource group 1, and -location, I'm going to set in quotes to Canada East. I'm using quotes because there's a space between Canada and East within that region name. And I'll press enter. After a moment, we can see the provisioning state of having created resource group 1, or RG1, is that it succeeded. We can verify this by retrieving information, get-Azure RM resource group. When we do that, it returns our resource groups, including the one that we just created, RG1. Notice the property tied to that is resource group name, at least as it's labeled here. So I'm going to clear the screen. We're going to use the up arrow key to bring up our get commandlet, and I'm going to pipe this to select, and we're going to tell it we want to select only the resource group name property. So then all we're seeing are the names of our specific resource groups. Now we also have the option of removing a resource group, but before we do that, why don't we minimize our Cloud Shell here in the portal, and let's go to the resource groups view, where we'll see any resource groups. There are 3 here, including RG1 and RG2. So what I want to do is issue a command to delete RG2 using PowerShell. So back in our command shell, we're going to go ahead and do that by using the remove-azure rm resource group commandlet. And I'm going to tell it the name in this case is going to be RG2. It says, are you sure you want to remove that resource group? I'll type in the letter Y for yes. Just bear in mind that when you are removing a resource group, you are also removing the resources deployed into it. You can use the portal to move Azure resources from one resource group to another. Now remember that resource groups allow us to organize related cloud components, such as all of those underlying items required to support a web app. Or maybe we simply want to deploy virtual machines into a resource group called Project X, and so that we can track it by project, including at the billing level. Either way, let's go ahead and do a move. To get started here, let's go to the resource groups view. I've got 2 resource groups, RG1 and RG3. Let's go look at our storage accounts, because we're going to move a storage account from one resource group to another. It doesn't have to be a storage account. That just happens to be what we're using as our example. So I've got a storage account, and we can see right here it's in a resource group named RG1. We're going to move it to RG3. We might do this as part of a reorganization effort. So I'm going to click on the name of the storage account to open up its details, and in the overview blade, I have a move button. So I could choose move and move it to another resource group within the current subscription or in another subscription. I'm going to choose move to another resource group. All I have to do here at the bottom is specify the target resource group that I would like to move this item to, this storage account. So I'm going to select RG3. I'll turn on the check mark that says I understand that tools and scripts associated with moved resources might not work because I'm moving it to a different location. And I also might have to update them with the new resource ID. So I've opened up another browser window here for my storage account, the one that we're moving, and I've gone to the Properties blade where we can see the storage account resource ID. Now we're going to go ahead and verify that it is changed after we move it to our new resource group. Notice that part of that account resource ID includes the resource group name in the path. So let's go back over. We've check that check mark. Let's click OK to actually perform the move. Just make sure you're patient as the move occurs, especially if you're moving more than one resource at a time. So if I click my notification bell icon in the upper right, we can still see it's moving that storage account resource. While that's happening, let's go back into our resource groups view, and I'm going to open up an existing resource group, because what you can also do is choose to move at the resource group level. What does this do? This will allow you to move all of the deployments associated with the resource group. And we can see currently it still registers that our storage account is a part of this resource group. If you had many resources deployed here, they would all be listed, and you can see you can select or deselect the ones and choose the target resource group to move them to. So you can do it at the resource group level or from the individual resource level. Okay, before too long, we'll see that the moving of the resource is now complete. So we looked at the original storage account ID prior to the move. So the ID itself will not be changed, this numeric value. It starts with 048B, it ends with 2109. I've opened up another web browser window after the move, so looking at the same resource, and the ID itself, in terms of the numeric value portion, has not changed. What's changed is the reference in the overall resource ID for the storage account, the reference to the resource group. Here it's RG3, and originally it existed in RG1. So as was suggested when we were doing this, if you have any programmatic code or scripts that refer to the old resource ID, make sure they change to the new one. You can view past resource deployments into an Azure resource group by opening up its properties in the portal, which we're going to do here. So to start with, let's go to the resource groups view, where we're going to see the resource groups within this subscription. So for example, RG1, resource group 1. If I click to open that resource group, in the overview blade, I'll see any resources currently deployed in that resource group. Now here it says there are no resources to display. However, if I click on the deployments item in the navigation bar, I can see that there have been deployments to this resource group in the past. So either those resources were deleted or they were moved to another resource group. So let's close this resource group for a moment and let's go into our second resource group here called RG3. So again, in the overview part of that, we do see there is an active object here within this resource group. It's a storage account. And in the same way, if we go to the deployments part, we'll see that there are no deployments listed to this. Well, how can that be when we can see there's a storage account currently assigned to RG3? That would be because it must have been moved from another one. So let's go back into our initial resource group, RG1, and let's go to the deployments section. Now here I can see that there was a template deployment for one or more resources, we don't quite know yet, into this resource group on a specific date and time. Now, if I click on the link for that template, I can actually download the details related to that template. It's a zip file. I'm just going to choose open to open it up directly, and I'm going to open up the deployment JSON file. This gives me the details about what in that template was deployed to the resource group. And as we scroll down through here, it looks like it was a storage account. That looks like the only thing that was deployed here. So we can learn that quite easily by viewing that information. Now, what's equally interesting about that, if I go back here to the deployments, is if I select an existing deployment. So we here have a deployment of the storage account into this resource group. We have a redeploy button up at the top. And it means what it says. Based on the selection, you can deploy that item again. Now, you would only do that if it doesn't already exist. So for example, I'm going to click redeploy. So this is what you would normally see if you were deploying from a template. So I can select a resource group where I want to deploy this item. So for example, resource group 3, or I can create a new resource group, whatever the case might be. Now, interestingly, even though it was originally deployed into RG1, the storage account was moved to another resource group, and so it doesn't actually exist here anymore. So I'm going to deploy it back into RG1. What I'm doing is creating a new storage account from that original deployment. I would do that if I want to use a lot of the settings from it, as opposed to deploying a brand new storage account from scratch. It's the only reason you would do this. So assuming I'm okay with all of these settings as per my original deployment, then down at the bottom, I could choose that I agree to the terms and conditions stated above. The only thing I'll have to account for, though, is the name of the storage account. If that storage account is still being used somewhere, then the name isn't unique. So I'll just add a 2, let's say, to the end of it to make sure that the storage account name is unique. I'll choose purchase, and let's see if it validated. Excellent. So the deployment is currently in progress. What we're doing is redeploying a storage account into this resource group based on a past deployment. Of course, the original storage account is no longer here. It's in RG3. And after a moment, if I go look at my notification bell icon in the upper right, it looks like the resource deployment succeeded. Let's go back and look at the deployments here for our resource group. And let's take a look at the overview here where we can see active current items here. And we can see that there is now a storage account that was deployed into RG1, and we redeployed it from a past deployment. In Azure, you can view and track your costs based at the subscription level. So for example, here in the portal, if I go to my subscriptions, and if I click on an active subscription, when I open it up, I'll have the option of clicking cost analysis over on the left, and then I'll see all the costs associated with this subscription. Of course, I can change the time period or time frame for which that is representative of, but we have the option of doing that. But what we're talking about here is doing a cost analysis at the resource group level. Now think about how you might use a resource group in Azure. You might use it for a project. So you might have a project called Project X. So you'd create a resource group with that same name and deploy project resources into it. That way you have a single unit of management in the resource group, and also for tracking costs. Let's take a look at that. So I'm going to go into my resource groups view here in Azure, and I'm going to open up an existing resource group I've got named RG1. So I'll click on it. And what I want to do is scroll down in the navigation bar and click on Cost Analysis to open that blade. So what's going to happen is we're going to see a cost breakdown for resources deployed only into this resource group. And we can see it's coming up with the numbers listed here. So we have our standard charts where we can scroll down below and see it broken down by service. So it looks like we've got SQL databases eating up the lion's share of the cost in this particular case for this time frame. The location here, Canada East. So we have all the normal stuff that we would normally see. We can even filter. I could add a filter here for anything that I'm interested in, such as a specific service type or service name in this case. So I could open up the list and choose that I'm only interested in SQL database, and I could filter based only on SQL database. So then the cost analysis will update to show me only that. And as usual, we also have the option of exporting. So for example, I could choose to export, let's see, a PNG graphic file. Let's go ahead and do that, and I'll click Download Charts. And once that's done, I'll just click Open down at the bottom of the screen. And we can see here it's opened it up in Paint on my machine, but we essentially have the same type of information that we can see visually directly in the Azure portal. Let's go back and export that as, let's say, a document in the format of Excel. So I'm going to choose Excel and choose Download Data. And then I'll just go ahead and click on Open. So when you open it in Excel, you're going to have two sheets. You're going to have a worksheet, which is the summary that you're looking at here, and also the actual data itself. So not only can we work with our cost analysis at this level, at the resource group level, but we can also go into cost alerts over on the left and add an alert, a notification when the costs for resources deployed into this resource group get to a certain level. So I could add a filter. I'm just going to leave it on RG1. I'm not going to change the scope. And I'm going to call this RG1 Budget 1. Now the idea here is that we want to be alerted when costs exceed a certain value. So I can specify the period. I'm going to leave it on billing month, but I could specify quarter, year, and so on. And I'm going to set the amount here to 50. So as I scroll down, I can see here that the max over the past 5 months has been about $25, specifically in Canadian dollars. So it depends on your subscription and how it's configured for the currency. So that's been specified. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and click on Next. So let me scroll back up to the top. Basically, I'm going to say when we get to 75% of our budgeted amount, I want to use an existing action group, if we have any, in order to send a notification. Now, if we don't have any existing action groups that are available on the list, then we can click the Manage Action Group link. Down below, we can also specify an alert recipient email address, such as for a group, which I've specified here. And then I can just click Create. So I didn't create an action group. I could have if I wanted an alternative alert notification method, like SMS text or something like that. So at this point, we now have a budget created. So if I go into the budgets portion here, I can see our budget is listed here for the resource group. So the key is that we can work with cost analysis at the resource group level. In Azure, you create budgets so that you can be notified when a certain percentage of a given value has been reached. For example, if you set a budget for $500 per month, you might want to be notified when you get to 80% of that $500 so that you can go in and take a look to make sure that issues such as leaving virtual machines or databases running by mistake hasn't occurred, and that's why you have an increase in cost. So we can do this at the subscription level. If I were to go into an Azure subscription, I can click on the subscription to open it up, and I can click Budgets and manage the budgets from there. But what we're talking about in this particular case is doing the same type of thing, but at the resource group level. So it only applies to charges for resources deployed to a specific resource group. So in my resource groups view, I'm going to click on a resource group I have called RG1. And in the overview blade over on the right, I can see any resources currently deployed there. In this case, it's only a single storage account. However, as I scroll down in the navigation bar for the resource group, I can see cost analysis, cost alerts, and budgets. Well, cost alerts allows me to add an alert, which ends up creating a budget. I'm just going to go here to the budgets view. I don't have any budgets currently, so I'm going to go ahead and click the add button to add a new budget. Now remember, again, the budget is really about setting a numeric threshold value for costs and then setting up some kind of an alert notification mechanism. So RG1 is the current scope. I'm not going to change that. I could click Add Filter if I want to filter within the resource group by something else. So maybe, for example, by service name. Maybe I'm only interested in looking at SQL database costs within RG1 and setting alerts for that. So I could do that. However, I'm going to remove that filter by clicking the little X. And down below, I'm going to call this RG1 Budget 1 All, indicating it's for all costs, not by a particular service or anything like that. I'm going to leave it on billing month, but you can change the period to be something different, like monthly. Maybe you only want to track this and be notified from a quarterly perspective or annual, but I want it done every billing month. I can see the start and ending date for that. I'll leave those set as they are, so 2 years into the future, pretty much. I'm going to set my budget amount to $500, so $500, and that will be in the currency specified with my subscription, in my case, Canadian dollars. I can see my past 5-month maximum costs, which can help me sometimes gauge what I should be putting in for my budget amount. However, I'm going to leave mine at $500. I'm going to go down to the bottom. I'm going to click Next. And I'll scroll back up here because I can specify the percentage of that budget amount that I want to trigger an alert. So let's say it's 80% of that $500, which works out, as we can see here, to be $400. I could select an existing action group if I have one. I don't. Or I could create one by going to Manage Action Group. Action groups let you define targets that should receive things like notifications, whether it's through email or SMS text messages or push notifications and so on. However, I already have the option built in here when I'm creating a budget to send an alert message to a group. So I'm going to specify a group here for my organization, and they are the ones that will receive a notification when we get to 80% of our budget on a monthly billing basis. And having done that, I'm going to go ahead and click on Create. So it's going to validate my selections, after which it will create the budget. After a moment, we get a notification in the upper right that the budget was created, and here in the Resource Group 1 navigation panel, under the Budgets blade, we can see our budget now exists. So at any point in time, we can click on the name of the budget and open it up and either edit it to change any of the items within it, such as the amount, or we can delete the budget. Azure Resource Manager templates, otherwise called ARM for Azure Resource Manager, allow you to define your resources as code. It's often referred to as infrastructure as code. So you could use a template or a blueprint to specify that you want to create a storage account, a virtual machine, a web application, a public IP address, all of these things together. It allows for the automation for the deployment and management of resources. So here in the portal, I can create a template deployment by choosing Create a Resource, and I could type in template, and I'm going to select Template Deployment. Now, a template is technically just a text file that uses JSON syntax. Now, from this screen, we can select from common templates that are available here in Azure. So to create a Linux virtual machine, Windows virtual machine, a web app, a SQL database. You could also, down below, select a GitHub Quick Start template from the list. So whether you want to start working with things like Azure Container Services or Kubernetes, which is kind of an orchestration platform for containerized applications, or we might go down and choose things like an Azure DNS zone that we want to create. It could be any type of resource. A backup vault to be created, content delivery networks, on and on and on. Or you could build your own template in the editor. When I do that, it takes me into an editor environment where we have the base skeletal format for the JSON. Now, we can also specify variables. If you want to allow for template reusability, you shouldn't be hard-coding values, things like storage account names or virtual machine names. Instead, those should be variables, and you can specify those parameters to pass in values to those variables. Now, at this point, we could load an existing file. When I choose Load File, it allows me to search for a file on premises, on my local computer that I'm doing this from, that is a template that I want to bring in here. Or I could choose Quick Start Template. For example, I'm going to go through and select just a very simple template. How about we search for storage? And we'll take a look here for storage account. Now, what I want to do is basically create a very basic storage account using a template so that we can at least see the code here. So I'll choose Storage Account Create from the template list. OK. And what it's done is populated all of the JSON syntax here in my ARM template for the creation of a storage account. Now notice there are some variables here. A variable is being defined here for the storage account name. And if I click Variables over here on the left and expand it by clicking the little triangle, I can see storage account name. Of course, when I click it, it takes me to that line. So I can use this template editor to tweak what I've just essentially imported from a quick start template. I can make changes if I know what I'm doing. And once I'm happy with this, I can actually save it. So if I click Save, at this point, it's saved my changes here in the GUI. And what I can then do is actually run a deployment from that template. So for example, I want to deploy a storage account into RG1. That's a resource group. And based on the template definition, we'll determine what you need to specify. If pretty much everything is hardwired and there are no variables, then you might not have much to specify at all. But here we can specify the storage account type, and the location will be determined by looking at the resource group up above and calling upon its .location property. So that's going to be taken care of. Notice what's missing is the name. What will the name of the storage account be? Well, in the template, the storage account name is going to be determined by concatenating some text items together. Let's just go back here for a moment in our web browser, and let's step through what we just did to create that template. We created a template deployment. We chose Create. We wanted to use the template editor here in the GUI, and we clicked on Quick Start Template, and essentially what we searched for here was storage. We wanted to create a storage account using the templates. Storage account create, we did OK. Now, if we take a look here at the code within the template, when it comes to dealing with the storage account name, it's concatenating the word store, so that's going to be the prefix. Then it's going to generate a unique string from the resource group ID. And so that is how the name will be derived. Okay, let's get back to where we were. Let's save that. Let's deploy this into RG1. And let's go ahead and agree with it and click Purchase. And after a moment, our template deployment has succeeded for a storage account. So we can go to the resource group. That's one way to navigate here. And in the overview blade, we'll see any items deployed in this location. Now we might have to click refresh a time or two until we see new items. Here's our new storage account. Notice it's got store as part of the prefix of the name, followed by what looks like some kind of a unique string. Now, the same thing would appear, of course, if we were to go to the storage accounts view. Creating a storage account is the same regardless of how you actually do it. The end result is the same. So our storage account is now showing up as having been created from a template that we pulled up in the template editor. So, in this course, we've examined managing Azure AD subscriptions and resource groups, the cost analysis of both, and how to create an Azure Resource Manager, or ARM, template. We did this by exploring subscription types and support, how to use the portal, CLI, and PowerShell to manage Azure subscriptions. We looked at the use of management groups and how to use the portal to work with them. We looked at how to use the portal to analyze Azure costs, configure a budget scope, and how to view Azure billing information. We looked at how to use the portal, CLI, and PowerShell to create, manage, and work with resource groups. We also looked at how to move an Azure resource to a different resource group, how to view resource group deployments and resource group costs, how to create a resource group budget, and finally, how to create a custom ARM template in the portal. In our next course, we'll move on to explore Azure policies, including how to assign policies, view compliance reports, and apply policy remediations. Microsoft Azure policies are all about controlling access to Azure resources. So we can use built-in policies, or if they don't suit our needs, we can use custom policies that we've created to control resource access. A policy is really a JSON rule file that we can apply to the creation of new resources in Azure. You can also apply policies to existing ones, maybe to determine if they're compliant with the security baseline. Now, custom policies can be created manually. You could copy an existing policy and tweak it. You can even get policy documents from GitHub repositories. So Azure policies are considered to be more granular than RBAC. Consider the fact that with role-based access control or RBAC, you can determine if a technician can or cannot create Azure virtual machines. However, with policies, we can get much more granular and determine which types of virtual machines are allowed to be deployed and into which regions and so on. So we specify things like locations, like maybe Canada East is an acceptable location where virtual machines can be deployed, but not anywhere else. We can also specify that a default tag value be applied if it's not been applied by the user. Policies can also accept parameter values. This way you don't have to hard code things like names into the policy itself. So it lends itself to be modular and reusable. So parameter values then can be fed into a policy. The policy would have been assigned either to a subscription, which means it flows down to everything in that subscription, like resource groups and ultimately resources. Also, it could be tied to a specific resource group. It could be tied to a management group. A management group is used to organize multiple subscriptions. And you can also configure an exclusion. So let's say that you've assigned a policy to check for virtual machine disk encryption to the subscription. That flows down to everything in that subscription. But you might want to exclude a resource group where there are virtual machines used for testing purposes. And so they don't need their disks to be encrypted. So you don't want the policy applied there. So you could exclude a resource group within the subscription. There are a number of Azure policy effects, such as audit, which is used for logging where it generates a warning, or audit if not exists. So this means that if a resource doesn't exist, then auditing would be enabled. Deploy if not exists. So if a resource doesn't exist, create it. And then deny. So this would be used, for example, to mark non-compliant items as being non-compliant. Now they wouldn't be deleted, they just show up as non-compliant, such as our example of using a policy to check for virtual machine disk encryption. So the machines that are specified as being non-compliant are easily identified. Then there's the notion of Azure policy initiatives. This really is essentially a group of policies lumped together. Now, why would we do that? Well, because they're related. The policy group or initiative then is assigned just as normally would be done to a subscription or a resource group and so on. So as an example, imagine that we want to be able to harden regional Azure resources. So that might be an initiative. Then we can organize policies within that would make that happen, such as to ensure VM disk encryption is enabled and also ensuring that endpoint protection is enabled. So the initiative would contain those two policies in this example. So it's all about, in this case, security compliance. You can manage Azure policies using the portal. You can also do it using the CLI and using PowerShell commandlets. There are many different reasons you would apply policies in an Azure environment. Policies either control what other Azure technicians can do, such as limiting where certain types of virtual machines can be deployed in terms of regions, or you might want to check for security compliance for your existing deployed resources. So to get started here in the portal, I'm going to search for policy, and then I'm going to click on policy to open up the policy area. The first thing I want to do is just take a look at some existing policy definitions. There are plenty of pre-built or built-in definitions. Of course, you could also build your own. And they're all listed here, but we can filter them, such as by type, whether it's custom or built-in, or by category. For example, if I deselect everything here, and if I were to choose, let's say, network, then I see policies related only to networking. Or, of course, I could select everything in terms of category and then filter it by word, such as the word encrypt. So, for example, here we see we've got options for checking whether or not disk encryption should be applied on virtual machines. That is actually what we're going to do here. So under the assignments view on the left, we'll see any policies that were assigned to part of the Azure hierarchy, whether it's a management group, which is used to organize multiple subscriptions, whether you've assigned a policy to a subscription or even to a resource group. And of course, if you've assigned a policy to a subscription, it flows down to all resource groups in the subscription. Now we're going to click Assign Policy up at the top here, and we're going to work with this checking for disk encryption at the VM level. First thing we have to do is determine the scope where we want this policy assignment to take place. It's set by default at the subscription level, but if I click on my Options button, the Scope Selector button on the far right, if I have a management group, which I do, I could assign the policy to a management group. Now, we haven't selected the policy yet, but that means the policy, whatever it is, would be applied to all subscriptions that are under the management group. Or we could tie it to a subscription or even a specific resource group within the subscription. I want this to be applied at the subscription level, so the policy assignment will flow down to all resource groups under my pay-as-you-go subscription. That's fine, that was the default selection. Now I could exclude specific resource groups. So if I have a resource group that should not have this policy, which we haven't yet selected, applied, I could choose a resource group to exclude. I'm not going to do that. Now we have to specify the policy definition, so I'm going to click the Selector button to do that. Now from here I can filter, so I'm going to type in the word encrypt, and I'm interested in the one that we looked at previously. Disk encryption should be applied on virtual machines. So basically, in this particular example, I'm assigning a policy that's really used to check for compliance, in this case at the security configuration level. I'm going to go ahead and select that. There are many other policies we could have chosen, but this is what I'm using in this example. So I want to make sure that this policy is enforced, and I'm going to click the Review and Create button. There's really nothing else I want to do here, so I'm going to create this assignment by clicking the Create button. And we can now see that the assignment succeeded. So we now have our disk encryption being checked on virtual machine disks, being applied to the subscription scope, the pay-as-you-go subscription. And at this point, we can then wait for that to happen. Now, how long does that take to happen? Can we force it along? No, you cannot. So it can take a minimum of 15 minutes, and depending on how many virtual machines you have in your subscription, actually really depends on how many objects you have deployed in your subscription, it can take longer. So the more objects, the longer it takes. But at any point in time, you can come back and you could check the compliance view to see if it's yet completed doing its search for virtual machines. And we can see here, our assignment is listed here, hasn't even started. So it hasn't even checked virtual machines to look at their compliance state. You can use the Azure CLI to manage policies. Here in the Azure portal, I've already opened up policies where we can go and take a look at policy definitions. Now this is in the GUI console. Of course, we can view policy definitions as well in the CLI. But before we do that, here in the portal, we can also view policy assignments, of which we have one for disk encryption being checked at the pay-as-you-go subscription scope level. Let's open up Cloud Shell and let's explore this just a little bit. The first thing I'll do here in the Cloud Shell is I'm going to type AZ policy-H for help to see what the next level commands would be, such as assignment, if I want to create a policy assignment, as opposed to working with policy definitions. So I'm going to run CLS to clear the screen and AZ policy assignment-H. From here, we'll then see the next level commands after that, such as creating an assignment. So we could learn more about that. I'll just use the up arrow key here by changing this to AZ policy assignment create-H for help once again. And then we're seeing some details about what we would do to actually create a policy assignment, along with some examples of how that would actually be done. Now, having done that, let's take a look at a few other things related to policies, such as AZ policy definition list. So I want to list policy definitions the way we looked at the policy definitions view in the GUI. Now, there are quite a few of them, and each of them has quite a few properties, as we can see here. So the listing can be somewhat long. What we can do is query the output of this using the CLI-query parameter. So, in other words, let's bring up that previous command. Let's use the up arrow key. AZ policy definition list. But this time, what I'm going to do is use --query, and I'm going to put in open and closing square bracket, which indicates that we have an array of items. There's multiple policy definitions. Dot, and the property I'm interested in is display name, where name has a capital N. This is only going to show me the names of the policies as opposed to all of the details for each of them. We can see as we scroll back up through the output that there are quite a few of them. Now, having done that, I'm just going to clear the screen here for 1 second. We can also view policy assignments. So I could run AZ policy assignment list. We'll see any assigned policies. Here we've got one that's assigned for checking disk encryption. And we can see when it was created, who it was assigned by, and we have all of those details. Now, we could also specifically ask for that information, meaning we could ask for specific assignments at a specific scope level. So, for example, we're going to run AZ policy assignment list, and I'm going to use --scope. And what I've put in double quotes here is a reference to my subscription ID. So I want to see any assignments made at the subscription level. Now we're going to see the same kind of output because I only have one assignment, but nonetheless, it is showing us our disk encryption should be applied on virtual machines assignment. Let's just minimize the Cloud Shell here and verify this. So we do see that we have our disk encryption policy here, this assignment, made at the pay-as-you-go subscription level. Here in the Azure portal, we know that we can go into the policy tool and go to the assignments view to assign a policy at a given scope, whether it's a subscription, resource group, and whatnot. However, we can also do that in PowerShell. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a variable called $RG for resource group, and I'm going to store in that the result of get-az resource group, and the name is going to be RG1. So if I do $RG, we can see it's got a reference to my resource group. The next thing I want to do is create a variable to store the definition of a policy. So to do that, I've created a $definition variable, and it will store the result of running get-az policy definition, which I am then piping to where object. Now I've got the space backtick here to wrap that to the next line. Where object then has an expression where we're looking at the display name of each policy definition until we find one that equals audit VMs that do not use managed disks. So where object is a filtering type of commandlet. So I've got the open and the closing curly brace, and within it my expression. The $_ is a built-in PowerShell variable. It's a placeholder that allows you to process a collection of items. Here, the collection of items is the collection of policy definitions. And then from there, we can call upon the .properties.displayName property. Now, after we've done that, we should have the policy definition for audit VMs that do not use managed disks stored in our $definition variable. There are some warning messages here about some changes taking place with these PowerShell commandlets, and that's fine. What I want to do then is clear the screen and let's just see what's in $definition. Looks good. Looks like we've got the definition of a policy. So the next order of business is to assign that policy. To do that, I'm going to use the new -az policy assignment commandlet, and I'm going to assign a name. It's going to be called VMs managed disks, and the display name check for VM managed disks. Then -scope, and I'm going to reference my variable $RG. It points to resource group 1. And within that, I'll call upon the resource ID property. So that's what I'm going to do to set the scope of where that policy should be applied. And then, of course, I have to tell it the policy definition using -policy definition, and I'll use our $definition variable. Again, we've got a few warnings as these commandlets are always changing, but in the end, the assignment should have taken place. Now, we can take a look at that even in the portal to see if that's true. So we're already in the assignments view. If I do a refresh, then we should see that there it is right there. Check for VM managed disks, and it's applied not just to the subscription, but rather to a resource group, RG1, within the subscription. Although there are many built-in policies that you can assign in Azure, such as for checking security compliance, like checking if virtual machines have disk encryption enabled, or for doing other things like limiting which types of virtual machines can be created in certain regions, there are times you might need to build your own custom policy. Do that here in the portal. I'm going to search for policy to open up the policy tool. Now in the policy tool, if I go to definitions, I'll see a list of all of the policy definitions that are available. I can filter it so that, for example, I can view only custom policies. Now there are none, at least not yet. We're going to add a custom policy definition by clicking the Add Policy Definition button up above. Now when I do that, I have to fill in a few items. Notably, I have to specify the actual policy rule in JSON format. So I've placed my own custom JSON text here. So I've got a policy rule, and what we're looking at is when we have a resource deployment occurring, we want to check to see if any tags have been applied. So if tags haven't been applied, so exists false, then the effect is going to be append. We want to append some tags. So to the tags field, I want to add cost center with a value of YHZ. Now, this is a way that we could enforce some consistency to a degree when it comes to adding tags to newly created resources. So to create this custom policy, first of all, I'm going to define the location at the top as, let's say, subscription level. And I'm going to call this name Add Cost Center Tag. And down below, I'm going to apply it to an existing category. These are categories of policy definitions, let's say tags. And of course, we have our rule listed down below. And that's it. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and I'm going to click Save to save this custom policy definition, which as we can see now is clearly shown here. Now we can use this for assignments. So for example, if I go to the assignments view, we can then actually assign that custom policy. So I could choose assign policy, just like we normally would with the built-in policy. The only difference is we're going to select our custom policy. So for policy definition down below, because you might have quite a large list, you might want to filter it by custom. There it is, add cost center tag. I can select that and I can decide where I want that applied. So let's say, for example, we want to change it from the subscription to a resource group. So I can go back to my scope selector, and within my subscription, maybe I'll apply that to a specific resource group where we might deploy resources. And I'll go ahead and select that. And at this point, I'm going to click Review and Create, and then I will create the policy assignment. Now, the next thing we'll do is just test that out by creating something in that resource group. So let's just go Home. Let's choose Create a Resource. Let's say it's going to be a storage account. So I'm going to type in storage account. We'll select that. We're going to choose Create. And at this point, we're going to go through and just basically create a very simple storage account. I'll deploy it into resource group 1 because that's where a policy applies. And I'll just give it a unique name that I know won't be used by anything else. And really, that's about it. All I really want to do is create the storage account. So I'm just going to go right to the review and create it. Now back here in the policy tool, if I look at the compliance view, make sure you track that assignment. Right now, it currently says it's not yet been started. These things can take a little bit of time before they kick in. So as we keep clicking refresh, we can see for our add cost center tag policy that we've got a compliance state now of non-compliant. Currently, it's 18 out of 24 resources, so 75%. However, if we keep clicking refresh, that will change as it keeps evaluating the resources in our subscription to see which ones do not have that specific cost center tag. So we can click directly on that custom assignment to open that up and view the details about it, such as scrolling down to see a list of the non-compliant resources, in this case, that do not have the cost center tag applied. While you can use Azure policies to limit resource management in the Azure environment, you can also use it to check for compliance, such as with security standards. To get started here in the portal, I'm going to search for policy up in the top bar, and I'm going to open up the policy tool, where the first thing we should do is look at any existing policy assignments. Now, bear in mind that when you make a policy assignment, such as at the subscription level for that type of scope, depending on how many objects are in your subscription will determine how long it takes before you can expect compliance reports. So for example, we've got an assignment here for a policy called disk encryption should be applied on virtual machines. That's been applied at the pay-as-you-go subscription level. So when we go to the compliance view, if it's not yet had time to run, we have to just wait and click on refresh until such time we start getting some information. So for example, we can see the disk encryption should be applied on virtual machines compliance report here for the pay-as-you-go subscription, and currently the compliance state is non-compliant. So 0 out of 1. So that means we have 0 out of 1 applicable item that are compliant with that. So if we take a look at that by opening up the assignment details, then when we scroll down towards the bottom, we'll see the offender. So what is the one item that was not compliant? Well, in this case, we're talking about disk encryption, which applies to a virtual machine, shows us the name of the virtual machine, and we can see the compliance state for it is that it's non-compliant. Now, if we click on the details link for that, we'll get a bit more insight as to what's going on. So here it says, no related resources match the effect details in the policy definition. In this case, looking for encrypted disks. So by viewing these compliance reports, we can determine whether certain machines are compliant with security standards such as this one. And if not, we know where to focus our energy to bring those devices into compliance. You can configure remediation tasks for certain types of Azure policies when it comes to non-compliant resources. An example of this would be a custom policy that uses the modify policy effect. Let's take a look at this here in the portal. I'm going to start by going to the Azure policy tool, and we'll first start by looking at an existing definition for a custom built policy. So I'm going to change the type drop-down list here on the right to custom. There it is. Add cost center tag. I'm going to click to open up that custom policy definition, and let's take a look at the definition down below. What's happening is we're looking for a tag in resources called cost center. Now, depending on where we assign this policy will determine what it's going to look at. Is it going to look at all resources in a subscription or just certain ones in a resource group? Depends on where this custom policy is assigned, at which scope level. So if there is not a cost center tag, so if that works out to be false, what should we do? Well, we want to add a cost center tag with an appropriate value. So then the effect is modify, and what we want to do is make sure that we add a specific tag, in this case the cost center tag, with the value of YHZ. Now this will certainly apply to newly created resources. They will automatically have this tag added, but for existing ones, we'd have to check the compliance. So let's see what that looks like. Let's close out of here. And let's go back to our compliance view over here on the left, where we can see our add cost center tag has been applied to the pay-as-you-go or subscription scope. And we can see that currently the state is non-compliant. 0 out of 34 resources are compliant with that. So if we click on that, we'll be able to see the resources in question. In this case, it's going to be any resource that does not have that tag value. So cost center with a value of YHZ. We can scroll down and we can see the identity of those specific resources. So for example, the first one is a virtual machine called WinServe 2019-1. Over on the far right, if I click the 3 dots button, I can select compliance reason to see why it's not compliant. It's not compliant because the cost center tag doesn't even have a value. So there's nothing there. It needs to have a value of YHZ. So what I can do is create a remediation task by clicking that button of the same name up here at the top. When you create a remediation task, you are remediating in alignment with what that policy says should exist. In this case, That's the add cost center tag policy that wants the cost center tag with the value of YHZ to be applied. So we have a list of the resources here in our subscription that really need to be remediated and have that item added, that tag. So I'm going to go ahead and click the remediate button at the bottom. And we can see a remediation task has successfully been created, and it shows it here when we're looking at our policy compliance. We can see under the remediation tasks tab that it's currently in progress. So back here in our compliance view, if we click refresh, we can see that for our add cost center tag custom policy, the non-compliant state is changing. It will take a bit of time. We can keep on clicking the refresh button, but now we've got 86% resource compliance. So if I click to open that up, let's go back and take a peek at the status of our remediation task. So if I go to the remediation tasks, we can see it's complete. And if I click on it, then we'll be able to see some further detail. Now, just because it's complete, it doesn't mean that every resource in the subscription has been modified to be compliant. It means that it's complete in that the instructions have been sent. It just might not completely be done. So here we can see the resources against which that modify effect for adding that tag value has succeeded. So for example, for VNet1, a virtual network, let's take a look at that. If we actually click to open up that resource, did it or did it not automatically tag it? Let's take a look. So I'm going to go to tags. Now, if there were any tags here already, we'll see those in addition to the new one. And it looks good. We apparently had a tag here called project with the value of ABC. And now we can see cost center YHC has been added. And this is a result of having created a remediation task. So in this course, we've examined Azure policies, including assigning policies, viewing policy compliance, and viewing and applying policy remediations. We did this by exploring Azure policies and how they apply Azure permissions. We looked at how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to work with policies. We looked at how to create a custom policy. We looked at how to view Azure policy compliance. And finally, we took a look at how to view and apply policy remediations. In our next course, we'll move on to explore managing Azure resources using role-based access control, otherwise called RBAC. We'll look at resource locking and resource tagging. In Azure, role-based access control, otherwise called RBAC, is a way to delegate permissions to others to manage Azure resources. There are a number of built-in roles that you can select from, or you can define your own custom roles if they don't suit your needs. Some examples of built-in roles include the owner role. Now, if you have the owner role, you have full resource management control of all resources in Azure. We haven't yet talked about the scope of where that applies, but unto itself, that's what it means. Think of an RBAC role as being a collection of related permissions. You've got the contributor role, so resource control other than changing RBAC access, reader role, which implies read-only access. Other examples would include CDN endpoint reader for content delivery network endpoint reader. So you can read endpoints, but that's it, can't configure them. Cost management contributor, so you can read and write Azure cost configurations, including working with budgets. Virtual machine administrator login, as it implies. You can read VMs in the portal and log in with admin credentials. Now, there are many more built-in roles than that. That's just to give us a sampling of what we might expect. But you can also work with custom roles. Maybe you need one role that combines virtual machine and cost management permissions, for example. So what you would do is create a custom JSON role file. This is just a text file that uses JSON syntax. You have to know what that syntax is to properly define the role. And then you can create the role from that file. For example, in PowerShell, you can do that with the new -az role definition commandlet, or in the CLI, you might use AZ role definition create. Working with a custom RBAC role file uses JSON syntax. You can even type this into your favorite text editor. It doesn't matter. But notice we've got the opening and closing curly braces at the very top and the very bottom. And the first item we see defined here is the name. Custom VM role, it's got its own ID. The is custom flag, third line down, is set to true. We have a description, and then we have a collection of actions. What are the permissions grouped together here within this role? So it looks like we have a bunch of read access to all items, indicated with the asterisk, in storage, network, and compute, and then the ability to start and restart virtual machines. So this is what we would see within a custom RBAC role definition file. Now we can assign roles, whether they're built-in or custom, at a variety of levels within the hierarchy in Azure. But before we get to that, let's talk about which principals we can assign it to. You can assign roles to users individually, but it's normally easier to do it on a group level. So you just add members to the group, they get the permissions for the roles assigned to the group. You could also do it for service principals. Think of a service principal as being kind of a dummy user account used by software. It's not actually a user logging in. It's a software component that might require access, let's say, to some other resource, like a storage account. Then you've got managed identities. Now, this is a built-in type of security principle that's managed automatically by Azure. So this would be used, for example, when if you're a software developer, you're building custom solutions in Azure that need to authenticate to certain Azure services. So depending on what you're working with will determine whether Azure creates the managed identity or not. So let's say that we've assigned a role to a group. Where does that apply in the Azure hierarchy? Well, we can assign that at the subscription level, which means that the group members would have those permissions from the role for everything in the entire subscription. It flows down through the hierarchy, down to resource groups, and down to individual resources in resource groups. However, you could also assign RBAC roles to a specific resource group, and naturally those permissions would only apply for resources in the resource group. And if you need to be very granular, you can also assign it to a specific resource. So let's say you need to allow virtual machine login for a group for one particular virtual machine. You can certainly do that by assigning the scope for that particular virtual machine resource. Pictured on the screen, we have a screenshot that shows us how inheritance works in the portal. So in the upper left, notice that we're looking at a resource group called RG1. And if you look in the navigation panel, the access control IAM blade has been selected. And that's what we're seeing on the right. We are viewing the permissions. And over on the right, we can see network contributor, which is a role, has been assigned to a group that's called Central Region Canada. And that was applied at this resource. Remember, this resource is the RG1 resource group. So the members of that group will have the network contributor role for resources in RG1. Down below, notice the owner role, which was assigned to the Azure admins group. Now, these groups are Azure AD groups. Notice over to the far right, it says that that was inherited from the subscription level. So it's inherited from above, but it still applies here. You can use the Azure portal to assign roles and also to view where the roles are effective. We're talking about role-based access control, or RBAC. So to get started here in the portal, I'm going to search for subscription, and I'm going to go to the subscription level because I want to start by applying a role there. Then we can examine how those permissions flow down the hierarchy. That means to resource groups within the subscription and within resource groups to individual resources. So let's start by opening up a subscription. Now, when you want to assign RBAC roles, regardless of which level you're doing it at, you always go into the properties of the item, in this case the subscription, and in the navigation bar, you click on Access Control IAM. Now from here, you'll be able to see any role assignments. You can choose to view role assignments. So if I click View, I can see that listed over here on the right, but I can also add role assignments, which we're going to do. So I'm going to click Add a role assignment, and the first thing I need to do is select the appropriate role. I can choose from the alphabetical list of role names, and bear in mind that a role is really just a collection of related permissions. So what I'm going to do is type in the word virtual just to filter this out, and we'll see here we've got a virtual machine contributor role, which allows with the creation of virtual machines and management of them. So I'm going to leave that as the role. Now I can assign the access to Azure AD users, groups, or service principals. So what I'm going to do here is take a look for a group by the name of East. And sure enough, I have an existing Azure AD group I've created previously called East Admins. I want to assign this role to that group. So East Admins is now showing up down below as a selected member. I'm going to save that. Now at this point, we want to check our work right here at this level, at the subscription level. So I'm just going to scroll over a little bit to the right so we can kind of see everything, including our scroll bar. And at the subscription level, notice for the virtual machine contributor role, East Admins is part of that. And we can see that that is a group and that it was assigned at the scope of this resource. Now, why don't we take a look at a resource group somewhere within this subscription? So for that, I'm just going to go to Home. Actually, I'll just open up my navigation bar on the left and I'll just choose Resource Groups. I'm going to open up the properties of an existing resource group. And we know that to get to the RBAC portion of that item, we need to click on Access Control IAM. So I'm going to do that. Now I don't want to make a role assignment here. What I want to do is view role assignment. So I'm going to click the View button. And I'm just going to scroll over just a little bit so we can see what's happening here. And as I scroll down, notice that East Admins has the virtual machine contributor role that is effective here in my resource group. However, it says inherited, and it was inherited from the subscription level. So why don't we go into an object within this resource group to take a peek. So for example, if I click on Overview here for the resource group, one of the things I'll be able to do is see the resources down below that are in that resource group. It doesn't matter which one I pick. I'm just going to click on this network security group to open it up. And as is the case with what we've been looking at so far, to get to the RBAC section, we click Access Control IAM. So this is for an individual resource. Let's view the role assignments over on the right. And we'll see, of course, that virtual machine contributor, East Admins, is shown here with inheritance coming from the subscription level. So that's all that we need to do to be able to grant permissions to Azure resources through the use of roles in the portal. RBAC roles can be assigned using the Azure CLI. Here in the portal, I'm going to click on Cloud Shell to start up the CLI. And I'm going to start by creating a role assignment using AZ Role Assignment Create. The first thing I have to do is specify the name of the role that I want to grant. In this case, --role and, in quotes, SQL DB contributor. I then have to determine who the assignee is with the --assignee parameter, who you assigning this to. Now, it could be a service principal, an Azure AD group. In this case, it's an Azure AD user, specifically J Hill, and then I've got the full email address or username of that account. I want to make sure that the SQL DB contributor role is assigned to J Hill, and I want the scope to be a resource group. So --resource-group and RG1. I'm going to go ahead and press Enter to create that role assignment. And it looks like it's good. We've got some returned JSON, and we can check our work here in the portal. Let's just minimize this. Let's go into the RG1 resource group to see if user J Hill is shown there with the SQL DB contributor role. So I'm going to go to Access Control IAM for RG1. And what we want to do in there is view the role assignments. So I'll just go ahead and click on that, scroll over a little bit, and let's go down and take a peek. Sure enough, there's SQL DB contributor, and Jen Hill is a member of that role at this level, this resource. It wasn't inherited from the subscription. So let's go back into the CLI. So I can also view assignments from within here, of course, as you might imagine. So AZ role assignment list -- let's say resource group RG1, since that's what we just looked at in the portal. And we can see here that user principal name J Hill is assigned here. And we can also see that the role definition name is SQL DB contributor. And this is for the resource group, of course, RG1, that we asked for up above in the command line. We can also remove role assignments from here as well. To do that, I would use the AZ role assignment delete command syntax. I need to specify the assignee, so --assignee, and it's going to be the user we just added here in this example, J Hill. And I have to specify the role because she might be assigned with multiple roles at that level. So --role, SQL DB contributor. And the scope where that was applied, that I want to remove it from, is the RG1 resource group. So let's go ahead and press Enter. Now that's going to remove that role assignment. So I'm just going to use the up arrow key back to where we were listing role assignments for resource group 1 or RG1. And notice now nothing is returned. PowerShell commandlets can be used to manage RBAC role assignments. Here in the portal, I'm going to launch the Cloud Shell to access those PowerShell commandlets. The first thing I'm going to do is create a new role assignment. Now to do that, I'm going to use the new -AZ role assignment PowerShell commandlet. I'm going to use the -signin name parameter, and I'm going to assign this to an Azure AD user, jhill at quick24x7test.onmicrosoft.com. Now, I could also apply this to a service principal in Azure AD or a group, but in this case, it's an individual Azure AD user. I have to specify the role definition name, so I'll specify that parameter. In this example, it's going to be the SQL DB contributor. And as we know, when we work with RBAC, we have to determine the scope where the assignee can exercise those privileges. In this case, -resource group name RG1. I could specify a subscription or an individual resource. Here I want it done at the resource group level. So I'm going to go ahead and press Enter. Now we can verify this using PowerShell commandlets. So I'm just going to clear the screen, and what we're going to do is we're going to retrieve role assignments for RG1 for that user. To do that, I'm going to use get-AZ role assignment, -resource group name is RG1, that's where we just assigned it, -signin name is going to be our user, jhill. Let's go ahead and press Enter and see what it returns. So we're seeing that user Jen Hill has been assigned the SQL DB contributor role, and of course we asked for this at the RG1 resource group level, so she has those permissions for SQL database deployments within the RG1 resource group. Now naturally, we need to know how to be able to remove role assignments using PowerShell. We know how to add them and check them. What about removing them? We do that with the remove-AZ role assignment PowerShell commandlet. As you might expect, in this case, we're going to use -signin name and specify our Azure AD user sign-in name, the email address. I'm going to specify the role with -role definition name. It's going to be SQL DB contributor, and I have to apply that to a scope. Where do you want to remove that from? Well, that would be -resource group name of RG1. So I'm going to go ahead and press Enter. To remove the role assignment, we're going to check our work. I'll use the up arrow key to bring up previous commands, up to where we get back to get-AZ role assignment. And when I press Enter, nothing is returned because user jhill no longer has that role assigned in RG1. If the built-in roles for RBAC in Azure don't meet your needs, you can then define your own custom roles in a JSON formatted file, as I've got open here. So it's a JSON formatted file. It's just a text file, really. I've got the opening and the closing curly braces. And here I'm defining the name of my custom role to be custom-network resource reader. Is custom is set to true, and I've also got a description here that says ability to view network resources. Then you have to define what this role's actions are. What can someone do in terms of permissions if they are assigned this role? So here for actions, I'm specifying Microsoft.network/*, so all Microsoft network types of resources in Azure, but the ability to only read them, read. There are no definitions for not actions, only actions that we want to allow. And for the assignable scopes here, I've set it at the subscription level with the ID of my Azure subscription. So now, how do we take this and create a custom role? Well, there are a number of ways that that can be done. We can do this in PowerShell, and that's actually what I'm going to do here. So the next thing I need to do is launch the Cloud Shell so I can get to a place where I can issue PowerShell commands. So I'm going to go ahead and launch Cloud Shell. Now, the first thing I have to think about is that the file that we just looked at for our custom JSON role definition was on premises. I need to get it up here in the cloud in Cloud Shell. So I've got this button at the top here in the bar where I can upload and download files. I'm going to go ahead and click Upload, Download Files. And then I'll choose Upload. So I've specified my file, and it looks like the upload has completed. So the first time you open Cloud Shell, you're asked to set up storage, and this is one of the reasons. So you can have persistent storage of items that you might deal with, in this case, a file I've uploaded. If I do dir, I can see indeed there's the create custom role JSON file that we were just looking at in WordPad just a few minutes ago. So what I want to do then is I want to make sure I create a new role from this. And I'm going to do that with the new -az role definition PowerShell commandlet. I'm going to pass it the -input file parameter with the value of, in this case, create, and I can even use my tab completion to spell out the rest of it since I'm in the same subdirectory. Let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and press enter to create this custom role. And it should be done. Now we can check this here in the portal. So again, it's called Custom Network Resource Reader. So let's say we were going to go to the subscription level and apply that role. So I'm going to go into my subscription. We know that in the GUI, when you want to work with RBAC, you go into Access Control IAM. So I'm going to do that. And one of the things that we're going to do here is click Add Role Assignment. And we have a unified drop-down list here of both built-in and custom roles. Now remember, our role starts with the word custom. And you can actually select it from the list, or you could even filter the list if you so choose. So if I type in custom, we can see right away, Custom Network Resource Reader. That's the role we just created. And we can see the description here, ability to view network resources. That's what we've just created. Now, you can also remove that from PowerShell. So let me just go back here into PowerShell, and let's get rid of that. I'm going to run get-az role definition, and I'm going to specify the name of it, which is going to be custom network resource reader, and there's spaces between those items. Now, when I do that, all it does is return that, yes, that role is there, that definition exists. So I'm going to bring up that command again with the up arrow key. What I want to do is pipe the result of that to the remove -az role definition commandlet. So we're going to retrieve that specific role and pass it through and delete it. Are you sure you want to do it? Well, we can actually suppress that message. Let me just Control C out of there. So if I bring back that full command again, I can just add -force, if I could spell that over correctly over here, and it will suppress that message. So it will remove that role. So if we use our up arrow key to go back a little bit, where we were getting that role definition, it no longer exists. The purpose of Microsoft Azure Resource Locks is to control when others can modify or delete Azure resources of any type, whether that's intentional or unintentional. So it's a way to basically check out a resource, so to speak, and while it's checked out, in a manner of speaking, it can't be either modified or it can't be entirely deleted. We can set resource locks at the subscription level, and similar to how you apply RBAC rules at the subscription level and it flows down to everything in the subscription, like resource groups and resources, the same thing is true with Azure Resource Locks. If you set a resource lock at the subscription level, it will flow down to resource groups and resources. You could, of course, apply an Azure Resource Lock initially at the resource group level, or you might lock an individual resource, such as a storage account, to prevent the modification of its properties. Now you can set the Azure Resource Lock to be read-only. What that means is you are allowing read-only access to the item so that it can't be reconfigured, so to speak. Or you could set it to not allow deletion or to prevent deletion of the resource. So the inheritance, as we've mentioned, starts at the subscription level, then applies to resource groups, and then applies to individual resources. Now, if you don't want that, in other words, you don't want the locking applying everywhere, simply specify the lock at the resource group or the individual resource level. And you can disable or unlock the subscription, the resource group, or the resource at any point in time once you've deemed it appropriate to allow modifications or the potential for deletion. Bear in mind that modification and deletion of an Azure resource is only possible anyways if somebody has the appropriate permissions to do so, which is usually granted through RBAC roles. In Microsoft Azure, a resource is an object that you define in the cloud, such as a virtual machine or a disk that you would attach to a virtual machine, or a storage account, or a SQL server. Any of those things are resources. And so we have the ability to use the portal to lock resources. Why would you do that? You would do it because you want to prevent either a modification of a resource, you want it to be read-only, or you want to prevent the deletion of it. So we can set locking at various levels in the Azure hierarchy, such as at the subscription level. Now that's what I'm going to do. For example, here, if I go into the subscription, I'll be able to open it up to reveal its properties. And I am interested primarily in resource locking. So I'm going to scroll all the way down under settings where I see resource locks. Any existing resource locks at this level will be shown. It says this resource has no locks. Okay, well, I could click add, and I could add a lock at this level. And when I do that, I specify a name, and I can determine if it should be a read-only lock, so to prevent modifications, or if I want to prevent deletions. I'm not going to do that though. I could, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to navigate to resource groups. So what I want to do then is take a look at the resource locking options at the resource group level, which would be inherited by the resources in the resource group. I'm going to click on my resource group RG1, and in the overview blade, one of the things you'll see over on the bottom right are the resources in that resource group. So let's scroll down in the navigation bar, and let's take a look at resource locks. So it's listed a little bit differently here. Under settings, it just says locks. If we take a look, we'll see if there are any locks that have been made here. Now, we've got the subscription icon where we could take a look at subscription level locks. We were just there a few moments ago. It's just a shortcut to get there. However, we can also add locks at this specific level for this particular resource group. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click add, and I'm going to call this, let's say, lock 1, and I'm going to set it as a read-only lock here. I could add notes if I so chose. I don't choose to, so I'm just going to click OK. And after a moment, we can see that lock 1 shows up here as read-only for resource group 1. If I click subscription once again, then we can see that it shows up at the subscription level, and we can see the scope that it's applied to is only RG1. Notice you can edit it to change any settings related to that or delete that lock. If I go back to the resource group, you can see the lock here, and if you click on it, it'll pull up the items where you can modify its settings, but you can't delete it from here. You'd have to go to the subscription level, and that's to be expected. Now, let's take a look at some of the resources within RG1. We can do that by just scrolling up and clicking Overview. We'll see any resources deployed into this resource group, as we mentioned previously, listed in the bottom right. For example, here's a resource group called, here's a network security group, NSG, called NSG-Windows. If I click to open it up, we'll be able to look at the locks for that particular individual resource. When I click locks here, notice we can see lock 1 is applied read-only, and it says parent resource locks, can't edit them here. Click on the locks scope to go to that scope. Oh, okay. So we'd have to go up to, in this case, RG1 to take a look at it. Now, interestingly, if we try to delete this resource, so let's say I go back to Overview, and normally you would just go to delete here. And normally, if you have the role permissions to do this, it would succeed. Let's go ahead and say yes, get rid of it. It says I can't do it. Cannot do it because there is a lock, and it's at the RG1 level. So therefore, that's not going to happen. It's read-only, which will also prevent modifications here to this particular object. So for example, if I go to inbound security rules, let's say I go to add a new rule, we'll just fill in a couple of blanks here really quickly. So I'm just going to accept all of the defaults, and I'm going to click add. Well, didn't even like that. So I can't even modify it, let alone delete it. Bear in mind, we set a read-only type of lock at the resource group level, and it's flowing down at the resource level. So to get rid of all of this, what I could do is go up to the subscription level, as we saw, because that's where it allows us to actually delete locks. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back into my pay-as-you-go subscription, and I'm going to scroll down and look at resource locks. And we'll see the resource lock applied at the resource group level. So I'm just going to take a look at that. Now, of course, we can only edit what's there, but if we scroll to the right to see what's over on the far end, aha, there's the delete option. So I'm going to press delete, and now it's gone. Resource locking can be managed using CLI commands just as well as it can be done using the portal. So I'm going to go into the Azure CLI, and I'm going to start by using the AZ-H command because I don't know what the syntax is. So there's a lot of stuff here. The next level commands after AZ, I'm going to guess it might be in the R's for resource lock, but I don't see anything like that. Okay, not that. I'm going to next guess that it's somewhere in the L's. Here it is, lock. Manage Azure locks. So therefore, I can do AZ lock-H to try to figure out how to proceed from here. So to create a lock, delete a lock, list locks, and so on. Got it. So I'm going to run AZ lock create, and I'm going to create a lock here called lock2, and I'm going to set it at the resource group level. I don't have to. I could set it at the subscription level. I could even set it at an individual resource level. But commonly, you would find it would be done at the resource group level, in this case, RG1. I'm going to specify --lock-type, and I'm going to set it to read only. So I want to prevent modification, which also includes preventing deletion. So it's called lock2. This looks good. Let's check it out in the portal to see what it looks like in RG1. So let's see. I'm going to go to my navigator up here on the left and go to the resource groups view, where we're going to see RG1. I'm just going to go ahead and click to open that up. Let's go down and check the locks for it, shall we? So scroll down, and we're going to take a look at the locks. There it is, locks. And we can see that lock2 read only has been set here. And again, it's been set at this level, RG1. Now, of course, if we scroll over to the far right, we can choose to edit or delete it. We could also go up to the subscription level, where we'll see all the locks in the subscription, even if they weren't tied to the subscription level. So there it is. And from here, we can also edit and delete it at that level. But of course, we can also do that in the CLI. Back here in the CLI, for example, we might run AZ lock list. And here we'll see that we do have a lock that's applied. It's called lock2. It's been applied to RG1, and the locking level has been set to read only. You can use PowerShell commandlets to manage resource locking in Azure. To get started here in PowerShell, I'm going to run git command, and I'm going to search for any commandlets that have resource lock in their name. So I'm going to pad the string resource lock with an asterisk on either end. So as long as it's got resource lock in the name, I want to see the commandlet. And right away we can see, for instance, new-az resource lock to create a new lock, or get-az resource lock to retrieve a list of locks throughout Azure. We even have the option to remove or set a lock. And if I wanted more details on any one of these, I could run get-help, let's say on new-az resource lock. I could ask for detail and maybe pipe it to more to stop after the first screen full of output. And here I can see the syntax for this commandlet, including the parameters, such as -lock ID, -lock level, and so on, even to the point where I'll see an example of how I can actually create a resource lock. Let's get started by retrieving resource locks with get-az resource lock. I'm going to press enter. So it looks like we already have a lock called lock2 that has been applied to a resource group called RG1, and the level we can see here has been set as read only. So what I want to do is remove that lock. In order to do that, I need to get this lock ID. So in order to do that through variables, I'm going to create a variable called $lock. So the variable is $lock, and it's going to equal the return value of running get-az resource lock. I'll specify a lock name of lock2, and we know that that applies to a resource group called RG1. But I need the lock ID property. Notice I've enclosed that expression within opening and closing parentheses. That's because .lock ID will be a property of us retrieving that lock with that statement. Otherwise, it'll think we're looking at lock ID as being a property of RG1. Actually, let's see what that would look like in terms of an error. If we didn't have those parentheses in there, what would it look like? Okay, well, we're getting some kind of a message about lock2 could not be found. So it's having a problem finding all of this. However, if I bring up the previous command where we did have our open and close parentheses, it didn't give us any complaints. And so if we just run $lock to see what's in the variable, it looks like it's got the lock ID, because that's what we asked for, that's the property, that's stored in the variable. Now, given that we have that, it's at this point that we are able to remove that resource lock, because we have the lock ID. We can do that with remove-AZ resource lock -lock ID, and I'll just pass it my variable now, $lock. And actually, if I don't tell it anything, it asks me for confirmation, which I'll Control C to that, and then I'll clear the screen and bring up that command again. I'm just going to add -force to suppress it asking me. And after a moment, it looks like it's done. We can verify this with get-AZ resource lock. Previously, it showed us lock2 for RG1, the resource group, but now it shows nothing because it's been successfully removed. Not only can you use the CLI, PowerShell, and the portal to manage resource tags in Azure, but you can also apply tagging from an ARM template. ARM standing for Azure Resource Manager. I've got an example here in WordPad, where essentially what we're looking at here is the type. This is Microsoft.authorization/locks. I've got a name here, so I'm going to create a resource lock here, and I'm going to name it RG3 lock. The level will be read only, and we can specify any additional notes. What we don't see in here is the scope to which the resource lock will be applied. That happens at deployment time when the template is deployed. So let's go ahead and see that. Here in the portal, I'm going to click Create a Resource because I want to create a template deployment from my template. So I'm going to search for template. I'll choose template deployment. I'll choose create. There are a bunch of ways that this could be done. I could have created this template deployment from the CLI or PowerShell. I've decided I want to do it this way. So I can choose, for example, build your own template in the editor. Now we already have it, so I can just click load file. So I've specified the template file that we looked at a moment ago in WordPad. So it's going to create a lock called RG3 lock. It's going to be read only. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And it automatically pops up into the custom deployment for that template where we can choose the resource group where we want that applied. Let's say RG3. And I'm going to have to go down and agree to the terms and conditions. And then I can click purchase. So now the template deployment has begun. In other words, the lock to resource group RG3 is in the midst of being applied. Now, once it says it's done, which it just did, we're going to go to the resource group and take a look at the locks. So in the resource group navigation bar, I'm going to click down on locks, and lo and behold, there's our lock RG3, and it's set as read only. In Azure, we know that a resource is something that can be deployed in the cloud, whether it's a SQL database or whether it's a virtual machine, a storage account, a network interface, and so on. Well, we can tag resources, and what that really means we're doing is we're adding metadata to them. Now, why would you want to do that? You want to add tagging to resources because it allows you to add meaningful additional information to them, such as related to a department that resource might have been deployed by, or a client that resource should be billed to, or a project it should be billed to, or a cost center, and you can organize or filter out resources and track them for billing purposes by tags. Wouldn't it be great if we could ask for anything related to project A in terms of billing, so we can see the costs associated to that project? That's where resource tagging might be used. So it's metadata, such as project with the value of XYZ or department, human resources or cost center, Y8Z or state, testing as opposed to production. Now the thing about this is that a resource tag is a name and value pair. And you can use it, as we know, for searching, filtering, to group resources, and for billing purposes. You can also use policies in Azure to enforce tagging. For example, you could set a policy so that any new resources deployed, let's say in a particular resource group, will automatically have a cost center tag applied with a specific value. That can be automated. Each resource can have up to a maximum of 50 tags. Now, not every single type of Azure resource will support tags, but the vast majority of what you're going to want to do it to, they will support it. The other thing about this is that resource group tags are not inherited. So if you add a tag to a resource group, that does not mean it will automatically flow down and set that tag for all of the resources in the resource group. If you want to do that, look at working with Azure policies that have a modify effect for tagging purposes. You can use the CLI to work with resource tagging. In our first example, we've got AZ tag list that's being piped to the line filtering grep tool in Unix and Linux, and we're asking to display the tag name property. What that will do is give you a list of all of the tags in the entire Azure subscription. You can create a tag with AZ tag create. Here we're naming it department ID. We can also add tag values with AZ tag add-value. So here we're adding it to department ID. The value is 1234. You can even apply it to a specific resource, such as AZ Network VNet Update. So we're applying a tag to a specific VNet in a resource group called RG1, and the name of that is VNet1, and we're using --set tags dot and then department ID equals, in this case, a value of 4555. Resource tagging is also possible using PowerShell. In our first example, we're creating a variable called $storeAccount, and it's essentially going to point to a storage account. Now we get that by running get-az resource. We specify the name of the resource, in this case the storage account name, and the resource group it's deployed into. So then our variable can be used to refer to that storage account. And in our second example, that's exactly what's being done. We're calling upon our variable, then we're calling upon .tags and .add because we want to add the cost center tag with the value of YHZ to the storage account. Then to commit that to the resource, to the storage account, we run set-az resource. We use the -tag parameter, and in this case, we refer to the $storeAccount variable .tags property, and we use the -resource ID parameter and give the ID, the resource ID of our storage account variable, to write to. And I'm using -force here just to suppress any messages that might pop up asking you for sure here in PowerShell. The next thing I can do is retrieve resources. Here I'm using get-az resource with the -tag parameter, and I refer to the tag within curly braces after the @ symbol. So in quotes, I've got cost center, it's the name of the tag, equals, and then in quotes, I've got the value I'm looking for, YHZ. Now all of that is enclosed within open and close parentheses, because if I don't do that, it's going to try to use .name as a property of YHZ. That's not quite it. We need .name to be a property of the return result of what executes first within the parentheses. In other words, retrieving the tags. We want to make sure we get the name of the resource. So what that command will really do is it's going to show us the names of all Azure resources in the subscription that have cost center equals YHZ. So it could potentially be a pretty long listing. In our last example, we can also remove tags. So in this case, we've already got our storage account pointing to, in this case, a storage account. Doesn't have to be a storage account. Could be pretty much any type of resource that supports tagging. But we're calling upon the variable .tags.remove. And in parentheses and double quotes, I'm just giving it the name of the tag I want to remove, in this case, cost center. Tagging resources in Azure is useful because tags are metadata. It's key and value pairs, up to 50, that you can add for each individual Azure resource. You might want to tie a resource to a cost center or a department or a project or something like that, which facilitates searching, grouping, and even looking at things on a per billing basis for specific tags. So I'm going to go ahead here and get started in Azure by going to the All Resources view, where I'm going to open up an existing resource. It doesn't matter which one it is. Let's say I scroll down and open up a virtual machine. When you click on an Azure resource, in the navigation panel, you'll see tags. And when you click tags, you'll see any existing tags or key and value pairs that have been assigned to that resource. And you can make changes to them up to having 50 key and value pairs. Currently, this virtual machine has 2. Project ABC is the first tag, and cost center with a value of YHZ is the second one. And I could even add a third one here. So for example, I might tie it to a department. So I'm going to put it department. Now, if I've already created that, as I start typing, it'll show up. However, nothing's popping up, so this is a brand new tag I'm creating. And I'm going to set the value to IT. So we've now got a third tag that we are adding here to this particular resource. Now we can go back and remove any one of these at any point in time. However, I'm going to click Save. So now that we've got those listed, we see the third one has been added at the bottom. If I were to go to another resource, let's close out of this virtual machine. Let's just pick a storage account and let's look at the tags for it. Now when I click on tags, I'll see whatever it's been tagged with already. And bear in mind, Azure administrators can apply policies that can add default tags. So there might be times when you're creating a resource and you don't add tags, and after you check it, after it's been created, there are tags. That's because of a policy. Anyway, here we can see this storage account has cost center YHZ. If I were to type department, well, notice it already knows it exists. And in the same way, it knows it's already got a value that's been typed in for another resource. And that's fine. We can go ahead and work with that. Now, notice that we've also got a little square icon also over here. And it allows me to show resources with this tag. So let's do it for the first one here, cost center YHZ. When I click that, it's kind of like a little filter. It'll show me resources that have been tagged with that item. So specifically, we can see that all of these items are listed here. And let's just kind of move over a little bit so we can see them all. So they're all listed here as being items that are tagged with that same value. So we can see at the top here, resources with tag, cost center YHZ. Now, when you're creating a new resource, for example, let's just get out of here. We're not going to save that. I'm going to click Create a Resource. Let's say we were going to create a brand new storage account. It could be anything, but let's say that's what it was. Now, when you're in the midst of creating a new resource in Azure, during the creation, whether in the GUI or at the command line, you can specify tags. We can see the tag part of the wizard right here. And when you go there, it's going to look familiar. You can put in the name and value, up to 50 of them. Okay, so we can do that as well. Let's go back to our All Resources view, because another aspect of working with tags in the GUI here in the portal is that you can modify a selection of objects in terms of tagging. What that means is if I were to, let's say, put check marks by a couple of these resources, I can then click the Assign Tags button up at the top of the view. Now within here, I'll see each of the selected items listed, and I can delete tags and make changes, but I can also add one up here. So for example, if I wanted to, I could put in a tag, let's call it stage, and for value, I'm going to put in testing. So it's the testing stage that I'm applying to this, and I'm going to go ahead and click Save. So if I look at any one of these items, let's say this storage account, this second one here that was part of our initial selection, we can also see it says it assigned it to 3 resources, but let's just check this one anyway. If I go to tags, I'll see whatever was already applied previous to my last action, but I will also see that stage was added with the value of testing. The CLI can prove very handy when it comes to manipulating tags in an Azure environment. To get started here, I'm going to type in AZ tag list. Now, when I do that, it should show me details about all of the tags in this entire subscription, but there's too much metadata here. All I really want to see are the names of tags. So I'm going to clear the screen. I'm going to use the up arrow key to bring up that previous command, and I'm going to use -- query, open close square bracket, because it's an array or list of items. And for each of them, we want to see tag name, where name has a capital N. That's better. So now I can see the names of tags, not the values, that have been applied in my entire subscription. I want to add a new one. So I'm going to run AZ tag create, and I want to create one -- name called client ID. We might want to do this if we want to track resources based on clients, if we're doing projects for clients, for billing purposes, for chargeback to clients. So what I've done is created the tag called client ID, and we can verify this, of course, if we bring up, using the up arrow key, our AZ tag list command, where we're querying for tag name. There's client ID shown at the bottom of the list. Perfect. Now I want to add a value for the client ID tag, and then we can apply it to a resource. So to add a value, I'm going to run AZ tag add dash value dash dash name. Well, the name of the tag is client ID, and dash dash value. I'm going to set it to a value of 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want to apply that to a resource. So to do that, I'm going to use, let's say, AZ network VNet update. I'm going to apply this to a VNet, a virtual network, that's deployed in a group, -G, called RG1, resource group 1, -N, the name of the VNet is VNet1, and dash dash set space tags dot, in this case, client ID. And of course, I could also specify the value here, 1, 2, 3, 4, that I want to add to that VNet. So by adding the value up above, what we're really simply doing is making it available to be assigned to individual resources. And if we flip over here into the portal where I've pulled up the tags for VNet1, we indeed will see that client ID with the value of 1, 2, 3, 4 has been successfully added. You can use PowerShell commandlets to manage tags in an Azure environment. So to get started, I want to make sure I get a handle on a specific storage account that I've already created. And I want to store that in a variable that I'm going to call store account. So we can see here $store account. And I'm going to tell it I want to run get-az resource name. Here's the name of the storage account I have. And it's in a resource group called RG1. Now I want to do this because I want to apply tags to that storage account. So now let's just run $store account to make sure we have a handle on that storage account. Looks good. And currently we can see the tags for it. Cost center, YHZ. Now what I want to do is add something new. So I'm going to go ahead in terms of tags and run $store account. And we have that variable that points to the storage account dot tags dot add. And in parentheses, and I'll start with double quotes, I want to set the stage key with the value of development. And I'm going to go ahead and press enter. Now let's just clear the screen with CLS and use the up arrow key to bring up our $store account variable. Notice that stage and development, the key and value pair, have been added as a tag for that storage account. I can also do other stuff like this. So in parentheses, get-az resource -tag. And I'm going to specify here an @ symbol with an open curly brace, and in quotes, I'm going to say stage and equals development. Put each of these items in quotes. And the next thing I'm going to do is close off my curly bracket and my parentheses and dot name. What does this mean? Well, it means that what I want to do is I want to show the names of any Azure resources that have that listed tag name and value. So stage equals development. When I press enter, we still don't see anything here. Well, that's strange because when we looked at our variable, it returned stage development. Well, that's the variable. It's not been committed to Azure yet. So what we need to do is run set-az resource to apply the change -tag, and then store account .tags, the tags property, because we know that the tags property here contains what we just modified plus what was already there to begin with. So $store account .tags -resource ID. Give it the resource ID. That's going to be $store account .resource ID. Great working with variables, isn't it? Makes things much easier. I'll just use force to suppress any questions. And after that's done, it will have committed that change to that resource. So I'm going to clear the screen. We're going to use the up arrow key to get-az resource once again. And now we can see our storage account, store account 333325, indeed is tagged with stage equals development. So in this course, we've examined how to manage Azure resources using roles and resource locking, as well as the use of resource tagging to make searching and organizing resources easier. We did this by exploring how Azure roles assign permissions to different scopes. We looked at how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to assign built-in roles. We looked at how to create and assign a custom Azure role, and we looked at the benefits of resource locking. Next, we looked at how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to enable Azure resource locking. We looked at how to use an ARM template to actually enable resource locking. We looked at the benefits of tagging Azure resources and how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to actually tag Azure resources. In our next course, we'll move on to explore Azure storage accounts, including how to create, manage, and upload content, how to enable replication, and various storage account access methods. Azure storage accounts provide cloud storage, whether you interface directly with the storage account using the GUI or command line tools to put content into the storage account, so files, or to retrieve them, but you might also have other services like a web application that talk to the storage account in the background, maybe to read or write data, including perhaps even writing to logs stored in the storage account. Storage accounts can accommodate blobs, binary large objects, whether these are office productivity type of files like spreadsheets or word processing documents, or whether they're virtual machine hard disk files. Storage accounts can also accommodate storage queues. Now, this is going to be of interest primarily to software developers because they could use the queue as an intermediate messaging mechanism between software components, so that the software components don't all have to be running at the same time to exchange messages, because we've got a queue that can store it until a component becomes available. We can also configure Azure File. Now, Azure Files are file shares. They're SMB type of file shares, for example, that you might connect to or map to from Windows. From the Unix and Linux perspective, when you mount that remote file system locally, it would happen over NFS. We can also work with table storage. In a storage account, Azure Table Storage is NoSQL type of storage where we have key attribute stores to store data. So it's considered to be a less rigid schema than you would find with a standard SQL type of database where every single field within a table is defined with a data type and a length and so on. Azure storage accounts support many features, one of which is replication for high availability of the data. For example, LRS or locally redundant storage means that within a locality, such as even within an Azure data center, in some cases, you will have 3 copies of the data. But if there is a regional problem or outage, that data is inaccessible. It doesn't exist anywhere else, but it would if you used one of the variants of geo-replication. So when we talk about geo-redundancy, GR, we have GRS versus RA, read access GRS. The difference is that with read access GRS, you don't have to initiate a failover to make the secondary copy usable. It is automatic. But with GRS, either Microsoft or you, the cloud tenant, have to initiate a failover to use that secondary copy of the data. You can also host static websites through an Azure storage account. What this really means is that you've got a static site where the content isn't changing often. If you need a lot of more complex and intricate support for dynamically generated server-side pages and so on, then you should look at actually deploying an Azure App service, which is designed for that sort of thing. You can also integrate Azure CDN endpoints, that's Content Delivery Network endpoints, into your storage account. A content delivery network is interesting in that the purpose is to copy content. So think of website content, for example, PDF documents, sound files, video files, graphic files, whatever it is that's on the site. You can copy that to alternate locations around the world to put that content close to users that will access it. So it improves the user experience. So that can be configured within the properties of a storage account as well, just like Azure Search can, if you want to enable search indexing for storage account contents. You can also configure blob lifecycle management. So, for example, after a certain number of days, you might determine that some blob files should be automatically archived. Hardening a storage account means applying security mechanisms to essentially reduce the attack surface. One way to do this is using RBAC roles for other Azure administrators to limit their access to storage accounts. For example, you might want an Azure administrator to perhaps be able to upload content into an Azure storage account, but not manage the account itself. And so there are different roles, role-based access control or RBAC roles available for that. Every storage account has 2 storage account keys, and you can, at any point in time, regenerate either of those 2 keys. Now, there are 2 keys because, first of all, the key gives access to everything in the storage account. So you want to safeguard those keys. And you would use them for programmatic access or for command line access, maybe if you've scripted something. Now, the idea is that you can refresh keys periodically, which is a security measure. Instead of keeping the same key, you change it every now and then. You've got 2 keys, so while one key continues to be used programmatically or by scripts, the other one can be refreshed, and then after a period of time, you can do that for the first key. You can refresh it. Bear in mind, you'd have to change any references to the keys when they both become refreshed. Instead of giving access to the whole Azure storage account through a storage account key, you could also generate a shared access signature for the whole account or for an individual blob in the account. This provides limited access to content in the storage account, and it can even have an activation date and time and an expiration date and time. So it can be controlled in that manner as well. You can also limit which networks that have services or users, perhaps issuing commands, you can limit from which networks access to the storage account is allowed. You can configure storage account access policies to limit exactly what can be done, such as perhaps only having the ability to read messages from a storage queue in the account, as opposed to doing anything else with those messages. You can designate custom encryption keys under your control to encrypt the storage account contents. The default is that Microsoft managed keys are used. So encryption is enabled by default. It's just that the keys aren't entirely under your control, but they can be. Now, other than using graphical tools like the Azure Portal and Storage Explorer to interface with storage accounts, you can also use PowerShell commandlets. Here we have an example of creating a storage account using the new -AZ storage account commandlet, where we specify a resource group name to deploy the account into, a name for the storage account, a location, and the SKU name, which specifies the type of replication, in this case standard locally redundant storage or LRS. You can get a list of storage accounts with get-AZ storage account. You can also use the CLI to manage Azure storage accounts, such as creating them. Here, that's being done with AZ storage account create, where the name of the storage account is specified, the resource group affiliation, the location, and the SKU. We can also list storage accounts with AZ storage account list. Here I'm adding the -- query parameter and telling it I want to query on the .name property. The open and close square bracket identify that we have an array of storage accounts, more than one, and that we want to gather the .name property from that array. We can also show detailed information about a specific storage account with AZ storage account show. We give it the name of the storage account and the resource group association. Notice in our last example, I'm using -- resource - group. Alternatively, so instead of that, you can also choose to use -G, as in our first example, to refer to the resource group. Really doesn't make a difference which one you use. In this demonstration, I'm going to use the portal to create an Azure storage account. As the name implies, an Azure storage account is used for cloud-based storage, whether you want to store files used by a web app or files that users upload from their desktops, or whether you want to set up shared folders, or whether developers want to create message queues to allow communication between software components. There are so many uses for Azure storage accounts. Let's get started with the creation of one. So first of all, here in the portal, I'm going to click Create a Resource, and I'm going to type in Storage Account, and I'll choose Storage Account from the resultant list, and I'll click Create. Now, there's a lot of details you have to consider when you deploy a new storage account. So you have to have planned for this ahead of time. So for starters, I need to deploy this into a resource group. So I'm going to choose an existing one called RG1, although I could choose to create a new one. Remember that resource groups are used to keep items that are related under one management unit, and that would be the resource group, whether it's for billing purposes or tagging purposes, that type of thing. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to give this storage account a name. Now, if I just put in a generic type of name like store account, it says that name is already taken. Not by me, but by another Microsoft Azure tenant, the name needs to be unique. So as long as I adhere to organizational naming standards, I'll be able to specify another name. So I've specified a name that is unique. We see this because the red text is no longer visible, and we have a green check mark to the far right end of the field. So what next? We have to specify the geographical location where we want this storage account to reside. I'm going to leave it on Canada Central. You ideally want to place this storage account as close geographically as possible to where you think it will be most accessed from, if that's possible. That might be accessed from many different worldwide locations, in which case we might then start thinking about using a content delivery network or a CDN. But in any case, I'm going to put this in Canada Central. For the performance option, it's set by default to standard. And then down below, we have account kind, storage V2, or storage V1. That's an older version of a storage account. You'd only use that if you absolutely had to for backwards compatibility reasons. You could also specify that it's to be used for blob storage, specifically binary large objects. So these are essentially files that would be stored in this cloud storage account, kind of as a cloud-based repository. And then down below, we've got replication options. So locally redundant storage, or LRS, means that you would have 3 copies of your data, but not spread out across geographical regions within one locality. Geo-redundant storage, or GRS, takes that a step further. So beyond your 3 LRS local copies of data, you would get an additional copy replicated to a secondary region. So if there's a problem in the primary region, failover can be initiated so that the data is accessible in the secondary. If you don't have to worry about initiating a failover, you could use read access geo-redundant storage. However, if I were to switch up at the top here, the performance from standard to premium, notice that from the account kind drop-down list, things changed a bit. So we have block blob storage. So if we're going to be dealing with blob storage items, so files, and we want to optimize it for the best possible performance for read and write, we could choose block blob storage. If we're going to be using this cloud storage account primarily to host shared folders, so Azure file shares, then we could choose to optimize it for file storage. I'm going to leave it on storage V2. Now, since we switched it from standard to premium, you'll also notice that down under replication, the options are gone. Where'd they go? They don't apply when you've got the premium performance selection, only standard. So all we have is locally redundant storage. Having done that, I'm going to click Next for the networking options. The networking option for the storage account determines how accessible it is from a variety of different types of networks, such as public-based networks, so all networks or selected networks, or only privately. I'm just going to turn on private endpoint and click Next. Then I've got a number of options, such as whether secure transfer is required to and from the storage account. That's enabled by default. Whether I want soft delete for blobs so they can be recovered. That's disabled by default, but I could enable it. And these options are changeable after the fact as well. So I'm just going to accept those and click Next for tags. If this is going to be tied to a project, let's say project ABC, then maybe I'll tag it with a name of project and a value of ABC. You don't have to do this. You can add multiple tags. You might tag it for billing purposes or by department. It doesn't matter. But in this case, project ABC. I'll click Next to review and create this storage account. So the validation is passed based on my selections throughout the wizard. This is good. I'm going to go ahead and click Create to create this storage account in Resource Group 1. After a moment, it says our deployment is complete, so we can click Go to Resource. We can also navigate, for example, in our left-hand navigation bar to view our Azure storage accounts from there. Of course, we could also go to the All Resources view and see them. And there's our storage account. Now, if I click on it to open it up, we'll see it opens up the navigation bar. And by default, I'm placed in the Overview blade, so I can see the location of this storage account. I can see the subscription it's tied to. There's the tag I added, Project ABC. And as I scroll down in the navigation bar, I can see I have settings, such as encryption settings for this specific storage account. It's defaulted to using Microsoft managed keys to encrypt content stored here. I could click on configuration. For example, if I started to maybe decide I want to change something such as secure transfer required and so on. As I scroll down, I also see a section for blobs, so blob service, including Azure Content Delivery Network, CDN, And finally, then I see my monitoring options and so on. Now, depending on the type of account that you create, how you create it, the choices you make when you're creating it will determine some of the items that you see here under the navigation bar. So for example, notice all I see here is blob service. Well, what about Azure files, tables, and queues? Well, let's create another account to examine that further. So I'm just going to click on Home here. I'll click Create a Resource, and we're going to create another storage account. So let's create a second storage account here. And this time we're going to make a few different selections. So I'm going to go ahead and create it. It's also going to be deployed in this example in the same resource group as our first one, so RG1. So I'll select that from the drop-down list. Now down below, I'm going to give this a name. Again, it's got to be unique. So I'll put in some characters to make that a unique name, Canada Central. Now, we could, instead of using premium like we did last time, leave it on standard. Now it's on storage v2 general purpose, locally redundant with hot access tier. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to click next. Again, I don't want it publicly visible, so I'll change it to private endpoint, although I'm not going to configure one. And I'm not going to change any of these advanced options. And for tagging, let's say I don't tag this one. We could always tag it after the fact if we wanted to. Validation is passed. Let's go ahead and create this second storage account. Once again, before you know it, your deployment is complete is the message you'll see. This time I'll click Go to Resource. So we're in our storage account once again, and we're looking at the navigation bar on the left as we did with our first one. But as I scroll down, I see not only blob service listed over here on the left as we did before, but look, as I scroll further down, file service for Azure file shares, table service, queue service. So depending on how you create your storage account, depending on your selections, will determine exactly what you see when you go into the properties of that storage account after the fact. You can use the Azure CLI to create as well as to manage storage accounts and even to manipulate objects in the storage account, such as uploading and downloading blobs. But to do that, we have to know the syntax, and we can figure that out here in the CLI, which I've launched from the Portal Cloud Shell, by starting with AZ-H for help. Now, by looking through the alphabetical listing of next level commands, I could gather that storage would be the next level command I would be interested in. So therefore, I could do AZ storage -H, and then depending on what it is I need to manage would be determined by me looking at this list and finding the most likely item. For example, I want to create a storage account. So the next level item would be account. Okay, so having done that, I'm going to run AZ storage account -H. If I want to create a storage account, create would be the next level command, so I could just go ahead and ask for help on that as well. And when I do that, I get quite a bit of information. And one of the things I would probably want to know is, for example, specifying the SKU for this storage account, whether it's going to be standard locally redundant storage or read-ahead geo-redundant storage, our AGRS. We have to know what these values are when we pass the --SKU parameter on the command line. So let's get to it. I'm going to run AZ storage account create -N, so I can specify the name of the storage account, and I'm going to make sure that I adhere to naming standards within the organization. So I'm going to go ahead and specify a name, and I'm going to specify the resource group I want to deploy the storage account into with -G. In this case, I already have a resource group called RG1. -L for the location. Here, I want to deploy this in Canada East. --SKU. We looked at that a moment ago, so I'm going to specify, in this case, locally redundant storage, and I'm going to go ahead and press enter to create this storage account. And so after a moment, we get the JSON output, which indicates that it was successfully created. So we can go ahead and check our work here, of course, in the portal, since we're in the Cloud Shell. Let me just scroll back up here. So the account here is store account 445.888.221. And if we take a look at our storage accounts here in the portal, we'll see that that will have been created. So there it is, store account 445.888.221. Let's go back, though, into the CLI, where I'm going to start by just perhaps clearing the screen with CLS. Now, the next thing I can do here is also view a list of storage accounts from the CLI with AZ storage account list. But this gives me all of the properties, which may be important, but if all I'm interested in seeing, for example, is the name, then I could bring up that previous command and use -- query, open and close square bracket, since we have an array of items, and ask for .name. Now I'm seeing only the names of the storage accounts, and certainly we can see the one that we've just created. We can also show details about a specific storage account using AZ storage account show, so storage account show, and then I can specify -- name, and I can specify the name of the storage account. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the one that we just created, copy the name, and paste it in here for the name parameter, and of course the resource group. Now I could just specify, instead of specifying everything, I could use shorter parameters, -n for name and -g for the resource group, rg1, and I'll press enter. And so it returns information about that storage account. And there's a lot of configuration settings, as you can see, that might be enabled. Just as in, if we were in the portal, if we click to open up that storage account, in the properties blade for all of the configuration items, we can see there's quite a few options. And so that is the kind of thing that we can do with the CLI. We can create storage accounts and we can start to manage them. Don't forget that if you go back into the CLI, you can always get help with storage accounts by running AZ storage account -h. We really focused primarily on the creation and listing and showing, but you can also delete them. You can also generate a shared access signature or an SAS. So there's a lot of things that we can do. PowerShell commandlets can be used to create and also to manage Azure storage accounts. But the first order of business is to determine the names of some of those commandlets, and we can figure that out by using get-command. I'll use an asterisk wildcard symbol, and I'm going to guess that maybe AZ storage account is part of the nomenclature. Of course, I could always look it up online. Sure enough, we see a number of commandlets that make sense for what our needs are, so such as get-AZ storage account, get AZ storage account key, new AZ storage account, and so on. So we're going to build a new Azure storage account, new -AZ storage account. First thing I need to do is specify the resource group into which I want this deployed, so rg1, then the name for the storage account, so -name. I'm going to call this something that's in line with my organizational naming standards for storage accounts, so I'll go ahead and put something in here. I also want to deploy this in a specific location, in this case Canada East, and I'm going to specify a SKU name in quotes of standard _LRS, locally redundant storage. Now you might wonder, how would you know to use that? Well, if you use get-help for the new -AZ storage account commandlet, you'll see all of these types of details, including all the parameters that we're specifying here on the command line. So I'm going to go ahead and press enter to create that storage account. And we can see that the provisioning succeeded. So I'm going to clear the screen. We can also run get-AZ storage account. So we can see what we've got listed here. And we can see even the newly created one, store account 64845. That's what we've just created in the Canada East region with this SKU name of standard _LRS for locally redundant storage. So that worked fine. Now, the next thing that we can also do is get details about a particular storage account. So, for example, get-AZ storage account. Well, let's actually do this. Why don't we get the storage account keys? Get-AZ storage account key. Now, it's key singular, not keys plural. And storage account keys, of which there are 2 with every storage account by default, are used for programmatic access to the storage account contents, including API access. So I'm going to specify the resource group that we want to look into to find the accounts, or resource group name, in this case is RG1, and the account name, -account name, we know in this case is store, ACCT, store account, and we had called it 64845. I'm going to go ahead and press enter. We can see that both of the keys have been returned here. Now, we can also retrieve specific information about a storage account. Well, let's see, get-AZ storage account, and we can filter it out and ask for certain properties. Get AZ storage account, and we're going to specify here that we want the one that's in the resource group called RG1. and that the account name was store ACCT, and it was 64845. Okay, so I'll put that in. Now, the problem, if you consider it a problem, is that it returns a lot of information. So we can see all of the properties going across the screen. All I want is, let's say, the access tier. Now, if I'm not sure what that property is called, because this is a column header, access tier, doesn't necessarily mean that's what the property is called, but we can verify this by doing the following. Let's use the up arrow key to bring up that command. I'm going to pipe it to get member, and I'm going to tell it I only want to see property. So dash type property, and let's see what we have. So as we scroll back up through the output, we can see indeed there is a property by the name of access tier. Okay, well that's interesting. Let's go back up to a couple of previous commands and pipe the result of retrieving that storage account to select. Let's tell it all we want to see is the access tier. Perfect. So we can see the hot access tier has been configured for this particular item. Now what I want to do is I want to set that to be cool. I want to use the cool access tier for less frequently accessed data, which results in less cost. So for that, I will use the set-az storage account commandlet. I'll specify the resource group, in this case RG1, where that account was deployed, and I'll use -account name to specify the name of our storage account, and I'm going to use -access tier and specify a value of cool. Now it's asking me, are you sure you want to do this? Well, let's just Control-C out of that, because what we can also do, if I bring up that command, is add -force at the end of it. This way we aren't prompted with anything, and this really lends itself nicely if you want to automate this, perhaps in a PowerShell script. So it looks like it succeeded. Now we can verify our work. Let's just use the up arrow key here to go back up a little bit. And we want to select the access tier, and we can now see that the access tier indeed has been set to the cool access tier. Now the last thing that we're going to do is remove that storage account. So for that, I'll call upon the remove-az storage account commandlet. I'll specify the account name and then the resource group it's been deployed into, and I'm going to add -force at the end so it doesn't ask me for anything. And after a moment, it will have been removed. When you create a storage account, you can determine network access options. In other words, whether the storage account should be accessible with a public endpoint or from all VNets in Azure or certain select VNets. You can also change that after the fact. So here in Azure, I'm going to go to my list of storage accounts. Now, if I don't see it in my recently visited links at the top here in the portal, I can always click in the left-hand navigator and go all the way down to storage accounts. Either way, I'm going to open up an existing storage account. Now, when I do that, I'm interested in taking a look at firewalls and virtual networks. You're going to see that down under settings. There it is, firewalls and virtual networks. So think about how this storage account will be used and which other components might require access to it, such as a front-end web application, just as an example. Currently, we can see that we are allowing access from all networks, which does include the internet. Now, of course, if we don't have containers, like blob containers with anonymous access enabled, it doesn't automatically mean anyone can get into the storage account. They would have to authenticate with either Azure AD, they would need maybe a shared access signature instead, or a storage account key. But nonetheless, we should limit the visibility as an added layer of security where possible. So I'm going to choose selected networks. And what I want to do is specify only certain VNets from which requests to access this storage account can be made. Down below, there are no virtual networks currently selected. So I'm going to click Add Existing Virtual Network. Notice you can also build a new one at this point in time, but I already have one. So I'm going to choose the Add Existing Virtual Network link. Of course, I'm going to choose that from the list. So I've got my subscription, I've got my virtual networks, so I'll select VNet 1, and I can choose a subnet within it, let's say subnet 1. And I'm going to click Add, and now we can see that that has been added up above in terms of being on a network that is allowed to access this particular storage account. Now I can also add an IP range to allow access from the internet. So maybe besides software components in VNet 1, subnet 1 being allowed to access the storage account, I need to be able to access it from my on-premises computer. And I can see it already knows my public IP address. I'm going to go ahead and turn on that check mark to add that. Of course, I could also specify an alternate IP address or CIDR range as well. And finally, down below, we can see it's set to allow trusted Microsoft services to access the storage account. So any other Azure resources that should be able to access this will be able to. And then we've got some logging and metric options that we could also enable here for exceptions. So I'm going to go ahead and save this configuration. And in so doing, we are limiting the visibility and the access of this storage account to the specifically listed VNet subnet and IP address. In this demonstration, I'm going to use the portal to upload some content into an Azure storage account. To get started, I'm in the portal, I'm in the storage accounts view, so I'm going to click on an existing storage account. I'm interested in uploading some blob files, binary large objects. So I'm going to scroll down in the navigation bar until I see blob service, and I'm going to choose containers. So a blob service container is just a folder, the same way you would organize files on a USB drive, for example, by organizing them in folders. Well, I do the same thing here with containers. So I'm going to click Add Container, and I'm going to start by creating a container called Budgets. The default public access level is private, so no anonymous access. But depending on what you might be dumping into this container, might require that you enable something different, like anonymous read access for individual blobs or anonymous read access for containers and blobs within them. You might do that if you've got some public product brochures or documentation that, for example, should be made available to anybody on a static hosted website. But in this case, I'm going to leave it on private, no anonymous access, and I'm going to click Create. So we can now see that we have a Budgets folder. Now I can select that folder and click Change Access Level at any point in time. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to click to open it up to go into it. So I'm going to go ahead and click the Upload button to upload some content into this blob container. And over on the right, I need to select one or more files, which I will do. So I can specify whether I want to overwrite the files if they're already there, and if I open up Advanced, I can determine if I want to authenticate using the storage account key versus Azure AD, and I can determine the blob type. The default here is set to a block blob. When you're uploading things like Excel spreadsheet files, block blob would be appropriate, but if you're going to be dealing with storing things like virtual hard disk files, page blobs are better. Append blobs are useful if you've got files such as logs that keep getting added to. So I'm going to leave it on block blob. And I'm going to go ahead down below and specify in this case that I want it to use the cool access tier because it's not going to be accessed frequently. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the upload button. So we can now see that our content has been uploaded into this container. Now I can also select a specific blob here. And then I have options at the top, such as changing tier. So I can go ahead and do that. And from the drop-down list, I can determine if I want it to be in the hot, cool, or archive tier. But I also can acquire a lease. When you acquire a lease on a blob, what you're doing is locking it. It's kind of like a resource lock on an entire Azure resource. The difference here being it's a blob within a resource, within a storage account. I can also click right on the name of that uploaded blob and get some details about it. So I can see the properties, the URL to it. I can see the modification and creation date and timestamp. I can see the size of it. I have the option of downloading it. I can delete it, and so on. Actually, let's go back in there for 1 second because there's something else that's important. When you go into an individual blob, you can also specify a shared access signature just for that specific blob. So notice here we have generate SAS. A shared access signature allows you to set an expiration on certain permissions that should apply. And in this case, it's for a specific blob. Whereas if I were to back out of my budgets container and go back to the storage account level, I can also specify that I want to create a shared access signature at that level. So you can do it at the storage account level as well as at the individual blob level. Shared access signatures, of course, provide limited access to items within the storage account. You can use the Azure CLI to not only create and manage storage accounts, but also to work with the contents within storage accounts, such as uploading blobs, which is going to be the focus of what we're going to do here. So in the Azure portal, I've launched a Cloud Shell, specifically its Bash shell, and we're going to learn how to make a reference to a storage account here in the CLI and upload a file. First thing we need to do is get a file here that we want to upload. Now, if I haven't already, I have the ability of clicking this Upload, Download Files button. So I'm going to choose Upload to get a file here in my Cloud Shell environment. So I've just done this, so I'm going to go ahead and do a ls, and I can see I've got a file here called hr_employeelist.xlsx. Now, if I just minimize this, and if we just look at the storage account here in the portal, in the background that we're going to be using, if I were to go all the way down under blob service containers, we'll see that there are none. So a container is just essentially a folder that we use to organize blobs that we upload here. Now, at the same time, while we're here, why don't we take a look at the access keys? Every storage account in the Azure cloud gets 2 keys assigned automatically. Now, these are used for programmatic or API access to the storage account's contents. But you might ask, why 2 keys? Why not just 1? Well, the idea is that we might have scripts and programming code that refers to, let's say, key 1. Now, from a security perspective, you should be regenerating keys to change them periodically, although in practice, in my experience, that happens rarely, but it's what should happen. The idea is that we could regenerate a second key and at some point flip over our code to reference the second key and then regenerate the first key. Because you don't want to just regenerate a key without understanding that it will break any scripts or command line API calls that refer to that key. They will no longer work after you change the key or regenerate it. Okay, so having said that, let's go into the CLI and let's get to work. The first thing I'm going to want to do is create a variable. And I'm going to create a variable, let's say called account, and it will equal the name of our storage account. So storacct333325. There we go. So if I do echo $account, we can see the value of the variable. So it's the name of our storage account, which is what we want. Clear the screen, and I'm going to do the same kind of thing for a storage account key. We can even view the keys from here. So for example, AZ storage account keys list -- account - name. Actually, I can use my variable here, $account. How handy is that? -- resource - group. It's in a resource group called RG1, and I could just press enter to see the output of that, and there's the 2 keys, key 1 and key 2. Let's say I want to use key 1. It doesn't matter which one you use. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that first one and dump that in a variable I'm going to call key. So key equals open quote. Let's just paste that in there, close the quote, done. So if we echo $key, there's the value. Okay, so we have an account variable, we have a key variable. Let's get to it. So what I want to do is create a storage account container, essentially a folder in my storage account in which files I upload will be stored. So AZ storage container create -- name. I want to create a storage container called East Data -- account - name. We can use our $account variable name here, which contains simply a text string that references our storage account name. And also we'll specify -- account -key, and let's pass it our key variable, $key. Okay, so let's press enter. Looks like it was created. We can even check our work here in the portal. If we just go back here and scroll down in the navigation bar for the storage account, down under blob service containers, we should see East Data, and there it is. So let's go back into the CLI. Now to actually upload content, we're going to use AZ storage blob upload -- container name. We just created a container. It's called East Data. I want it to go in there. The other thing I have to specify is the name I want to use for this file. So I'm going to call it hr_employee list.xlsx. That's what I want it to be called in the storage account once it's uploaded. -- file, I have to specify the actual file I want to upload. And I already have it here in my Cloud Shell storage. So it's called HR. It's actually called the same thing, employee list.xlsx. It doesn't have to be the same. We can use the name to be the same or make it the same as the actual file that we're uploading, but it can be changed. Either way, we've got that part done. So now we have to specify -- account dash name, we've got our handy variable here, $account, and dash account dash key. You guessed it, we have a $key variable. And it looks like the syntax is correct. AZ storage blob upload, container name, name file. Yep, looks good. Well, it'll tell us if there's a syntax error. And it looks like it finished just like that, 100%. So let's minimize this. Let's open up these data here. And sure enough, we're going to see the presence of our HR employee list XLSX file. In this example, I'm going to use PowerShell to upload a blob to a storage account container. So to get started here, the first thing I want to do is figure out which storage account we're going to work with. So I'm already in the portal where I've launched a Cloud Shell running PowerShell. I'm going to minimize that for a second, and we're just going to go back here and take a look at our list of storage accounts. There's one here called Store Account 333325 that we're going to go into and work with from the PowerShell perspective. And so let's just scroll down here in the GUI to blob service containers. There's already a container here that we're going to see, and it's called East Data. I want to create an HR container and upload a file. So we can see currently there is no HR container, at least not yet. Let's go back into PowerShell. Let's make this happen. So to do that, I'm going to create a variable here that I'm going to call context CTX. And this variable is going to essentially point us to the storage account. To do that, I'm going to put equals get-az storage account, because I don't want to keep repeating the name of the storage account in the resource group. -R for resource group, it's RG1, and dash name, and the name of the storage account is store account 333325. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to store the result of running that command in the context variable. So $CTX, and it looks like we have a reference to that storage account. It's returning other properties that we didn't specify, so it must be working. Looks good. Clear the screen. What's next? Well, the next thing I want to do is actually get the context property. And what that means is if I run $CTX and pipe that to get-member to show me object properties and methods, although I'm going to say -type property, only care about properties, one of the properties of our variable here is called context. And I need this. So what I'm going to do then is the following. How about we overwrite the same variable? It doesn't matter. We're not going to need it again anyway. So $CTX is going to equal $CTX dot, and the name of the property we just looked at is context. Okay, so now let's just take a look at our $CTX variable. Aha, now it's got a reference pointer that points to that storage account. This looks different. This is good, and this is what we needed. So I'm going to run new -az storage container, spell this correctly, storage container dash name. I want to make this called HR, human resources. And here's where I'm going to use my variable. I'm going to use -context, and all I have to do is say $CTX. So it knows everything about what I'm talking about. I don't have to tell it, at least not outside of this variable, the name of the storage account, the resource group, and so on. Well, it doesn't like it because it really needs to be 3 through to 63 characters long. No problem. Up arrow key, we will write out human resources. Okay, now when we press enter, it's going to love it. So we've now got a new storage container called human resources. Let's just go back here and refresh the GUI. There's human resources. Now we can populate it with stuff. So let's clear the screen. And I'm going to do that by, well, first of all, let's see what we have here in the Cloud Shell, dir. So we've got a file called HR_employee list.xlsx. How about we upload that file? So I'll use set-az storage blob content, quite a long command name, -file. Well, the local file here is called HR_employee list.xlsx. I just typed in HR and pressed tab. It's unique enough so it found the name in the current directory and it spelled it out for me. How convenient. -container. I want to put this in the human resources container. So human resources, that's the one we just created a moment ago. And I'm going to specify that the blob, let's say, will be called the same thing as the file. How about HR_employee list.xlsx? Sometimes you want to change the name of what it will appear as in the storage account versus what it actually is in the file system that you have. But I'm okay with using the same name. The last thing I'm going to do is specify -context and pass it our $CTX variable. Now that's not a large file, so it won't take very long for that to be pushed up into the cloud. Let's minimize this. Let's go take a peek. Let's open up human resources. And after a moment, sure enough, we can see our file has been successfully uploaded. The Microsoft AZ copy command line tool can be used when you need to transfer files into a storage account, or from it, or even between storage accounts. So here in my web browser, I've navigated to Microsoft documentation where they discuss AZ copy. And if I scroll down a little bit, they also provide the downloads for AZ copy. So I'm going to go ahead and download the 64-bit Windows AZ copy tool on my on-premises Windows 10 computer. Now I've chosen to extract that to a folder on my machine on drive D, and I've changed to that directory. And if I do a dir, I can see the azcopy.exe tool. Now, depending on how you plan on using this, you can add this to your path, this subdirectory where you've got the tool, so that you can run it no matter which subdirectory you're in the command line. I'm not going to bother with that. I'm going to run it right from this current location. So if I just run azcopy, for example, -h for help, we should be able to tell if it's going to respond, and it looks like it is. So we know that it's working, and it's giving us some help on how to use the azcopy command line tool. Now, before you can actually use this to talk to Azure storage accounts, you're going to have to log in, and you can do that with azcopy space login. So what that does is it says go to this URL and enter this code to authenticate. So I've entered that URL into my web browser. It asks me to enter a code, which I've copied from that command line output, so I'm going to click Next. So I'm going to log in with one of my Azure AD users that I know has the appropriate storage account and blob roles. They have the right permissions so that they can manage the account, such as creating containers, and also have the ability to write blobs or upload blobs to storage account containers. So I've got that person's email address filled in. I'm going to click Next. Of course, I'll then specify the sign-in password for that account, and I'll click the sign-in button. And it then says I've signed in to the Azure Storage AZ Copy app on my device. I can close this window and get back to work at the command line using the AZ Copy tool. Back here at the command line, we can see here that the login succeeded, so we're ready to go. So I'm going to clear the screen. Now here in the portal, I've navigated to a storage account that will be interacted with using AZ Copy, and I've gone to Access Control IAM, and on the right, I'm going to click View Role Assignments. I want to check out which permissions, or indirectly through role assignments, that Lucas Brenner or L. Brenner has. So let's take a look. And if we scroll down, we can see that L. Brenner has the storage account contributor, so we can manage the storage account, such as working with containers, but he also has the storage blob data contributor, so we can contribute blobs, binary large objects, such as uploading files. The next thing I just want to do is take a look at the properties of this storage account. I'm interested really in the primary blob service endpoint, because we're going to use that to make a connection. We have to specify basically the URL. So let me just kind of scroll over to the right here, and we can see the blob service resource ID, and below that, the primary blob service endpoint. And really, it's just the full DNS name of our storage account. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy that. So I'm going to use the AZ copy command followed by make, because I want to make a container, or in other words, a folder or directory in the storage account before I upload content. So this is where I've specified the primary blob service URL that we just copied. However, what I want to do is specify after that the name of the container that I want to make. In this case, I'm calling it East Projects. Let's see what happens by pressing Enter. Now, if you get an error message, it's probably because you don't have the appropriate permissions to create that. And that's why it was important that this user that we authenticated with, L. Brenner, has the storage account contributor role. So it looks good. Successfully created the resource. Excellent. Next thing we want to do is copy a file there. To do that, I'm going to run azcopy copy, And then in quotes, I'm going to specify a local path on my on-prem computer. And in this case, I've decided I want all of the TXT files in the projects folder under sample files on drive D. So instead of specifying an individual file or blob, I'm specifying a bunch of them using a wildcard, asterisk. After which I am then specifying where the target is. Where is that going? So after that, the next parameter is my storage account blob service endpoint URL, of course, with our newly created container, East Projects. That's where I want that stuff to go. So let's go ahead and press enter. Now again, if this fails and you get some kind of a message about permissions or insufficient permissions, it's probably because the account you authenticated with, in our case it was L. Brenner, doesn't have the storage blob data contributor role. In this case, it looks good. It looks like the number of transfers completed was 3, so that is indicative of the fact that there are 3 files. So why don't we check our work? Well, we can do it in a number of ways, including in the portal. Back here in the portal, I'm still looking at the navigation bar here for the storage account in question. So why don't we just kind of scroll down until we see blob service containers. Hopefully we'll see East Projects, which we do. And if I open that up, we should see whatever files should be there, in this case, project A, B, and C.txt. We asked for everything that had a TXT file extension in that location on premises to be uploaded here, and we did so using the AZ copy command. Lifecycle management is important when it comes to cloud stored data. Sometimes it might be required for regulatory compliance that you configure how data is treated over time, such that it be archived and retained for a period of time, or for cost savings, maybe for infrequently accessed data, you want Azure to automatically move it to the cool tier to save on costs. Either way, we can do this with blob lifecycle management. So here in the portal, I'm in the navigation bar for an existing storage account. I'm going to scroll down under the blob service section where I'm going to click Lifecycle Management. What I'm going to do here is add a lifecycle management rule. So I'm going to click Add Rule. Now this rule is going to determine things like how many days we want to elapse before files stored here, blobs, are moved to some other type of storage. So for example, I'm going to call this first rule name Cool Storage. And for blobs, I can choose to move blobs to cool storage a certain number of days after they were last modified. So maybe after 90 days. So that means they're not being written to, so I'll move it to cool storage, which is designed for infrequently accessed data. And it really does this at a reduced charge. I can also move blob to archive storage. Now, you might be required to archive data and retain it for a period of time. So this would take care of the archiving portion, at least in an automated fashion. We can also determine if we want to delete blobs after a period of time, so a certain number of days after they were last modified, and same with snapshots that might have been taken. We can delete blob snapshots a certain days after the blob was created. So we can go ahead and do that. But this is just the rule. The next thing we have to do is specify the filter set. In other words, to what in the storage account should this rule apply? Now, perhaps it's the whole storage account, or maybe a specific container, or maybe only a certain type of file within this storage account. We're going to find out what to do by clicking Next down below to add the filter set. Now, we can add a prefix here. Now, there's nothing here by default, which means that if we don't specify anything, we are looking at everything stored in this Azure storage account to determine when it was last modified, to determine if it should be moved to cool storage. But we could specify containers or folders that we want to use as a prefix. So instead of typing that in, I'm going to click Browse, and from the drop-down list, I'm going to choose one of my containers. In this case, let's say East Projects, the entire container, and I'll choose Select. So it's been added down here to the list. That's what I want this filter set applied to. That is the filter set. And I'm going to then click Next down at the bottom for Review and Add. Validation has passed. Perfect. Let's click Add so that we can create this lifecycle rule. And we can now see that we have our cool storage lifecycle rule, and it's been enabled. You create blob containers to organize the blobs that you might store within an Azure storage account. And each of those blob containers can have an access level to determine what access is allowed to the container itself or the blobs within it. To get started here in the portal, I'm looking at the navigation bar for an existing storage account. So I'm going to scroll down and choose Blob Service Containers. This way we'll see what's already here. For example, if I open up the East Data folder, we'll see any files that might exist there. And I'm going to upload a new file. So I'm going to click Upload, and I'm going to upload a JPEG logo file. So I'm going to go ahead and click Upload, and after a moment, we can see quite clearly that our logo file exists. And if I click on that blob, then we can even see what it looks like. So when it opens up the properties, I'm going to click Edit, which in this case shows me that we've got a fictitious logo for a fictitious organization. Now, the next thing we want to do is take a look at access to that item. So, for example, if I go to the overview for that blob or that file, I have a URL. And the URL I'm going to copy because I'm going to paste that into a browser to see what kind of access we have to it. Now we can see that the URL consists of the name of the storage account followed by the default suffix .blob.core.windows.net. Then after that we see the path. /EastData is the blob container, and the file, of course, we just uploaded is called logo.jpg. However, when I put that into a web browser, it basically says can't find it, don't know what you're talking about. Let's find out why that message is showing up. To do that, we should go back and look at the folder. So I'm going to go back a couple of levels here so we can jump in and find out what's going on. So it's East Data. I can select that folder and I can change the access level. Now notice it's currently private, no anonymous access. That explains why we currently are unable to view that file or access it using the URL. But let's change it to, for example, blob, anonymous read access for blobs only. The third option is to allow the enumeration of the container to list blobs, such as programmatically. Here I'm just going to choose blob anonymous read access for blobs only, so for individual blobs. And I'm going to click OK. So anonymous access, that means no authentication required. Now there are times when that may be useful for public information posted on a web application and so forth. Let's go ahead and refresh the previous web browser session we had, and this time, instead of saying resource not found, it's actually showing the blob to us. Well, naturally, that's because we've modified the blob container access level to allow access to individual blobs, given that we have the URL for that individual blob. Within an Azure storage account, you can create queues. Let's scroll down here in the navigation bar for an existing storage account. I'm going to scroll down until I see Queue Service and Queues, and I'll click on Queues. Now, what is the purpose of this? This is of great interest, definitely, to software developers, because it allows them to build modular code in a loosely coupled way. What that means is that multiple software components, instead of requiring each to be online to transmit messages, they can instead drop messages into a storage queue where the other component can pick up that message when it's available or when it's up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and click the Add Queue button, and I'm going to call this Q1. Now notice if I were to put in, let's say, uppercase Q in the name, it doesn't like it. So lowercase letters only. Now this queue will be referred to programmatically by developers. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. So at this point, we've got a queue created called Q1, and I can see if I kind of scroll over here, I can see the URL. It's using the storage account name, followed by the default DNS suffix of .q.core.windows.net, and of course, then a reference at the end to the name of the queue. If I click to open the queue, one of the things I can do here is submit a sample test message. So I can click Add Message, Hello World. And the default expiration is set for 7 days. I'm going to leave that and just click OK. And there's our hello message being stored in the queue. You might do that if you're a developer and then you want to write some code to retrieve the message from it. Either way, we can put some sample messages in there. Now we can also define an access policy. If I click access policy on the left, it is what you would expect it would be. It determines what access is allowed to the queue. So for example, if I click add policy, then the first thing we have to do is specify an identifier. So I'm going to call this access Q1, and I can specify the permissions. Let's say the ability only to read messages stored in the queue. I can specify a start date and time of when that should apply and an expiration date and time of when that should stop. And that would, of course, be in accordance with the specified time zone information for both the start and expirations. Now, why would I do this? You would create this access policy as a limited way for software components, in this case, to read messages in this queue. Now, it's good to know it's tied to Q1 because we're creating this access policy for Q1. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and then I'm going to save that policy. Now, what we can also do here, if we go back to the storage account level, is we can open up the Storage Explorer tool from the navigation bar that's in preview. And what I can do is generate a shared access signature based on that access policy for the queue, which is kind of a cool feature. We can do it all right in here. So for example, if I take a look at my queues here, I can see we've got Q1. And if I right click on it, I can get a shared access signature. Shared access signatures traditionally provide limited and in some case timed access where there's an expiration to resources within a storage account, as opposed to a storage account access key which gives access to the entire account. Well, that's not the case here. It's only really read access for a specific queue. Okay, so I'm going to choose my access policy from the list here. It's access Q1. We can see the details for the start and expiration dates and times, and the permissions, which are read. So at this time when I create it, I then can copy either the URI or the query string, depending on how, as a developer, I'm making a connection to the shared access signature to gain these privileges. There are times where you might want to grant storage account permissions to Azure AD users, and we can do this by assigning RBAC roles related to storage account usage. So to get started here, in the portal, I'm looking at the properties of an existing storage account, and within that navigation bar, I'm going to click Access Control IAM, where I would normally go for RBAC role assignments. And I'm going to click Add and add role assignment. What I want to do is filter the list of roles for any that begin with the word storage, since we're talking about a storage account. So from the role drop-down list, I'll just give a click there and I'll type in storage. So the first thing I want to do is assign the storage account contributor role, because I want to allow a specific user in AD, Azure AD, or a group perhaps, or even a service principal, I want to grant them the ability to manage the storage account. So such as creating storage account containers. So I'm going to select that role, and what I want to do is assign that to a group. So I'm going to type in the word East, and I've already got an Azure AD group I've defined previously called East Admins. I want the members of that group to have storage account contributor permissions. So I'm going to go ahead and select that, and I'll click Save. If I also want, let's say, that same group to be able to upload blobs, then I would work with a different role. So I'm going to click Add Role Assignment, and the role I'm interested in here is going to be the Storage Blob Data Contributor role. Let's find that first to make sure that's the correct name. So I'm going to click on the list of roles. Once again, type in storage, and it looks like we were right. Storage Blob Data Contributor role. And I'm going to assign that to the same group so they can also upload blob content to the storage account. Then I'll click Save. So once that role has been assigned, or those roles, we can click on View to view the role assignments. And over on the right here, if I scroll down, we'll see in fact that East Admins has been given the storage account contributor role at this resource, so it wasn't inherited from a management group or a subscription or a resource group, and also the storage blob data contributor. So any member of the East Admins group, which by the way, why don't we just take a look at that specific group so we can see who the members might be, because it is the members of the group that will have those permissions or those abilities at the storage account level. And here we can see its users, Jen Hill and Marcia Lynn. Every Microsoft Azure storage account always has two storage account access keys. Here in the properties of a storage account, I can go down under settings and click on access keys to open the access keys blade. And when I do that, over on the right, I will see that there are two keys. Now, there are also two connection strings. We're focusing primarily on the keys. These keys give access to the storage account. And it's access that would be granted, for example, at the command line level. When using command line tools, you could use the access key to gain access to the storage account. Even using GUI tools like Azure Storage Explorer, sometimes developers will be accessing Azure Storage Account APIs, and they will need to specify a key to gain programmatic access. Either way, that's what it's for. But there are two of them. Why two? Well, what you could do is you could refresh keys periodically. And as a matter of fact, you should from a security perspective. But if you're regenerating a key, what you're doing is changing it. So I've selected key 1, the regenerate icon. It says the current key will become immediately invalid and can't be recovered. You want to regenerate access key 1? I'm going to choose yes. And when I do, it looks completely different. So if I had any code or scripts or command line references to the old key 1, they will no longer work. They won't have access to the storage account any longer. So I would do this on a periodic basis, and you'd have to make sure you change all references that use the old key. But because it could be disruptive in some cases, that's why you have two keys, because you could have commands and scripts use key 2 for a while as you generate key 1, which you might use for new command line or programmatic access. So you have the access of having the ability rather, of having a key that's still valid and useful while you refresh a different one. You can also do this at the command line. So let's go ahead and jump into Cloud Shell, and I'll just click Reconnect since my session timed out. So here in PowerShell, I'm going to use the new -AZ storage account key commandlet to generate a new key. I'll specify the resource group where that account was deployed, the name of that storage account, and the key I want to regenerate, in this case, key 1, and I'll press Enter. Now, we can actually retrieve information about that as well using the get-AZ storage account key commandlet. So that would be get-AZ storage account key, specify the resource group where the storage account was deployed, and the name of the storage account, and when I press Enter, it returns both key 1 and key 2. A shared access signature, or SAS, SAS, which you'll see when you're looking at the navigation bar for a storage account. You'll see it down here, shared access signature. This is a way to allow limited access to a storage account to particular services with perhaps only read access as opposed to read, list, and write. And even it can have an expiration date and time so that the permissions are only good within a certain time frame. Now that's as opposed to access keys, of which there are two for every storage account. If you have an access key, you have full access to everything in the storage account. Not quite so with the shared access signature, depending on how it's configured. Let's take a look at how that works. So I'm going to go into shared access signature, and I only want to allow access, let's say, to blobs, not to Azure file shares, queues, or tables. Now, I only want to allow read and list access. I don't want this shared access signature to allow the creation of content at the blob level. Now, if I scroll down further, we'll also see the timing, the date and the time stuff. So the start and expiration date and time. So the starting date and time, the expiry date and time, which I'm going to leave. Notice here that on the same day, we have access starting at about now, 10:56 in the morning, and ending at about 6:56. So we've got 8 hours by default. Of course, you can change that. You can also specify an allowed IP address, either individually or a range, as implied with the faded or ghosted text in that field to help you along. It's going to be for HTTPS, and I have to choose either key 1 or key 2 as the signing key for this signature. So I'm just going to leave it on key 1, and I'm going to generate SAS and connection string. And then down below, I'll see it's giving me 3 items: a connection string, a SAS token, which I would use for programmatic access, and also a blob service SAS URL. So I'm going to use the blob service SAS URL down at the bottom here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to use that to make a connection to the storage account using the Azure Storage Explorer GUI tool. Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer is a free downloadable tool, which I've already downloaded. What I want to do is create a new connection using the shared access signature. So in the left-hand navigator here, I'm going to right-click on Storage Accounts, and I'm going to choose Connect to Azure Storage. What I want to do is I want to make a connection using a SaaS URI, shared access signature. So I'm going to go ahead and click Next. I'll paste in the URI. Everything else is filled in, including the display name. I can change that. I'm going to call this SaaS Test, just so we can distinguish it from anything else that's already there in the navigation panel. I'll click Next and Connect. So in the left-hand navigator, we can now see our SaaS Test connection to the storage account, and if I expand it, I can see only blob containers. Now, I have another example up here in the Azure Storage Explorer where I've connected to the storage account using an access key, which provides access to everything in that storage account. But here, we only have access to what the shared access signature says we have access to, which is blob containers. And if I take a look, for example, under Ease Projects, I can see some content there, but I will not be able to upload content because I don't have the ability to add items, only list and read. So I'm going to go ahead and try to upload a file here, but it's going to fail. It says insufficient credentials. It's not allowed because of the shared access signature. It doesn't allow the adding of content at the blob level. When you create an Azure storage account, at creation time, you can determine whether or not you want a specific type of replication enabled for that account. Replication allows you to increase the data availability for whatever you have stored in the account. First of all, we can change this after the fact, and I'm going to do that here in the portal. So I've got the properties of an existing storage account displayed. I've got the navigation bar. The first thing I'll do is go down to Geo Replication. But when I click there, what I'm going to see is a map with my primary location. So where is the option to add additional locations for replication? Well, there's nothing, not even down at the bottom. All I see is that our current primary location is Canada Central. Well, that's because we have to enable replication, if it wasn't enabled when the account was created, by going to Configuration over on the left. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that. So we'll be able to select the type of replication that we're interested in. If we take a look, currently it's set to locally redundant storage, or LRS. So what this means is that we've got 3 copies of data within an Azure location. So if we've got a problem such as a fire in an Azure data center, we might lose all access to those 3 copies. And so for additional availability, you might select either Geo-Redundant Storage, GRS, or Read Access Geo-Redundant Storage. The difference being that with Geo-Redundant Storage, if there's a failure in the primary region, you've got to initiate a failover to the secondary region where data was copied to in order to be able to access it. So I'm going to choose, in this case, Geo-Redundant Storage, GRS, and I'm going to save that config change here. So we're changing the configuration of an existing storage account. It says it successfully updated it. Perfect. Let's go back and let's look at the geo-replication screen. Previously, we had only the blue indicator on the map, which according to the legend was our primary location of Canada Central. Now it's automatically determined that geo-replication will be enabled for the green listed item on the map, which is a different location, it's another region, but it is reasonably close to the primary. It's Canada East. So now Canada Central will be replicated to Canada East. So at this point, at the bottom, it says, well, you can't even enable failover because replication is happening. You've just enabled this. And as you might imagine, depending on the amount of data in the account, will determine how long it takes for this to complete. But at this point, we've increased the availability of the data by replicating it to an alternate or secondary Azure region. Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer is a free GUI tool that lets you connect to various aspects of an Azure storage account, such as if you want to manage blobs or queues or tables and so on. So in my browser, I've navigated to the Azure Storage Explorer download page. You can search this up quite easily using your favorite search engine. And I'm going to go ahead and download and install Azure Storage Explorer for the Windows platform on my on-premises Windows 10 station. You can then start Microsoft Azure Storage Explorer from your Start menu like you would with any app. Now, the first thing I need to do here is determine how I'm going to make a connection to a storage account in Azure. So for example, I can expand storage accounts here, and I could right-click and choose Connect to Azure Storage. And I have a number of ways I can do that, using my Azure account credentials, or via Azure AD credentials, using a connection string, a shared access signature, a storage account name, and a key to it, or I could attach to a local emulator for testing purposes. In this case, let's say I want to connect to a storage account using its name and key. I'm going to go ahead and click Next. It wants a display name. Well, I'm going to give it the name of the storage account, store account 333325, and I have to give it an account name, that would be for the storage account, and also the account key. So I'm going to pop in the actual name of it, store account 333325, but I also need an account key. So here in the portal, in my storage account, I'm going to scroll down to access keys, of which there are 2. Now, it doesn't make a difference which one I copy, so I'll just take the first one and click the copy icon. And I'll go ahead and paste that in the account key field. And that's all I'm going to change here. So I'm going to go ahead and click Next and then Connect. So now we can see the storage account listed in the navigator and in parentheses the word key, since that is how we gained access to the account. So now I can check out what's in the account. I can drill down into it, expand blob containers. Here's all of the different blob containers we have. I can click on each one of those and see files, download, upload content. I can also see any Azure file shares that might have been created, and of course the contents of those file shares. I can see any queues that might have been defined, and those items are shown here, and so on. So really, the Azure Storage Explorer is another way to make a connection to a storage account, in our case with the storage account access key, which gives access to the whole storage account, from which we can then work with the content in the storage account. One of the many options you have when you create a storage account in Azure is whether or not you want the blob soft delete option enabled. It's disabled by default. Now you can check this out on an existing storage account in the portal by going into the navigation bar, scrolling down under blob service and choosing data protection. And here we'll see that the current state is, as it was by default, disabled. I'm going to choose enabled, and I've got a retention policy set for a default value of 7 days. This means that any data, blob data, that is overwritten or deleted can be recovered for up to 7 days. Now, this doesn't apply if we're talking about a container, essentially a folder, that is deleted. You can't get those contents back after 7 days. It also doesn't apply if any of the metadata, such as tagging and so on, related to blob items is modified. So I'm going to go ahead and click Save to save that change. And let's navigate to our blob service containers, and I'm just going to open a container called East Projects. In here, I have a file named projecta.txt, so I'm going to select that file, and I'm going to choose to delete it. It also asks, would you also like to delete any blob snapshots if there are any? Well, I don't have any, so I'm going to just choose OK. And we can now see that our blob is deleted. The file's gone, projecta.txt. Now notice within this view here, over on the far right, I have the option to show deleted blobs. If I turn that on, we can clearly see projecta.txt was deleted because the status says as much. Now what I can do is click directly on that blob, and when I'm in the properties of it over on the right, I can click undelete. So it says it successfully undeleted it. Let's just take a quick little peek here. So if we close that current property window or blade, so I'll close that out, we can now see projecta.txt, instead of having status of deleted, is now back at being active. And we have the ability then to do this for the retention period, which by default is 7 days. Encryption of data at rest has become more and more important over time, as we keep hearing media reports about compromised customer information, for example, due to the fact that data was not stored in an encrypted format. And really, in this day and age, that's completely unacceptable, as there are so many freely available encryption tools out there, and in many cases it's enabled by default, such as with an Azure storage account. Let's explore that a little bit. Here in the portal, I'm going to go into storage accounts, and I'm going to open an existing Azure storage account. What we want to do is scroll down in the navigation bar and click Encryption. When we do this, we'll see that it's set currently to Microsoft managed keys. So yes, it is server-side encryption, it is enabled, but the keys are controlled by Microsoft. Depending upon your regulatory compliance requirements, that might not work. You might need to have control of them. So we do have the option, as we can see here, to enable customer managed keys. So down below, I can select a key vault. Now, a key vault is a centralized Azure resource. I say centralized only meaning it serves as a central repository for you to store secrets like PKI certificates, passphrases, and, of course, as in our case, keys. And so other Azure resources or software code that you might develop can refer to this centralized storage location for secrets and call upon things. And in this case, I'm going to go and select a key vault, because I want to choose a key from it that will be used to encrypt this storage account, and it will be under my control. So from the drop-down list, I have a key vault I've created called KV1 East 1. And within it, I've got a key called Key1. That's something I created, I generated. So I'm going to go ahead and choose Select. And at this point, we've now got the required information to enable customer-managed keys here for our storage account. Now that that's filled in, I'm just going to go up to the top and choose Save. And it says it's updating the server-side encryption for the storage account. So at this point, it's now been enabled. So from this point forward, newly added items to the storage account will be encrypted, and of course, any existing items will be retroactively encrypted with the background encryption process. In the Microsoft Azure environment, a shared access signature is usually associated with the storage account. Here in the portal, I'm looking at a storage account, and if I scroll down and look under Settings, I'll see Shared Access Signature. And the purpose of this is to allow limited time-based access to some contents of the storage account, whereas the access keys provide full access to everything in the storage account. But we not only have the option of setting up a shared access signature, for example, to allow access to blobs, but we can get even more specific to individual blobs. So for example, I'm going to scroll down further under Blob Service and choose Containers. And I'm going to pick on a container called East Projects, let's say, where I've got some sample files uploaded, one of which is called projecta.txt. I want to set a shared access signature for that specific blob as opposed to all blobs. So when I open up the properties on the right, I need to click on the Generate SAS option. Now from here, I can choose the permissions that would apply here. It's set to read by default, which is what I want, so I'm going to leave it at that. And I can see the start, date and time, and the time zone. And of course, the idea is that we can have an expiry date and time as well for when this is good for, this shared access signature. So I'm going to leave it as it is. I could also specify IP addresses from which access is allowed. And I'm just going to scroll down a little bit by scrolling over to the far right. You can see everything. And then finally, we have to specify some finalized details here, such as whether we're going to allow HTTPS or HTTP. Of course, HTTPS, network encryption makes sense. And key1 in our storage account will be used to generate the signature. So generate SAS token and the URL. And I'm just going to scroll down here to reveal those items. So we have both a blob SAS token and a blob SAS URL. So I'm going to copy the blob SAS URL by pointing to the copy icon to the far right of it and choosing the copy option. So click, and it says it was copied. So now when I paste that blob SAS URL in my web browser, it will allow me to access the file. Now, because it's a known MIME type in the browser, it's just a text file, it actually shows us the contents of the file as opposed to prompting us to download it. So in this course, we've examined Azure storage accounts, including how to create and manage them, upload content, and enable replication, as well as various methods for accessing storage accounts. We did this by exploring the details of Azure storage accounts, including storage tiers. We looked at how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to manage Azure storage accounts. And we looked at how to limit network access to a storage account, and how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to manage storage account blobs. And also, we looked at how to use the AZ copy command line tool to upload blobs to a storage account. Next, we looked at how to use the portal to manage blob lifecycle policies. We looked at how to enable Azure AD authentication access through RBAC roles. We looked at how to refresh storage account access keys, create a shared access signature, and enable storage account replication. We also looked at how to install and use the Azure Storage Explorer tool. And finally, we looked at how to enable blob soft delete and use customer managed keys to encrypt cloud data. In our next course, we'll move on to explore how to create and manage Azure files for file sharing, as well as file synchronization solutions. An Azure storage account can house multiple types of storage, including blobs or binary large objects. In other words, allowing files to be uploaded into the storage account. There are block blobs. Now, block blobs are normally what we would use if we are uploading smaller files that might result from Office productivity tools such as word processing apps or presentation apps or spreadsheet apps, that type of thing, or maybe graphic logo files. They would be considered block blobs. Append blobs, as the name implies, are a file that would normally by its nature need to be added to constantly. Think of log files where they're constantly being written to at the end of the file. Then there are page blobs. Now these are for larger files to support random access. Now what that means is they're not necessarily read or written to in a sequential format. Think of virtual machine hard disks. They would be uploaded and treated as page blobs in an Azure storage account. Then the storage account can also house Azure files, which are essentially shared folders in the cloud. The idea is we can allow shared folder access for our cloud-based Azure file share from on-premises devices or from devices in the cloud, like virtual machines. So the operating system would need to support connecting to shared folders using SMB version 3. So it's kind of like what you might use even in Unix and Linux or the Mac OS when you mount a remote mount point to appear locally in your file system. Normally that's done for NFS type of connections over the network using the NFS protocol, but in this case it would be for SMB compliant shares. The storage account also allows for what's called Azure table storage. This is NoSQL based. What does that mean? Well, standard SQL compliant solutions, where SQL stands for Structured Query Language, would include things like Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle Database Server, MySQL, all kinds of different variations where you have a strict definition or blueprint of what's allowed to be stored. So you'd have table definitions, and in each of those tables, you would have columns or field definitions with data types, and you could link tables together. Well, NoSQL doesn't do any of that. It's an unstructured schema where the storage of one record can be completely different than the underlying blueprint for storing the next record. So it could be many different types of data. And it uses key and value pairs for storage, much like you might have experience with if you've worked a lot with Azure resource tagging and key and value pairs. A storage account can also accommodate storage queues. So we would have queue storage in the Azure cloud, and that's done within a storage account, and software developers can write code for app components such as, in our example, app component 1 could write a message into a storage queue in Azure, and then app component 2, if it's busy or unavailable over the network, when it does become available, it can read messages that it's supposed to read from app component 1. And in this way, we have data exchange between different software components. In this demonstration, I'm going to configure Azure File Share. Azure File Share is essentially an SMB-compliant shared folder hosted in the cloud environment. You don't need your own server to set up a shared folder. So to get started here in the portal, I've navigated to an existing storage account, And within that storage account, I'm going to scroll down in the navigation bar until I see File Service, and I'll click File Shares. Now, I don't have any file shares defined yet, but that's going to change in a moment. So I'm going to click Add a File Share up at the top. And I want this to be called Projects, and I'll set a maximum quota for storage, let's say to 5 gig. And then I'll click Create. So we can now see we've got the Projects file share here. Now, much like a blob container, you can go into it and start uploading content, so uploading files. You can add a subdirectory if you really want to, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to click Upload, and I'm going to upload a file or two. So I specified a couple of file names here. I'll just upload them, and because they're small text files, it won't take long for them to show up. So we can now see we've got project_A, B, and C. They're text files, and they're in the projects share. Now at this point, we need to talk about connectivity. So it's one thing to create the file share, but what about making a connection? Well, the connection is available. For example, if we click the Connect button at the top, it gives us instructions depending on the platform in question, whether we're mapping a drive letter in Windows or whether we're making a connection as a mount point from Linux or the Mac OS. You can use the Azure CLI to configure an Azure file share, so essentially a shared folder in the cloud. In order to do that, you have to think about the storage account where you want to define that Azure file share, and you also have to think about an access key that you will use to get permission to create it from the CLI. So we can see the name of our storage account in this example is store account 333325, and down below, I can see, of course, as is the case with every storage account, there are 2 access keys. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the second access key. And I'm going to spawn a Cloud Shell environment. Now here in the CLI, I'm going to run AZ storage, so presumably file shares are part of the storage nomenclature, and -h for help. After which I can then learn and start guessing at what would be next, such as share for managing file shares. That sounds about right. So if I do an AZ storage share, and then specify -h for help, we'll learn more about how to use that syntax, such as creating an Azure file share. Let's get to it. AZ storage share create --account -name. So this is the name of the storage account, and that in our case is store account 333325 --account -key. Well, this is where I'm going to paste in the key that I copied previously when we were in the portal a moment ago. --name. What I want to call this is budgets. So I'm going to put in budgets as the name of the share. I can also set the quota, --quota in gig. So maybe I'll just put there 5. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to press enter to create that Azure file share. And it says created true. Now notice if I try to run other CLI commands like AZ storage share list, it says, well, not quite. You need to give us some credentials, such as with account name and account key. No problem. So we can make that happen. AZ storage share list. Now I really should have stored those in variables, but that's okay. --account -name. We know it's store account 333325, and the --account -key parameter. And I can just see that up there. So why don't I just copy that again, just to make sure I still have it on the clipboard, and we'll paste it in here and we'll press enter. And now we're seeing everything that's listed, but as usual, it's providing all of the metadata. I just want to see the names. Okay, let's clear the screen. Now, because we're in PowerShell, we can get away with either clear, the word clear, or CLS. Doesn't make a difference. Up arrow key to bring up that previous command. At the end, I'm going to add --query, open and close square bracket, because we've got an array of items being returned, multiple shares, and I want to call upon the .name property for each of them to only see the names. And there's the one that we've just created, budgets. Let's take a look at it from the perspective of the GUI. So here in my storage account in the portal, I'm going to scroll down in the navigation bar till I see file service and file shares. Just give it a moment to update, and there's budgets. In this demonstration, I'll use PowerShell to create an Azure file share. Remember that a file share is a shared folder hosted in the Azure cloud through a storage account. So that means that we're going to need command line access then to the storage account. And one way to get that access is to use a storage account key. So I'm going to go ahead and run the get-az storage account key commandlet. I'm going to specify the resource group and name of an existing storage account whose keys I want to return. Now it returns both keys. Every storage account has two keys. You can change one for security purposes while the other one remains intact. Now if I want to get a specific one of these keys, I'll just use the up arrow key to bring the previous command back up. To get a specific key, I can ask for example, the first one. I'm going to make a variable here called key equals. It's going to then contain the rest of the command as per I entered it previously, but I'm going to change it a little bit because what I want to do is place that entire command in parentheses. The reason is because I want it treated as a single statement, after which I then want to call upon the dot and then a property. So I want to call upon a property, specifically in this case, the value property, and I want value 0. So I want the first item. That's the first key, in other words. And when I press enter, and if we return the key variable, you can see indeed that value 0 really is the first item in the array. It's the first item in the value property array. So we've now got that stored in a variable. Great. Next thing I want to do is make a context variable so that we can essentially lump together the name of the storage account and also the key and just refer to the context variable. So I'm going to clear the screen, CLS. I'm going to make a variable CTX. That's just for context. And that's going to equal new -AZ storage context. And I'm going to give it the storage account name, storage account name, which in this case is store ACCT 333325. That's the name of my storage account. And I also want to specify the storage account key. Well, we have a variable now, so that's too easy. We just refer to $key for that. All right, we now have a context variable. Now what I want to do is actually create my file share. So now essentially we have pointers to the storage account. We have a storage account key to be able to do this, so we're good. So I'm going to run new -AZ storage share. And the name I'm going to assign to this, in this case, let's say, is east-logs. And then I'm going to specify my context variable. So -context is going to be $CTX. Now notice it returns an error. Well, if I change the name here to reflect lowercase letters and press enter, it works. So you'll find that a lot of items related to storage accounts are case sensitive. In other words, uppercase letters are not accepted. Anyway, it looks like it worked. Let's verify this. We can run get-AZ storage share. Now notice it says don't have a storage context. Well, that's the same thing that we did up here when we built the share. We used -context and gave it the variable. No problem. Let's bring the up arrow key up there to bring that previous command up on the screen. -context $CTX. And there it is. Now we can see the existence of our new share, east-logs. And of course, we'll see the same thing if we go in the portal. So if I refresh my list of file shares for that storage account, there's east-logs. In this demonstration, I'm going to map a drive letter from an Azure Windows virtual machine to an Azure file share. So here in the portal, let's start by looking at a storage account where the file share has been defined. So I'll scroll down in the navigation bar for the account, go down under File Service and choose File Shares, where we'll see we've got a project's file share. And so if I open that up, it's got some files in it. We can see project A, B, and C. They're text files. So this is just essentially like a shared folder on a file server that you might have on premises, where you've got some content within it. But the connection to it is a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and click the connect button at the top, where we can see some syntax for making a connection to it by mapping a drive letter in Windows. In this case, I want to map drive letter P for projects. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that from the drop-down list. We can see it's got some PowerShell code here that's going to be used to test the connection with the test-net connection commandlet, and also actually mapping the drive. So in other words, it's going to actually make the connection by adding the storage account reference here for our shared folder. So I've pasted that, I've copied and pasted that so we can see it in a bit more detail here in WordPad. So a variable, $connect test result, is going to be the result of running test.net connection against a computer name, which is really just the URL of our specific account, and it's trying to connect to port 445. So if you were trying, for example, to map a drive letter from a Windows machine on premises into the Azure cloud, you need to make sure that port 445 is allowed in an outbound direction. And the fact is, most internet service providers will not allow that traffic out. So if you don't have access to control outbound ports, because maybe you only have a residential internet connection, then that might be a problem. Next thing we're doing is we've got an if statement here, and we're testing the result. So if the TCP test succeeded, so we could talk to our storage account and make a connection to port 445, then it's going to start saving some information here. So it's going to store the user storage account name and the generated password here. That is an actual storage account access key. And then in PowerShell, the new -ps drive command is being used. In this case, to map drive letter P, we selected P for projects. And we can see it's making a reference to the projects folder within the storage account. And it's setting it as a persistent drive mapping so that drive P will be there every time that we sign in. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this again, and I'm going to use it within a PowerShell command prompt environment within an Azure virtual machine, where I know port 445 to the storage account is going to work. So I've opened up here my virtual machine, my Windows virtual machine in Azure, and I've copied the public IP address, and I've opened a connection to it using Remote Desktop Client from my on-premises system. So I'm going to continue going into that machine over RDP so we can map the drive letter to Azure File Share. Now, within my remote session to my Azure Windows virtual machine, I'm going to go into the Start menu because I want to start the PowerShell ISE. So Windows PowerShell ISE, where I'm going to paste in that code that we went through that will map the drive letter here from this machine. So I'm just going to click the new piece of paper icon here for a new script, so to speak, and I'll paste in all of that code. And I'll just press Control plus sign here so we can kind of zoom in. So this is exactly what we were looking at to map drive letter P. So I copied that for our specific configuration. So I'm just going to go ahead and run all of this. We can see it's down there. It's attempting the TCP connection. So remember, port 445 needs to be open between this host and the target for this to work. And it looks like drive P is probably mapped. There are a number of ways we could do that here in PowerShell. Let's navigate to drive P. So P:dir. There are the project files. Of course, most people that would use this would access that drive mapping from within Windows Explorer or through apps of some kind. So if we go to this PC, we'll see that drive letter P showing up here. So projects, and showing up there along with the contents of that. So there are the files in that location. You can create a Linux mount point from a Linux machine if you want to mount a remote Azure file share. Here in the portal, I'm in an existing storage account. We're going to take a look at an existing file share. So file service, file shares. We'll see we've got one here called projects. I'll click to open it up to reveal its contents. So we'll see some files here that have been uploaded, but we also have a connect button. When we click connect, we can choose Linux at the top to get instructions on how to configure a mount point for our storage account. Now I'm going to change the mount point name here, let's say to projects, and it will change the example code down below, which I will copy to my clipboard. So this is what we're looking at. If you've written a lot of Linux shell scripts, then this will be familiar to you. The first thing we're doing, or it is doing, is using the sudo command to raise elevated privileges to make a directory on the root of the Linux machine under MNT called projects. That's the mount point. And if the directory etc SMB credentials does not exist, then it'll make it. If there's not a file here to store SMB creds, it'll make it. And it's storing the username with the name of the storage account, and the password is a storage account access key. Then it's setting some permissions using change mode as required for the credential file. And to get right down to it, what it's then doing is writing to the etcfs tab file, so it's a persistent mount point that will persist between reboots. And the actual mount command happens way down here. sudo, again, to run elevated commands, mount, where the type of the file system here is CIFS, and then we're specifying 2 forward slashes and then a reference to the storage account using the default file.core.windows.net suffix for file share /projects. And that is being mounted locally in Linux under /mnt/projects, which is being created way up at the top of this example. And then some permissions modes are being set here as that mount point is created. So essentially, this needs to execute in Linux. So I have a Linux virtual machine running in Azure that I've connected to through SSH using the free PuTTY tool that I'm running on premises. So I'm going to go ahead and paste that command in here. When the script tries to run sudo, it's going to ask you for your current user password, which I'll supply. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to run that again by just pasting that in. And it looks like it's completed. I'm going to clear the screen and do an ls of mnt projects, and we can actually see the contents of that Azure file share. You can use Azure File Sync so that your Azure files, in other words, your shared folders defined in an Azure storage account, are made available to your on-premises clients through an on-premises file server. So the on-prem file server then really acts as an on-premises cache of what exists in the cloud in your Azure file share. Remember that Azure file shares are defined within an Azure storage account. You can also use this so that any files that are placed into the on-premises file server in a given directory get synchronized to your Azure file share. To get this set up, the first thing you would have to do is for your on-premises file server or file servers is be sure that you disable Internet Explorer Enhanced Security Configuration or ESC. Next, configure your Azure files. That means configure your shared folders in the cloud. Next, you would download and install the Azure File Sync agent on your on-premises servers. This is the link between that on-premises server and your Azure storage account file share. So then you would have to create and configure an Azure File Sync resource. You could even use the portal to create an Azure File Sync resource in which you would configure what's called a sync group. Now, what then happens is the on-premises file caching server needs to be registered with the Azure Storage Sync service. Now that happens at the end of the installation. When you install the File Sync agent on your on-premises server, the tail end of that installation is going to guide you through connecting to an Azure account and a subscription and essentially connecting to an Azure Storage Sync resource. So that's part of the File Sync agent. So of course, that means that you have to have a sync group defined within your Azure File Sync resource. Now, when you create your sync group, you will have a cloud endpoint. It's already pointing to the storage account file share. However, you would have to add a server endpoint after you've installed the agent on the on-premises server, and that way the server will be associated with it. So you add a server endpoint for the server that's been registered, which occurred at the end of the installation of the on-prem agent. So in this course, we've examined how to create and manage Azure files for sharing cloud-based folders and how to enable file synchronization using Azure File Sync. We did this by exploring how Azure File Share enables shared folders in the cloud, how to use the portal, the CLI, and PowerShell to manage Azure files. We also looked at how to map a drive to Azure files using Windows. We also looked at how to map a mount point to Azure files using Linux. We looked at the purpose of Azure File Sync, and finally, how to enable an on-premises Azure File Sync gateway server. In our next course, we'll move on to explore Azure network solutions, including how to create and manage Azure network resources, including VNets, subnets, routing tables. We'll look at how to configure VNet peering and how to configure Azure ExpressRoute. Azure Files refers to shared folders hosted in the Azure cloud through a storage account. Well, what we can do with Azure File Sync is have an on-premises Windows server essentially cache that information for quick on-premises access. The first thing we have to do to make this happen is we need to create an Azure File Sync resource. So here in the portal, let's start with that. I'm going to click Create a Resource, and what I'm going to search for is Azure File Sync. There it is. Let's go ahead and select that, and let's click on Create. So I'm going to deploy this into a resource group I've already got. So I'll select that from the list, and I need to give this a name. I'm going to call this File Sync 1, and it's going to be, let's say, in the Canada Central region. Let's put it there. I'm not going to tag it or anything, so I'll click Next to continue through the wizard. Now, it says that there's a problem here on basics. We can usually tell that when we have an asterisk, which implies that there's something that you need to fill in. Well, we've already addressed all of the required parameters, so I'm just going to click Review and Create, and then I'll choose Create. It's going to validate the deployment. We filled in everything that needs to be filled in. So once it says that the deployment validation is exceeded, it's actually submitting it, and it's on its way. Now, we're not finished because what we need to do in that Azure File Sync object is we need to add what's called a sync group. So we'll go take a look at that now. I'm going to click Go to Resource. And within here, we're going to create our sync group. You can see sync groups listed over here in the left-hand navigator. So I'll click the Add Sync Group button. And I'm going to start by giving it a name. I'll call it Sync Group 1. I have to associate this with a storage account, so I'm going to click on the Select Storage Account button, and I'm going to choose a storage account that I know has some Azure file shares configured in it already. So after I've selected it, I'll scroll down, and from the Azure File Share drop-down list, I'm going to choose one that I've defined previously called Projects, and I'll choose Create to create the sync group. Notice it's in the midst of creating a cloud endpoint for that sync group. But what we're not going to have yet is a server endpoint. Let's open up the sync group and take a look at that for just a second. So we can see that we've got a cloud endpoint called Projects, but we don't have a server endpoint yet, and we won't until we download and install the File Sync agent on an on-premises server and then have it registered with this sync group. So notice we have an Add Server Endpoint button at the top, and when I click it, when I go to the registered server list, there's nothing there. Well, again, we haven't installed the File Sync agent on an on-premises Windows file server yet, but once we do, we'll be able to come back here and complete this process. Here on my on-premises server, I've gone into the Server Manager tool. That normally starts up automatically unless you've disabled it. You can just go to your Start menu if you really want to, and you can start the Server Manager tool. The reason I'm here is if I click on Local Server over on the left, on the right, I can see the Internet Explorer or IE Enhanced Security Configuration is on. I'm going to click on that and turn it off for admins and users because I want to download the Azure File Sync agent. So I'm going to go ahead and close that up, and I'm just going to fire up a web browser here, let's say Internet Explorer. Because my server is running Windows Server 2019, I'm going to select the checkbox for that MSI, and I'll click Next in the bottom right. And I'm going to go ahead and click Allow onto the bottom to allow this to download. I want the pop-up to pop up, and I'm going to go ahead and actually just click Run. I know it's from a trusted, secured location. And after a moment, we have the Welcome to the Storage Sync Agent Setup Wizard screen. Perfect. Let's continue. I'm going to click Next, accept the terms and the license agreement. I'll click Next. I'll accept the defaults for Azure File Sync and the local installation location. So I'll just go ahead and click Next on that. No proxy settings on this host to get out to the internet, so I'll just continue, use Microsoft Update. And here we can specify if we want to automatically update when new versions become available. So this is the Azure Storage Sync Agent Auto Update Settings screen. So I'm just going to go ahead and accept all of that and just basically get the product installed. Okay, and at the end of the wizard, I'm just going to go ahead and click Finish. So it's automatically checked for an update for the Azure File Sync agent. Didn't find anything, so I'll just click OK. And the next step is to sign in and register this server so that it'll show up within the cloud, and then we can actually add it as a server endpoint in our sync group. So I'm going to go ahead and click Sign In. So after signing in to Azure successfully, I can then choose the subscription from the drop-down list, after which I can then choose a resource group and ultimately my storage sync service. And there it is there, File Sync 1. I'm going to go ahead and click Register. And after a moment, we can see that the registration was successful. So I'm just going to go ahead and click Close. Back here in the portal, I'm still looking at my File Sync 1 sync group, and more specifically, I'm looking at the sync groups within that resource. So I'm going to open up Sync Group 1, and previously when we were in here, we had clicked Add Server Endpoint, but there were no registered servers that had the agent installed. But this time, it's showing up. That's the name of my server. So I'm going to specify that server from the list. So on my on-premises server, I've got disk volume E with a folder called 2020_projects. And sure enough, I can see a number of files in there. So I'm going to need to specify that path when I configure my server endpoint. So I've selected the registered server. I've now put in that path. I can also enable cloud tiering. It says here it'll transform my server endpoint into a cache for your files in the Azure file share. I do want to do that, so I'm going to enable that. You can determine how much space should be preserved locally and also which files should be preserved locally. So you can keep only certain frequently accessed files cached on the device. The rest get tiered into the cloud environment. So based on what our needs are, that's all we have to configure. I'm going to go ahead and click on Create to create the server endpoint, which will then show up down here. So the cloud endpoint essentially links to an Azure file share, and that was defined when we created this sync group. Now we've got our server endpoint. Notice the health shows that it's currently provisioning. So if I were to take a look in my storage account at my project's file share that is part of that sync group, I will see not only the original files that were here, which in this case are project A, B, and C. I can click and see that on March 23rd, they were made part of this. And I can see two new files, project D and E. I know they're new only because I know the file names, and I can see that they were placed there on the 24th. They were placed there automatically because they were replicated from our on-premises server.